Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom over. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Amici del Sim Racing, buongiorno e benvenuti a Istanbul. Siamo in Turchia per la 6 ore, terzo appuntamento stagionale della eSport Endurance Series 2024-2025. Un saluto da Matteo Pittaccio, al mio fianco Renato Viotti. Ciao Renato.
Buongiorno a tutti, ben ritrovati qui direttamente sui canali di Pitlane TV. Ben ritrovato Matteo, un piacere essere tornato. Speriamo adesso di tornare in maniera un po' più continuativa. È sempre bello tornare anche se in maniera virtuale sulle piste.
Sono contentissimo di averti in cabina di commento. Abbiamo effettivamente commentato insieme qualche anno fa, direi, per non dire altro, Indy 500, ricordo anche con Matteo Macrillo, un bellissimo evento, quello della 500 miglia di Indianapolis, ma anche la prima versione delle grandi endurance come la 12 ore di Le Mans, ne ricordo, e quindi è un piacere di averti qui in cabina di commento. Ringrazio Mariano Calò e tutto lo staff di iracingseries.com al seguito di questo campionato, al seguito di questa diretta. Mariano Calò ci seguirà a livello registico, quindi ci darà i tempi, le regie e le immagini direttamente da Istanbul per queste 6 ore. Siamo nel circuito da 5.338 metri nella provincia di Tuzla, quindi attenzione perché la temperatura è molto bassa e siamo sui 15 gradi di pista. È un periodo in cui a Istanbul fa abbastanza freddo, quindi i piloti avranno sicuramente delle difficoltà, soprattutto specialmente a gomme fredde. Questo è il calendario. Dopo il Bahrain e dopo la 6 ore di Imola, la classifica vede Sinfremi Sports davanti a tutti. Dopo Istanbul si ritornerà in pista a gennaio con la 12 ore di Daytona, un anticipo di quello che sarà tutto il secondo filone di gare del 2025, Interlagos, 1000 miglia di Sebring, 8 ore di Spa-Francorchamps e poi il 21 giugno la 24 ore di Le Mans per chiudere il capitolo 2024-2025 e eleggere i campioni, incoronare i campioni. Qualifiche già svolte con Sinfreme in pole position. Ecco qui la griglia di partenza. Poi Renato andremo magari ad approfondire un po' i vari temi, tra cui il circuito stesso, che è uno dei più riusciti forse di Herman Tilke
dell'era moderna, sì.
Esatto, dell'era moderna. Sinfreme Sports parte dalla pole position con una serie di tempi abbastanza ravvicinati. Sander Callas, Grand Effect in seconda posizione, poi Team Iris, Project 91 Racing, Sweet Force in LMP2 Pro, pole position di Go Team, SMT Go Team con la numero 7. Invece LMP2 Pro AM con la tabella viola Blue Bolt, eSports Blue Bolt con Christian Pasquale in macchina, invece in riferimento alle categorie GT3 Pro con Tomelli davanti a tutti, in GT3M sono i Rookie Monsters a partire in pole position. Tantissime le macchine in pista, ma Renato, 45 vetture, 45 equipaggi, sarà un endurance spettacolare e adesso siamo pronti per il giro di formazione. Diamo un po' qualche caratteristica di questo circuito e, come dicevo, è sicuramente tra i più apprezzati dei piloti.
Sì, soprattutto Matteo, con quella particolare configurazione di quella serie di curve, no, che abbiamo visto, magari più avranno visto soprattutto seguendo la massima serie, quella serie di curve a sinistra che mette tanto a dura prova meccanica, ma soprattutto le gomme e ovviamente anche la concentrazione del pilota. Abbiamo quei sinistra che addirittura sentivo in passato che veniva studiato un assetto ad hoc apposta proprio per poter affrontare il degrado gomme che avviene sul lato destro della vettura, che è maggiore rispetto a quello appunto sinistro, proprio per questo direbbe quasi da dire una mega inversione, questa U gigantesca ma che si fa praticamente a massima velocità. E lì tu che hai sicuramente più esperienza anche, Matteo, la traiettoria praticamente è una unica e bisogna stare attenti a non perderla sostanzialmente.
Mi fa piacere che tu ti affidi a me e sono contentissimo che tu abbia così tanta fiducia in me
Ma in
stesso,
realtà
però
mi sto un po' paraculando, nel senso che sto cercando meglio la mappa del circuito, perché me lo ricordo, ma alcune curve non le ricordo benissimo.
beh, curva
E-
8, la famosa curva 8
Esatto.
con triplo punto di corda è diventato il simbolo assolutamente sin dalla prima edizione del 2005. Questo è un circuito inaugurato nel 2005 in occasione del Gran Premio di Formula 1 e sì, è diventato il punto iconico che molti circuiti più moderni hanno provato a replicare, come ad esempio Austin, l'ultimo settore di Austin, la curva 15, 16 e 17 per arrivare alla 18, anche se ha il senso invertito, però sostanzialmente prova a replicare appunto un tratto caratteristico di Istanbul Park, dove le gomme vengono sicuramente stressate perché si sta per tanti secondi, si rimane per tanti secondi in appoggio, le gomme a destra hanno tutto il carico, soprattutto per quanto riguarda le hypercar, i prototipi, e lì bisogna evidentemente cercare di non stressarle troppo e attenzione però perché sappiamo che con temperature così basse immagino che si farà un po' di fatica a portare gli pneumatici nel range di funzionamento
Sì,
corretto, perfetto.
soprattutto i primi giri, attenzione al sottosterzo.
Esatto.
Sicuramente bisognerà stare accorti, che poi si sa, l'endurance, lo ripetiamo, io lo ripeto ad ogni volta che mi capita, non si vince alla prima curva, si vince al traguardo e poi ovviamente qui ormai abbiamo dei veterani di questa categoria, di questa magnifica, sinceramente, categoria, e lo sanno che non sono gare sprint e bisogna dare il tutto per tutto, ma spalmato, in questo caso nell'arco di 6 ore. Allora, gli hypercar stanno affrontando in questo momento la salitona che porta, se ricordo bene Matteo, a curva 11 e poi quella mega staccata in fondo al rettifilo di curva 12. Una
Esatto.
staccata importante da tenere d'occhio perché potrebbero esserci dei sorpassi. E tra l'altro è una staccata molto importante perché poi sbagliare la 12 porta a fare male la 13 e la 14, quindi trovarsi paradossalmente lenti in uscita curva 1. Matteo, a te i microfoni perché ci siamo oramai, le hypercar stanno affrontando l'ultimo settore, l'ultima parte dell'ultimo settore, quindi siamo pronti con la bandiera verde.
Poi faremo un recap approfondito della situazione in classifica piloti. Vi dico subito che Sinfrimi Sports, la numero 1, è davanti a tutti con 2 vittorie consecutive, va a caccia della terza. Siamo già nel rettilineo principale e quindi bandiera verde per la 6 ore di Istanbul. Inizia il terzo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series by Airs 2024-2025. Attenzione al ground effect che prova a mettere subito sotto pressione la Porsche di Sinfrim senza riuscirci, e il primo settore va in archivio con Nello Pastorino e Sander Callas che sono appaiati, 16 millesimi di differenza, c'è una vettura che va fuori pista, attenzione, Sander Callas passa Nello Pastorino e dunque primo avvicendamento, primo scambio di posizioni in hypercar in vetta alla classifica. Bella manovra di Callas che ha studiato benissimo l'uscita curva, è andato subito all'interno nella prima a sinistra, poi ha cercato l'incrocio. E sì, ha rischiato anche tanto di perderla nel doppio punto di corda della 6, però tutto è andato bene, è stato veramente intelligente perché in quel momento ha ingolosito nella difesa, Nello Pastrino che ha frenato un pochino più tardi, Callas è uscito meglio e ha preso la posizione nella salita che porta proprio a questo settore. In LMP2 Pro Hyperion ha scavalcato Go Team, quindi Thomas Bach è davanti a Roland Zook, mentre Blue Bolt è ancora leader in LMP2 Pro M. Situazione in GT3 l'abbiamo vista, Sinframe Sports con la numero 99 guidata da Riccardo Corazzari è in testa davanti a Tomelli che ha perso la prima posizione e Sirba in terza piazza. Attenzione intanto, parlando a proposito di GT3, Robin Mulling di Rookie Monsters con la BMW M4 numero 63 che è proprio nel mezzo delle pro, quindi è in una battaglia che forse non gli compete, ma lui cerca di mettere più auto tra sé e la MR Motorsport di Davide Ragni che è in seconda posizione. Nel frattempo bandiera gialla nel secondo settore.
Sì, bandiera gialla probabilmente dovuta a qualche contatto. Intanto sì, come dicevi tu, Mulling molto aggressivo, ha decisamente cercato di, come hai detto tu, mettere più spazio possibile dal suo diretto inseguitore che in questo momento si trova a 2 vetture di distanza da lui, ma seguiamo anche, come appunto stiamo guardando dalle immagini, la battaglia per i prototipi dove abbiamo Thomas Bach, ti prego correggi le mie pronunce, correggi le mie pronunce se dovessi sbagliare, con Roland Zook che lo segue molto molto da vicino. Intanto abbiamo visto il replay, mi sembra, del sorpasso di Callas nei confronti di un Nello Pastorino che oramai è un'icona, una punta fissa per quanto riguarda gli appuntamenti qui su Pitlane TV e anche su eSport Series. Tanto rivediamo appunto le immagini della partenza con la puntata subito aggressiva in curva 1 con l'affiancamento da parte di Callas nei confronti di Nello Pastorino, come ha tenuto bene la traiettoria all'esterno del suo avversario e poi via che è andato a passarlo. Probabilmente anche Nello gliel'ha un po' tra virgolette data proprio per non andare a, come hai detto tu, non sei ingolosito troppo per non andare a rischiare di consumare subito preventivamente le gomme, perché comunque la gara è lunga, fare danni è un attimo, poi stare ai box credo che sia la cosa che meno vogliono i piloti. In questo momento intanto siamo tornati con le immagini live in categoria prototipi con le due LMP2 Pro di Roland Zook e Thomas Bach in prima e seconda posizione, che se li stanno già dando di santa ragione, visto anche una bella battaglia là dietro, mentre qui siamo scivolati un po' più indietro in categoria GT3.
Sarà un bel problema per le hypercar e per l'LMP2 una volta arrivati nel tranino delle GT3 trovare lo spazio per i doppiaggi, soprattutto in questo settore, nella parte centrale del circuito, la famigerata curva 8 dove la traiettoria è una soltanto e storicamente si sono sempre creati dei problemi tra le varie classi nei doppiaggi nel corso delle varie edizioni della 6 ore di Istanbul di ERS degli Sports Endurance Series. Carlo Di Anda, Virtual Drivers Alliance con la Ferrari 488 GT3 in quinta posizione, cerca di avere la meglio in classe GT3 Pro. Ci sono vari competitors tutti di assoluto livello e alle spalle del team Shiba che con la numero 13 è sempre con la McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Intanto vediamo come il distacco lì davanti si sia assottigliato tra Nello Pastorino che nel primo settore ha registrato il record e Sander Callas. Potrebbe arrivare un altro bel duello tra i due, con Callas che detta il ritmo, sono decisamente più veloci rispetto agli altri, hanno stampato dei 36 alti contro ad esempio il 37 basso del team Iris con la numero 77 con Lazaros Filippakos. Attenzione però alle penalità, perché ce ne sono tantissime penalità da scontare dopo il round di Imola, la maggior parte per aver violato il full course yellow. Quindi se in questi primi giri vedrete delle auto rientrare ai box è esattamente per scontare le sanzioni che sono state combinate dopo l'appuntamento di Imola. Vorrei salutare anche tutto lo staff di Engine Radio, ci saranno dei collegamenti in diretta con Engine Radio e Virtual Paddock, il format radiofonico della radio che tra gli altri è gestita da The Voice Nicola Villani, quindi ci saranno degli appuntamenti durante questa gara, all'inizio e soprattutto alla fine, per degli aggiornamenti. Intanto attenzione alla battaglia con Lorenzo De Sciutis.
De Sciutis, anche lui un'icona per quanto riguarda gli schermi di Pitlane TV, lo vediamo in questo momento in sesta posizione di categoria, ha provato subito un attacco nei confronti di Riccardo De Marchi. De Sciutis che ha alternato momenti buoni a momenti un po' meno incisivi, ma è comunque sempre stato un pilota di livello. lo sta dimostrando qua, soprattutto da quando qui posso fare una sviolinata nei confronti di Mariano, da quando Pitlane TV è diventata Pitlane TV, ma più Racing Series è diventata internazionale, con l'arrivo comunque, con l'apertura sostanzialmente dei campionati anche all'estero. Oramai è venuta diverse stagioni fa. Ricordiamo, qui siamo alla settima stagione, terzo round di questa categoria, e vediamo, siamo ancora all'inizio sostanzialmente. La stagione è lunga, Matteo, e i colpi di scena possono avvenire, secondo me, all'inizio. Oramai lo sappiamo bene, è difficile assistere a quelli che sono i colpi di scena, perché comunque i punti in palio sono sempre tanti, ora che si fa comunque sempre ora a recuperare. Quindi la mia domanda, tra virgolette, tu che comunque hai anche esperienza nel mondo, non solo endurance ma in generale, vedi anche la indie, eccetera eccetera, secondo te più o meno quando è che potremo iniziare a tirare un po' le somme e a dire attenzione, questi sono i candidati alla vittoria del campionato?
Credo che forse la 1000 miglia di Sebring possa dare un bel segnale, perché queste gare sono sì importanti, però il punteggio dà un po' modo a tutti, anche chi ha iniziato male la stagione, di recuperare. La 1000 miglia di Sebring, essendo il terzultimo appuntamento stagionale, diventa quasi un quartultimo, scusa, no, terzultimo, giusto, perché dopo c'è Spa e poi la 24 ore di Le Mans potrebbe diventare, insieme a Spa, insomma, l'ultima spiaggia per chi deve conquistare punti pesanti, ricordando però che Le Mans dà punteggio doppio, quindi come succede storicamente, sì, io direi la parentesi Sebring Le Mans, prima penso che sia
Giro
presto.
il giro di boa, allora, quindi
Sì.
potrebbe essere è quello. Intanto, Matteo, io ne approfitto per dare un saluto. È un sacco di tempo che non lo vedo, cioè che non lo vedo fisicamente, ma anche non lo sento ai microfoni, quindi se ci sta sentendo spero che apprezzi, al buon Federico Soave, personaggio che ho conosciuto anni fa, con cui ho avuto modo di commentare diverse gare. Intanto bellissima la manovra di Thomas Bach, che ha provato all'ingresso di curva 9 e 10 a impensierire e andare a prendere, anzi, la prima posizione di categoria nei confronti di Stuck, che si è difeso in maniera egregia. Intanto guarda qua come fanno la loro bella l'onda che si fa in rettilineo per cercare di trovare un varco. Intanto davanti hanno una GT3, una McLaren, che non dovrebbe offrire mamma mia come se le stanno dando. Stavo pensando anche, no, tanto attenzione, mamma mia.
Renato, guarda che i Go Team sono tornati davanti e dopo essere stati superati in partenza da Hyperion, il team polacco ha riperso la posizione e quindi Roland Zuck si è ripreso il comando delle operazioni. Non so se per un errore, perché erano ancora abbastanza lontani, lontani, parliamo di mezzo secondo, però forse c'è stata una sbavatura per Thomas Bach, o quantomeno una fase di doppiaggio molto delicata, e parlavo esattamente di questo. Quando incontri una GT3 non c'è molto spazio in curva 8, scaltro, lesso nel prendere la posizione, in questo caso Roland Zuck, che poi all'esterno ha chiuso la manovra. Bravissimi, bellissimo duello, molto corretti, bisogna dirlo, non c'è motivo di rischiare, però brividi sin dalle prime fasi di questa 6 ore di Istanbul.
Sì, abbiamo visto, in realtà ho visto solo la parte finale di questo sorpasso, quindi hai fatto una correzione più che dovuta, Matteo. Tra l'altro io ho notato che ultimamente, negli ultimi anni, l'endurance stanno assumendo, sì, hanno sempre quel tratto distintivo della prudenza, ma io ho notato quanto stanno diventando, non mi verrebbe da dire aggressivi i piloti, ma sono molto corretti, si vedono delle battaglie meravigliose e quasi da sprint race. E ricollegandomi invece al discorso che hai fatto a inizio gara per quanto riguarda soprattutto curva 8, secondo me le hypercar avranno tanti problemi anche soprattutto con i prototipi, perché se ricordo bene comunque, seppur una categoria inferiore, hanno un'accelerazione notevole e un grado di percorrenza delle curve davvero potrebbe mettere, tra virgolette, in difficoltà le hypercar in fase di doppiaggio. Quindi seguiamo anche quello di sorpasso. Una GT3 te lo aspetti che sia tanto più lenta, invece un prototipo secondo me un po' più problematico da passare. Lo stiamo vedendo anche con queste immagini live con De Ciutis, che è in scia, mi sembra proprio, se non sbaglio, no scusa, era in scia a De Marchi, mi sembrava una hypercar, ho confuso la fanalleria.
Ma guarda,
Io scusa.
comunque... No, tranquillo, non ti preoccupare. Guarda che, allora, in questo momento Nello Pastorinino è il leader della gara con 2 secondi e 8 di vantaggio, peraltro ha registrato il giro record e sta macinando settori velocissimi, quindi Simframe Sports è ritornato davanti, credo per una penalità della 63 di Ground Effect, che è scesa al terzo posto, più o meno tempo di percorrenza della pit lane per una penalità drive-thru. Siamo sui 15 secondi, nel frattempo anche le LMP2 hanno iniziato la fase di doppiaggio e a questo punto ci aspettiamo che le penalità vadano a cambiare un po' i vari risultati, le classifiche delle varie categorie. Attenzione intanto a Hyperion che viene messa sotto pressione, siamo qui nella lotta per la quinta posizione con Mark Veit di Black Hawk Racing, sono affiancati a Pagliati, che duello fantastico in un punto delicatissimo della pista con Andreschi che tiene la posizione, porta fuori dalla pista Mark Veit che insiste, nonostante tutto si prende il quinto posto, però qui forse ci sarà un po' da discutere perché il sorpasso è avvenuto al di là della pista, vedremo se decelerà per ricedere la posizione, però che spettacolo, molto ardita come manovra, rimanere lì appaiati insieme in curva 8 ci vuole del pelo, ci vuole molto coraggio.
Non c'è passato un foglio di carta 3-2, ma anche la GT3 l'hanno veramente sfierata. Guarda qui, qui è stato un po' spinto fuori la Black Hawk, però sì, forse quella manovra lì lo ha un po' favorito, lì avrebbe forse dovuto tirare un po' sul piede. Adesso vedremo se ci saranno delle conseguenze per quanto riguarda il questo sorpasso appunto avvenuto in maniera un po' sporca, passami il termine Matteo, vedremo appunto se ci sarà appunto una qualche decisione a parte della direzione gara. Intanto, come dicevi, dovrebbero iniziare a scontare anche le penalità, se non sbaglio, i vari piloti. Vedremo adesso se ci sarà una qualche novità, come dicevi tu.
Mi diceva Mariano che il primo giro di penalità è stato già scontato e appunto vediamo come le hypercar siano finite alcune in fondo, come la Project 91, la Sweet Force, la BMW numero 37, come abbiamo visto anche il Ground Effect che era lì davanti, che ha fatto un passaggio ai box. Detto ciò, ci siamo. Amiche e amici di Engine Radio, benvenuti a Istanbul, benvenuti al terzo appuntamento stagionale della eSport Endurance Series by eRacingSeries.com. Ci siamo collegati in questo collegamento in diretta, praticamente live dall'Istanbul Park per la 6 ore, una gara che è partita con Nello Pastorino di Simframe Sports al comando sulla Porsche 963 LMDH, che è salita in prima posizione approfittando di una penalità da scontare per la gara precedente di Imola di Ground Effect, che è riuscita con Sander Callas sì a prendere il primo posto al via, ma poi ha fatto un passaggio ai box per scontare la sanzione arrivata nell'autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari. E dunque Hypercar LMP2 divise in Pro e Pro AM, GT3 con Pro e GT3M in pista, tantissime categorie, tantissimo spettacolo. Siamo live per la gara in diretta su Pit Lane TV, il canale YouTube, per seguire tutte le emozioni di questa gara. Al commento Matteo Pittaccio e attualmente anche Renato Vigliotti. Poi ci sarà nella fase centrale anche il commento inglese, perché questo è un campionato internazionale che coinvolge tantissimi paesi diversi, tantissimi e-sporter e sim racer provenienti da tutto il mondo, con, pensate, ben 45 equipaggi in pista ad Istanbul. E si avvicina, ecco, la chiusura della prima parte di stagione, del primo terzo, così chiamiamolo, di campionato. Poi si entrerà con la 12 ore di Daytona nella fase 2025, sicuramente molto molto calda. Attualmente, per fare un recap e poi darvi appuntamento al secondo riassunto di questa gara e darvi appuntamento ovviamente anche su YouTube, abbiamo Simframe Sports in Hypercar davanti al team Iris e Ground Effect in terza posizione, LMP2 Pro con Roland Zook e Thomas Vacche che hanno lottato, il Go Team davanti ad Hyperion, la numero 44, con il team Shiba invece al terzo posto della categoria Pro. Le Oreca hanno anche la categoria LMP2 Pro AM con Chicco Galbiati che dalla realtà passa al simulatore, questa alternanza che ci fa molto piacere ritrovare nella eSport Endurance Series. Chicco Galbiati comanda sulla Simframe numero 47 in classe LMP2 Pro AM davanti a Riccardo Fava di Hans Sirba, e in terza posizione a chiudere il podio virtuale, anche se ancora molto presto, la Hyperion 46 di Karol Wozniak. Passando invece le GT3, Andrea Gandossi regola con Tomelli RT, Pescara SRT che invece ha Eros Masciulli al volante, e Riccardo Corazzari in terza posizione per Simframe Sports, il junior team, con la numero 99, e chiudendo questo primo riassunto, Tommy Teasdale è in testa alla GT3 AM con la BMW dei Rookie Monsters davanti a Lucrezia Milanese, che compete in rappresentanza delle donne delle quote femminili con Sinfrim nell'equipaggio Pink. Terza posizione invece per Virtual Drivers Alliance con Simone Meazza. Un saluto a tutti gli amici di Engine Radio, di Virtual Paddock. È un onore ovviamente poter fare questi collegamenti in diretta tra radio e diretta su YouTube e live su YouTube. Vi aspettiamo su Pit Lane TV per seguire in nostra compagnia questo evento sicuramente speciale, perché poi la location è unica, è quella di Istanbul, uno dei circuiti, uno dei circodromi meglio riusciti nel corso degli ultimi 20 anni. Quindi un saluto e a dopo da Matteo Pittaccio e da Renato Vigliotti. Direi che ci siamo dopo questo collegamento con Engine Radio. Renato, ritorniamo a parlare della gara. Non so se hai notato qualche scambio di posizione in questi ultimi frangenti. Io ho visto che Pastorino continua a volare invece.
Sì, Pastorino ha continuato a registrare settori record, ha tra virgolette alzato il piede negli ultimi giri con un 38 basso fatto registrare nell'ultimo passaggio, ma probabilmente anche frutto di qualche doppiaggio non visto dalle immagini. Però sì, non ha calato il ritmo, anzi si è portato a 10 secondi dal team Iris che segue, per modo di dire, in seconda posizione, ma ben staccato. Quindi Pastorino che sta facendo uno stint davvero molto interessante e sta dando il tutto e per tutto. Tra l'altro sto guardando anche un'altra cosa, un dato interessante: la velocità massima raggiunta in fondo alla staccata del rettilineo, quello probabilmente il più lungo, con Pastorino che ha fatto registrare una punta di 313 km orari come velocità massima, quando i suoi avversari a fatica hanno raggiunto i 309, frutto probabilmente di una scia, frutto probabilmente anche di un assetto che magari ha favorito la velocità. Però ragazzi, questo è anche un altro indice di quanto stanno andando forte lì davanti. Hai fatto un recap piuttosto corposo, Matteo. Abbiamo visto che non ci sono stati particolari stravolgimenti in classifica, mentre appunto eravamo collegati con i ragazzi di Engine Red. Madonna santa, scusa, mi sono un attimo infartato.
Non ti preoccupare, non ti preoccupare.
Passare da questo italiano all'inglese al vigliottano è un un po' difficile. Comunque sì, non ci sono stati grandi. È il vigliottino. È la mia lingua, quindi.
È una lingua di Star Wars, probabilmente.
Esatto.
È uno dei tanti pianeti di Star Wars. Callas ai box? Mi segnala Sander Callas ai box in questo momento. Almeno
Sì,
Livetiming.
vettura grigia, quindi immagino sì, si sia fermato i box. Adesso vediamo.
Perché il distacco aumenta, 20 secondi e 3. Non so se era un'altra penalità questa per Sander Callas di Ground Effect, che ora si ritrova a mezzo minuto da Nello Pastorino. Quindi 3 drive-thru, mi conferma Mariano Calò, che ringrazio. È una sorta di polipo il nostro regista, fa direttore gara, ci fa da... no, direttore gara, oddio, non lo so, ho un dubbio, però sicuramente da regia. C'ha uno staff dietro che lavora in direzione gara, poi ci dà appunto le penalità, insomma... ci fa
sì,
tutto.
Ma la carbonara la sa fare?
La carbonara dipende, allora...
la carbonara romana,
non mi
però,
fiderei molto, non mi fiderei
ecco,
molto, però...
perché lui, secondo me lui è uno di quelli che mette pancetta, cipolla e panna.
Ho avuto i brividi.
Esatto,
ho avuto veramente
pancetta.
i brividi. Veramente obbrobrioso, un'immagine molto molto triste. Usa il guanciale e dice anche il pepe. Ecco, è giusto, già siamo sulla strada giusta. Però non voglio fare il classico romano che mette i puntini sulle i.
No, solo lo faccio io da Veneto, che ha imparato da un romano a farla, quindi.
Ah, giusto. Detto ciò, adesso ho il foglio delle penalità, finalmente, che avevo perso e mi devo scusare. Allora, per Sander Callas confermo per la numero 27 di Ground Effect 3 drive-thru, quindi 3 passaggi ai box, e credo che ne manchi un altro ancora a questo punto. Vedi quanto sono pesanti le penalità e vanno poi a condizionare anche il risultato della gara che viene, della gara successiva. Ce ne sono
e anche
veramente
il comportamento in pista, perché, scusa se ti interrompo, vai Matteo, ma sto guardando Callas, sta spingendo davvero tanto per poter recuperare ovviamente quelle che sono state le penalità. Abbiamo visto sta facendo dei settori davvero interessanti. Lasciamo perdere il tempo sul giro finale, perché appunto è figlio di quelle penalità, ma sta andando davvero davvero forte, e non penso che sia l'unico che stia affrontando la gara in questo modo. Intanto abbiamo visto una bellissima immagine di due Jeep, di due prototipi che si aprivano a ventaglio per passare le GT3, mentre siamo live on board con la vettura di Callas sulla sua Porsche, proprio sulla famosa curva 8 di cui parlavi tu, Matteo, e abbiamo visto le difficoltà che ha avuto nel passare, nel infilarsi proprio all'interno. Corretti i piloti delle GT3, però comunque non deve essere facile dover alzare il piede. Intanto una bandiera gialla nel settore 1.
Direi di alzare il volume, di ascoltare il biturbo V8 da 4006 di cilindrata della Porsche 963 di Sander Callas, targata Ground Effect. Sul volume. Pastorino completa un giro sul 37.463. Ecco che il suo distacco si è un po' ridotto. Abbiamo ascoltato il magnifico sound della Porsche 963 LMDH, un'auto che ha fatto faville quest'anno nell'endurance reale e che è diventata sin dalla stagione precedente di ERS, dell'eSport Endurance Series, la macchina di punta, la macchina di riferimento per tutti gli equipaggi. 37.4 per Nello Pastorino, che 2 giri fa ha perso un po' di tempo nei doppiaggi, e Lazaros Filippakos con il Team Iris è riuscito a ricongiungersi in realtà no, guadagnare qualcosa, passando da 10 secondi di ritardo a 7,3, mentre Ground Effect ha archiviato e sbrigato tutte le 3 penalità, i 3 drive-thru, quindi 3 passaggi ai box che hanno portato Ground Effect Renato dalla prima posizione alla terza con 50 secondi di ritardo. Sarà difficile, però ecco, attenzione, perché le gare endurance sono sempre piene di sorprese e ci sono ancora 5 ore e 32 minuti prima di arrivare alla bandiera scacchi. Qui invece le telecamere, gestite da Mariano Calò, che ringrazio ancora una volta, vanno su Marco Lodi Rizzini e il team Carloni Racing Prototype Red, totalmente all'attacco.
Sì, assolutamente una fase molto intensa, con Rizzini che si butta all'esterno con la difesa. Mamma mia, come si è difeso bene all'interno della staccata Battista per evitare appunto di essere passato. È la classica manovra che si fa in difesa, che però porta a dover affrontare la curva in maniera un po' più difficoltosa rispetto al solito, ma si rimette in scia Rizzini proprio in fondo al rettifilo, che passa davanti in box con Battista che gli chiude la porta per ogni possibile tentativo di sorpasso. Il pilota del Naya Racing quindi si è difeso in maniera piuttosto pulita e direi anche tranquilla. Non sarà che comunque Rizzini non ha voluto affondare troppo il colpo, e soprattutto in questa fase forse non gli conviene tentare l'attacco. Gli sta attaccato, gli sta incollato, stiamo in questo momento arrivando. Momento signore, stiamo arrivando. A Istanbul potremmo usare, no, questa è una cosa bruttissima da dire forse. Stiamo in questo momento arrivando.
Sorvolo.
Esatto, è meglio sorvolare.
Cipolla.
Esatto. Stiamo in questo momento affrontando curva 8. Attenzione al GT3 che va a mettere un po' di pepe nel duello. Intanto siamo con le immagini su Riccardo Corazzari, che con la sua Aston Martin, correggimi se sbaglio, mi sembrava sì, con la sua Aston Martin è in questo momento in questo momento in scia ad Eros Masciulli, che con la sua Mercedes si sta difendendo in maniera piuttosto ottima, direi. Corazzari, che tra l'altro anche lui una vecchia conoscenza di Pitlane TV.
Attenzione, Battista. Che rischio per l'auto di Rizzini con la Carloni, la LMP2 che rientra in pista. In realtà fa una gita sull'erba, prima sulla ghiaia, poi rientra in traiettoria. Deve esserci stato un contatto, erano in bagarre con anche l'hypercar in mezzo di Sinfilm che era passata, e questo scontro che ha visto protagonisti anche, immagino, i piloti del team Naia Racing Italia subito dietro. Vediamo cosa è successo alla staccata di
vedendo il replay, secondo me si sono toccati anche prima, visto che c'è stato un contatto alla chicane, infatti con
si è girato da solo, Rizzini.
Probabilmente gomme troppo calde. No, stavo guardando appunto con le immagini, mi sembrava che sono perso un attimo, con Battista, scusa, che stava tra virgolette protestando, facendo i fari appunto al suo avversario. Deve esserci stato un contatto prima, si è vista la chicane, erano arrivati in punto, probabilmente si sono toccati in qualche modo, quindi aveva perso la posizione. Poi dopo è successo quello che abbiamo visto nelle immagini, con Battista che è andato a sopravanzare Rizzini, che si è tirato sostanzialmente da solo. Ancora con le immagini su Riccardo Corazzari, che con la sua Aston Martin è sempre là incollato dietro come un francobollo alla vettura di Eros Masciulli. In questo momento il pilota della Toscana Racing sempre lì in seconda posizione, mentre un po' più tranquillo, staccato di 8 secondi, è Andrea Gandossi del team Tomelli.
Pescara SRT che lotta per la seconda posizione. In realtà Gandossi è ancora abbastanza lontano, sembra che questa battaglia stia permettendo a Gandossi di mettere un po' di spazio e di prendere un po' di ossigeno. Vedremo se Tomelli dominerà questa gara. In classifica nel campionato la GT3 Pro vede i Virtual Drivers Alliance con la numero 74 in testa davanti a Shiba con la numero 13. Pescara SRT è al terzo posto dopo 2 round, mentre Tomelli è arrivata vicino al podio e ha comunque ottenuto buoni risultati, però è in ritardo di 18 punti rispetto a Virtual Drivers Alliance, quindi una vittoria a Istanbul sarebbe davvero oro per loro. Peraltro a livello tecnico, abbiamo parlato poco di tecnica in questo momento, però c'è un punto in comune tra la Mercedes del team Pescara e la Aston Martin di Sinfilm Sports guidata da Riccardo Corazzari, perché Mercedes, lo sappiamo, ha il motore più grande nella griglia delle GT3, un motore 8 cilindri aspirato. L'Aston Martin invece ha un V8 biturbo, ma la produzione è affidata ad AMG. L'Aston Martin ha un motore, è spinto da un motore prodotto e sviluppato in collaborazione con AMG, che rischia nel frattempo per la Ferrari 499B Hypercar, che si è infilata così, è passata proprio in questo momento. Dovrebbe essere quella del Project 91 Racing. Dà paura questo passaggio, veramente dà paura per l'auto di Maranello. Secondo me questa, peraltro, a livello tecnico potrebbe essere una chicca per tutti gli appassionati che non sanno questo punto in comune, perché poi la Mercedes AMG di serie ha un motore V8 biturbo, ma nelle competizioni Mercedes ha continuato ad appellarsi a questo 8 cilindri aspirato, però invece il biturbo è impiegato sulla Aston Martin Vantage.
Esatto, tra l'altro entrambi prodotti da Artefact, quindi la sede dell'AMG, che ricordiamo essere sostanzialmente il preparatore. Intanto qua una fase anche qui molto concentrata con i doppiati, essendo il preparatore ufficiale di Mercedes. Curiosa questa soluzione, questa scelta da parte di Mercedes di tenere quel mega motorone lì davanti, che lo vedevamo sulle vecchie SLS. Io non so se abbiano poi adesso un po' il problema, ma mi ricordo che gravava tanto proprio per via del peso sulle ruote anteriori. Probabilmente è stato ulteriormente evoluto con questa AMG GT, un motore forse uno dei pochi rimasti aspirati, almeno per quanto riguarda la categoria GT3, perché Ferrari, McLaren e anche la stessa BMW utilizzano sostanzialmente tutti motori ad aspirazione forzata, si chiama.
Che rischio invece per Mark Bate, che con forza si apre il varco su Riccardo De Marchi e passa al quarto posto. Black Hawk Racing, scatenato questo equipaggio. Black Hawk all'attacco totale, 2 sorpassi bellissimi nella prima mezz'ora di gara. Si è infilato in curva 9 con De Marchi che ha provato a chiudere la sportellata in stile TCR, si è aperto questa strada, ha approfittato dello spazio della porta e ha allargato con demenza e aggressività e ha artigliato la quarta posizione. Bravissimo McBait, De Marchi che sicuramente non sarà molto contento di questa dinamica del duello. Invece qui il replay con Corazzari sempre dietro a Masciulli, vediamo cosa è successo. Passa la Porsche di Sinfrim con dietro Hyperion in classe LMP2, un Masciulli che deve rimanere largo proprio per consentire il passaggio dell'LMP2 e all'esterno Riccardo Corazzari non manca il colpo. Vedi la scaltrezza di un pilota molto esperto, sono tutti e due bravissimi ed espertissimi, però Riccardo Corazzari in questa fase ha prevalso, ma per Masciulli le chance non mancheranno. Dicevi che Mercedes sì, ha risolto effettivamente questi problemi perché la macchina è ancora competitiva nel virtuale ma soprattutto nel reale. Ha vinto peraltro anche l'ultimo GP di Macao, è successo un po' di tutto tra fuoco e Marcello, tra Ferrari e BMW nelle ultime fasi, però è riuscita a vincere con Maro Engel e hanno risolto un po' i problemi di bilanciamento, ricordando che poi nel mondo GT3, nel mondo GT c'è il DOP, il bilancio delle prestazioni, che serve a livellare le velocità o comunque i passi, le varie specifiche, i vari modelli, però Mercedes...
Tante polemiche negli anni passati, in categoria Hypercar.
Ah certo, sì. Potrebbe essere sicuramente uno scopo molto interessante. Quindi anche per Mercedes l'Hypercar, tu l'hai citata adesso, vedremo perché stanno valutando un LMDH, tanto alla fine anche lì c'è il DOP e vediamo come sia un elemento trainante delle competizioni. All'esterno Rizzini, anche lui approfitta del doppiaggio, prima uscita di pista, vuole rimontare, passa così Royton del Boyd Transport Racing che è rimasto bloccato alle spalle della Porsche.
Sì, un po' un'ingenuità forse da parte del pilota. Qui intanto vediamo il replay che si è un po' addormentato alle spalle della GT3 con Rizzini che è andato sostanzialmente ad approfittarne. Guarda qua che mossa da gatto, è stato un gatto veramente bravissimo nell'approfittare della manovra. Si è un po' addormentato forse il suo avversario che se l'è visto sfilare sostanzialmente sulla destra, quindi un bel cambio di posizione anche per quanto riguarda categoria LMP2. Sì, no,
sono le Pro AM.
Sì, scusa, devo ancora stavo facendo un attimo l'occhio, sto guardando anche la classifica per quanto riguarda i tempi, perché il ground effect con Callas sta pompando davvero tanto. Ha fatto registrare in qualche passaggio qua il giro più veloce della gara in 35,5, si è portato a soli tra virgolette 35 secondi, ma segno che stanno dando tutto quello che possono prima della prima sosta ai box, proprio per andare a recuperare quello che sono state quello che è stato il deficit che gli ha portato poi scontare le penalità. Vediamo, le immagini si sono soffermate su Filippo Lapaglia, categoria GT3 Pro, su Mercedes. Stiamo vedendo un po' tutte le categorie in battaglia sostanzialmente, con Rizzini ancora in lotta con Royton che deve cercare di recuperare con lo smacco subito nel passaggio precedente con il cambio di posizione. Rizzini è chiamato a mettere un po' di spazio tra sé e il suo avversario, mentre il pilota della Boyd Transport Racing deve cercare di non andare a perdere troppo terreno nei confronti del suo diretto avversario. Sembra averne qualcosa di più, sta guardando anche i tempi, 43 per Rizzini l'ultimo passaggio, 41,0, probabilmente figlio anche di quel doppiaggio effettuato nei confronti di quella GT3.
Comunque Sinframe Sports non può stare troppo tranquilla perché l'elastico vede Lazzaro Sofilippakos scendere adesso a 5 secondi e 4 inquadrata la BMW M-Hybrid V8 che vediamo impegnata nei doppiaggi. Filippo Lapaglia invece con MR Motorsport a 1 secondo e 2 di vantaggio sul suo diretto avversario. Eccola qui la BMW, si intravede caratterizzata da questo doppio rene davanti che ricordo ovviamente le auto di serie, le produzioni di serie BMW che è presente nella eSport Endurance Series, e come vediamo in grafica non l'abbiamo nominata, però è una delle novità di questa gara a Istanbul in Turchia. C'è la Ferrari 499P, l'abbiamo citata in più occasioni, intanto la BMW si ferma ai box e ce ne sono ben due, e peraltro la 91 Racing compie un mezzo disastro portando fuori pista una LMP2 che stava doppiando con Patrick Gibbs che ha quasi compromesso la gara, forse era Riccardo Fava, da rivedere magari il replay, potrebbe essere stato Riccardo Fava a subire questo colpo che porta il pilota italiano a perdere davvero tanto tempo. Vediamo qui, no, in realtà la Ferrari doppia all'esterno, ok, arriva la prima Ferrari, la prima
è la seconda Ferrari, quella che ha dato la spallata rugbistica, guarda.
Esatto, è stata la seconda, è stata la seconda che è andata all'interno, pensando forse che il doppiaggio fosse concluso, ha chiuso la traiettoria. Per fortuna in questa pista le vie di fuga sono molto ampie. Riccardo Fava è ritornato sì in pista, ha ripreso dal via del circuito, però vediamo in che posizione è. Dovrebbe essere ancora terzo della classe LMP2 Pro M, non ha perso la posizione sul carro opposto.
Sì, no, per fortuna, come hai detto tu, le vie di fuga consentono di non subire troppi danni, soprattutto i mureti sono belli lontani e c'è spazio per riuscire a correggere, però che rischio, soprattutto anche vista l'alta velocità a cui sono arrivati, perché tra l'altro il suo senso praticamente poco prima della stagata, quindi era ancora veramente con piede completamente sul gas, con la farfalla completamente aperta, e hanno davvero rischiato il botto, soprattutto con Fava che poteva fare una bella carambola, come l'abbiamo visto anche in tante occasioni. Queste vetture prendono per la tangente a velocità siderale senza fare praticamente neanche 1 chilometro orario. Intanto sosta in box per la ground effect, quindi primo pit sostanzialmente di questa 6 ore di Istanbul, con la level 1 su Ferrari che sta uscendo, no, è ancora ferma ai box.
La Ferrari del Level 1 Sports è ancora ai box, peraltro da parecchio tempo.
Non vorrei che avesse subito qualche danno.
Forse un connection lost, perché non era quella che con il contatto con Riccardo Fava era quella di Patrick Gibbs del 91 Racing, Project 91. Mentre Franz Janrom potrebbe avere qualche problema e rimane ancora, eccolo qua, esce adesso dai box, evidentemente ha riparato dei danni. Beh, era da un bel po' di tempo ai box, mi è sembrata una sosta particolarmente lunga la sua. Vedremo ora nel primo settore,
oltre il minuto, nel tempo.
Esatto, una chiarificazione, ecco, del pit stop, ricordando che effettivamente siamo sempre sui 40 secondi di sosta per le procedure sulla piazzola. Lazzaros Filippakos è ai box, così come Nello Pastorino, tutti e due i leader, diciamo, chi stava lottando per la leadership della 6 ore di Istanbul va ai box. Siamo on board con la Ferrari 499P di Franz Janrom. Mi conferma Mariano che ha fatto gomme più benzina ed è per questo motivo che è rientrata ai box. Mi sembrava però
quanti bolletti saranno sulla testa carburante?
Assolutamente sbagliato. Beh, penso sì, un minutino. Nella realtà è proprio così e credo che i tempi siano rispettati anche in questo caso tra gomme e carburante. No, tamponata, e Franz Janrom viene così ingolosito dalla staccata, ha sbagliato il riferimento in frenata, ha tamponato la LMP2. Speriamo che non ci siano danni per la P2 che ha toccato.
È appena uscito dai box, probabilmente gomme fredde anche.
Gomme fredde, forse non è riuscito a precisare molto la staccata.
No, probabilmente sì, non erano ancora arrivati in temperatura, secondo me è troppa poca strada fatta fino a lì, poi soprattutto praticamente era quasi tutto dritto il circuito fino a dove sono arrivati loro, quindi un po' ingenuo forse, ma anche la scia probabilmente gli ha tolto quel ground effect che, mamma mia, intanto, per dirla all'inglese, che aiuta queste vetture a frenare, più che ground effect, che è più aerodinamica sulle ali, quella che aiuta, sì.
Esatto, e più che altro è una gara di esperienza per loro, è una gara test, loro che sono stati più volte, sono un team storico, un equipaggio storico, piloti storici della classe LMP2 dell'eSport Endurance Series. Attenzione intanto a Massimo Giordano che deve piegarsi all'Hyperion che passa così. Guardate che spettacolo a Istanbul, LMP2 GT, tutte racchiuse in pochi frame per secondo. Attenzione perché sì, esatto, arriva il sorpasso anche qui all'esterno con Giordano che prova invece ad artigliare la 10ª posizione di categoria. Sono iniziati anche i pit stop per le LMP2 sia Pro sia Pro M. No, Royton del Boy Transport Racing senza ala, si è ritrovato senza ala e sta cercando di tornare ai box senza produrre altri danni.
Per fortuna non era lontano dalla pit lane, che è riuscito ad imboccare molto presto, però che rischio perché perdere l'ala posteriore qui vuol dire è un disastro proprio a livello di aerodinamica, anche di controllo della vettura. Intanto iniziamo a vedere un po' di difficoltà da parte di Callas nel doppiaggio di questa GT3. Una piccola spallata, per fortuna non abbiamo visto volare pezzi, preziosissimi pezzi in carbonio, seppur virtuale, che non dovrebbero aver compromesso troppo la gara. Intanto un prototipo esce dai boschi, quindi non dovrebbe dare troppi pensieri al pilota della Porsche, che in questo momento occupa la terza posizione di categoria, quarta assoluta, come Thomas Bach. Ok, c'è stato il balletto dei box, c'è stato il balletto delle penalità, però si trova con una prototipa, con un prototipo, con una vettura prototipo, volevo dire, in terza posizione assoluta e prima di categoria.
Amsa Silva GT inquadrata dalle telecamere, Salvatore Zitiello, bandiera gialla nel primo settore, una fase di gara veramente molto accesa, sta succedendo veramente di tutto a Istanbul, ma ci aspettavamo un endurance proprio di questo tipo, un pochino più tranquilla di Imola, ma anche per via della conformazione della pista. Volevo un po' ritornare sui primi due, perché Sinfreem e Team Iris si sono fermati ai box in contemporanea, nello stesso giro, nello stesso momento, e credo che anche stiano seguendo una stessa strategia in termini di carburante. Nello Pastorino aveva più o meno 6-7 secondi di vantaggio prima della sosta nei confronti di Filippakos, andando a memoria. Usciti dai box, ecco che il distacco è lievitato fino a 12 secondi e 2. Pastorino e Filippakos di Sinfreem e Team Iris adesso sono divisi da 11 secondi e 9. Per Sinfreem una boccata d'ossigeno per provare in questo secondo stint della gara a conservare la leadership nel momento poi in cui si arriverà al cambio pilota per entrare nella fase centrale della gara e entrare poi per di più nella fase notturna. Attenzione a Salvatore Zitiello, lotta a 3 in classe GT3 Pro, guardate Zitiello, doppio incrocio di traiettoria. Poi ci spostiamo su Patrick Gibbs, sulla Ferrari, la Project 91 Racing. Zitiello nel frattempo ha fatto qualcosa di incredibile, però non è riuscito a passare la Porsche, non è riuscito a liberarsi della Porsche 911 GT3R, è ancora dietro alla GR Sim Trust di Arthur Zicula, che è proprio dinanzi a lui, e proprio davanti a lui dovrebbe essere esattamente la 08. Non ce l'ha fatta, però
confermo, si lottano per la quinta posizione di categoria.
Che manovra in curva 12 è Renato, con anche la BMW subito dietro che sta lì, compresa nel doppiaggio.
Cosa ho notato? Un'immagine bellissima, non so se si riuscirà mai a recuperare, ma in uscita da curva 9 sostanzialmente, quindi quando si sono lanciati sul lungo rettifilo, quando poi la pista piega verso destra prima dell'allungo, ho notato la Porsche, la numero 8, che ha letteralmente saltato sul coro. È stata una bellissima immagine, perché eravamo su Zitiello, sulla vettura di Zitiello, sul cofono di Zitiello. Si è visto proprio la Porsche alzare praticamente tutte e quattro le gomme sul cordolo e atterrare e proseguire la sua corsa come se niente fosse. È stata un'immagine quasi romantica, segno anche di quanto siano aggressivi i piloti in questo momento, proprio perché come dicevo poco fa, secondo me le categorie, anche le endurance, stanno cambiando un po' anche la filosofia da questo punto di vista, il modo di correre. Prudenti sì, ma non troppo. Attenzione intanto con la Paglia, che da strada a una hypercar, mi sembra una delle vetture del aiutami,
la Filippo La Paglia in lotta con la Mercedes. Sì, è la Mercedes che occupa l'ottava posizione del team Shiba, e no, dovrebbe essere la Mercedes di Caspian Motorsport, scusami.
Sì, e intanto tra l'altro si infila qui in curva 9.
Oh, brivido, millimetrica l'azione di Filippo La Paglia, che porta Emar Motorsport davanti alla Mercedes del Caspian Motorsport di Kakmakli. E qui vediamo il replay, Renato.
Sì, vediamo il replay di Filippo La Paglia, che si è portato con una staccata davvero poderosa. Mamma mia, cosa è riuscito a combinare in curva 9. Io non so come abbia fatto a percorrere a quella velocità praticamente doppia rispetto al suo diretto.
Mamma mia, no, incredibile controllo in traverso. Emanuele Battista ha fatto qualcosa di unico, l'ha toccata con il suo avversario, la macchina poi si è intraversata un 180 gradi, si è salvato, le gomme non hanno beneficiato, immagino che siano totalmente spiattellate, ma ha evitato quantomeno dopo il contatto con la Carloni di girarsi e finire in testa coda in un punto delicatissimo. Immagine splendida questa immagine da Tokyo Drift.
Da Initial D
Bellissimo.
quasi, Initial D, qua
Sì,
bisogna farci un meme,
vero.
quindi chiediamo a un mematore di cacciarci sotto la colonna sonora, perché guarda che controllo qua. Sicuramente la conformazione della pista l'ha aiutato, ma ragazzi, che riflessi.
Lì c'è un po' di banking che porta, sì, sicuramente magari il pilota ad avere un po' più di controllo nel caso in cui arrivino questi controsterzi. Sì, le gomme non sorridono e non sono
No,
assolutamente
no, no, no,
contente,
no, no, no.
però credo che la soddisfazione di Battista con questo guadagno, con questo recupero, questo salvataggio possa essere
Scusa, staccata di curva
veramente
1. Scusa,
accentuata. Sì, è una
staccata di
Ferrari.
curva
Le
1.
Ferrari nei
Sì.
doppiaggi le vedo tanto aggressive, molto incisive le 499P, le due auto di Maranello che sono iscritte alla 6 ore di Istanbul in classe Hypercar. Qui invece siamo con Kakmakli che sì, subito il sorpasso, tutto vantaggio di Filippo Lapaglia, però rimane vicino alla McLaren 720S GT3 Evo.
Quindi niente particolari stravolgimenti per quanto riguarda la classifica, un po' su tutte le categorie. No, stavo guardando anche per quanto riguarda il discorso delle Ferrari, le hypercar, Matteo, se questa aggressività fosse dovuta al fatto che non avessero velocità sul dritto, però stavo appunto osservando le punte massime, e a parte Nello Pastorino e Callas che volano a 313 e 315 km orari rispettivamente, gli altri bene o male sono in linea con le prestazioni, quindi probabilmente deve esserci qualcosa che queste Ferrari devono cercare di intanto sbacchettata proprio di
Lo
Gibbs.
dimostrano.
Sì, secondo me è la vettura che porta a dover essere così aggressiva. Intanto secondo me le gomme hanno un po' risentito, ho visto anche qui come ha dovuto tenere larga la traiettoria, perché la vettura stava di nuovo scalpitando praticamente in uscita dalla 9/10. Intanto qui un doppiaggio per Gibbs, non proprio pulitissimo, è un po' problematico veramente per il pilota della Ferrari, e però è riuscito a portare poi a termine. Protesta un po', c'è stata
No,
una
ma
piccola protesta.
guarda quanto sono in difficoltà in percorrenza curva nell'ultimo settore, addirittura la LMP2 è riuscita a impostare una traiettoria migliore, a guadagnare terreno sulla Ferrari, che è un hypercar che sono basate su, non hanno sicuramente la stessa evoluzione di una LMP1, le LMDH hanno uno chassis, un telaio di derivazione LMP2, quindi le differenze non sono così tante, addirittura l'ACO ha dato un BOP all'LMP2 per creare gap, per allontanare l'LMP2 dalla hypercar, un regolamento che poi solamente quest'anno, nella stagione 2024, ha portato l'LMP2 fuori dal WEC, presenti solo alle Man, mentre nella European Le Mans Series hanno corso senza vincoli regolamentari, quindi no zavorre, no restrizione della potenza, quindi della cavalleria, e hanno stampato dei tempi strepitosi le LMP2 nella European Le Mans Series. Sono
Si hanno
macchine che
fatto dei passi avanti mostruosi
sono
in questi
macchine,
anni.
nonostante siano in pista dal 2017, le Oreca 07, sono pazzesche, e il telaio è stato utilizzato come base per l'Alpine, che con il motore Mechachrome compete nella hypercar del WEC, sarà anche base del progetto Genesis di Hyundai. Dunque sappiamo quanto sia bravo Oreca a lavorare nell'endurance, tant'è che poi la nuova Ferrari 296 è stata sviluppata in collaborazione con Oreca. Questo ha portato tanti problemi all'inizio, soprattutto per mettere insieme il lavoro di Ferrari con quello di Oreca, però una volta che sono stati risolti i problemi di integrità e problemi strutturali, la 296 ha iniziato a vincere, tant'è che nell'arco di 2 stagioni ha totalizzato già 100 vittorie in giro per il mondo, quindi Oreca è un'eccellenza. E anche Toyota ad esempio ha collaborato con Oreca stessa, ed è la punta di diamante dell'endurance, e sappiamo quanto sia forte, insomma.
Si
Intanto
potrebbe
qui
così
Lucrezia
definire
Milanese,
Sì?
scusami Renato perché vorrei approfittarne, poi ti lascio la parola. È bello vedere Lucrezia Milanese, una ragazza velocissima che è stata accolta l'anno scorso da Sinframe Sports per correre nell'equipaggio Pink, dedicato alle quote femminili,
Le
in
Iron
lotta
Games
per la
del
prima
virtuale.
posizione. Esatto, in lotta per la prima posizione della GT3 AM, e attualmente si trova alle spalle di Tommy Tisdale, che è lì davanti con la Porsche dei Rookie Monsters. Io prima ho detto BMW ma ho sbagliato, e proprio la Porsche dei Rookie Monsters è a solo 1 secondo e 1 di distanza, quindi bravissima Lucrezia Milanese, e saluto anche Ilaria Fin.
Ottimo, tra l'altro anche Ilaria Fin è ben nota al mondo sim racing. Io mi ricordo quando fece il suo debutto qualche anno fa, sempre se ricordo bene qui con i campionati di quello che erano stati i primi campionati l'Endurance Series è proprio su e-Racing Series, quindi è sempre un piacere vederle competere anche a livelli così alti. Non è una cosa così scontata, non perché manchi velocità, ma perché manca, tra virgolette, quella quota che ci piacerebbe vedere più numerosa in queste gare, che è un po' a dominazione dei
Mascolina.
maschili, esatto, mascolina, e invece fa piacere vedere che comunque vengono affascinati un po' tutti da questo mondo, che non è così, non è una cosa così scontata, Matteo, e soprattutto è bello vedere che se le possono dare di santa ragione. Tra l'altro io stavo guardando, anche se in maniera non così continuativa, i progressi anche delle ragazze dell'Iron Games, soprattutto con l'ultima gara, se non sbaglio, alle Man, hanno fatto davvero qualcosa di incredibile, se ricordo bene.
Beh, allora, le Iron Dames sono l'eccellenza. A parer mio, bandiera gialla in tutto ciò nel primo settore, attendiamo sempre con molta attenzione
E
di
qua
vedere
siamo
cosa
sul raccordo
succede.
anulare, guarda quante vetture.
Guarda come passa la BMW in accelerazione dai 190 all'ora in su. Per le LMH entra l'ibrido, le LMDH invece hanno un ibrido che funziona quasi sempre, anche se meno potente, però si nota comunque la differenza ovviamente con le GT3. Dicevo, le Iron Dame sono sicuramente la punta di diamante del progetto di inclusione delle ragazze nel motorsport, che è prevalentemente sempre stato storicamente un universo maschile, no? È inutile negarlo. Però con i successi delle Iron Dames, i podi, le vittorie conquistate, ma non solo, io direi anche la concretezza del concetto di Iron Dames, che poi è una branchia di Iron Lynx che a sua volta fa parte di Prema. Ecco che secondo me molte ragazze anche al lato virtuale sono state trascinate e coinvolte. Poi alla fine lavora e vive nel mondo dei motori, non solo nelle competizioni ma proprio in generale
La
nel mondo
detailer,
delle...
se ricordo bene.
Esatto. Però ad esempio
Con i
Lucrezia
suoi lavori
Milanese...
fa di quelle cose allucinanti. Comunque, guardate, se avete possibilità, seguite la sua pagina sui social.
Esatto, perché non è solo motorsport, ma in generale automotive, lo chiamerei così. Lucrezia Milanese l'ho incontrata, se non sbaglio, a Monza in occasione della 6 ore del WEC dell'anno scorso, del 2023. Appunto me l'ha presentata Federico Soave, che con Sinfream ha deciso di avallare questo progetto, di aprire quest'idea di includere le ragazze anche nel mondo del sim racing e portarle in un contesto super competitivo come quello dell'eSport Endurance Series. E penso che le Iron Dames abbiano dato un bel contributo, perché vedere Sara Bovi, Michelle Gatting, Rael Frey, Celia Martin, intanto qui Riccardo Fava sta cercando di recuperare il tempo perso con il contatto,
Con
a
la
causa del
frusta
contatto prima
praticamente
con la
si sta
Ferrari.
battendo spazio.
Esatto, ci sarà anche Celia Martin che correrà con le Iron Dames, è un bel prospetto, credo che in prospettiva possa essere sicuramente una pilota interessante, ed ecco che infatti secondo me può essere di grande stimolo un progetto come quello delle Dame de Ferro, come vengono chiamate dagli appassionati
Di
nel
carbonio,
paddock.
visto che siamo in questo ambiente, dammi del carbonio, no? Un po' più
No, però...
resistente, più leggero. O titanio,
Giustamente.
facciamo titanio, carbo
Sì, facciamo titanio,
titanio.
sì.
Dai,
No,
titanio,
però
titanio.
a conferma di quello che hai detto tu, Renato, poi hanno vinto nella Silver del 24 ore di Spa 2 anni fa o nel 2023, non ricordo benissimo in questo momento. Nel WEC hanno vinto la 8 ore del Bahrain 2023. Con Lamborghini non è andata benissimo, però con Porsche ad esempio hanno fatto faville. Sono state bravissime anche nella European Le Mans Series. Il loro successo è arrivato dopo qualche problema tecnico, dopo delle difficoltà varie, però vittoria che è arrivata, e hanno dimostrato di esserci sempre. E mi ricordo nel Mondiale Endurance 2023 più e più volte sono diventate le prime avversarie del trio Ben Keating, Nicky Katzburg e Nico Varrone, che poi con Corvette ha conquistato il titolo. Sfidi Corvette, sfidi Pratt Miller, che è un'istituzione nel Mondiale Endurance, e a volte riesce anche ad arrivare davanti, poi imprevisti ti portano dietro, ma rimani in lotta. Sicuramente di grande onore. Nel frattempo io ritornerei a parlare di quel che accade in pista, Renato, poi ritorniamo magari sull'Iron Dames, perché guarda Riccardo Fava, sono in 4 con la BMW della Sweet Force che va a contatto. Attenzione, perché in pieno rettilineo la velocità sfiora i 300 km/h, sono tutte all'interno della Porsche che lascia spazio, dovrebbe essere proprio la Porsche del team Sinframe. Attenzione all'interno, attenzione Rookie Monster, scusate, mi devo correggere, vediamo se le posizioni cambiano in questo frangente con le due LMP2 che si sfidano. Dietro c'è ancora la BMW LMDH Hypercar che non è ancora passata.
Non è riuscita
Che
a passare,
spettacolo,
incredibile, ma è quasi un giro che è dietro a queste vetture qua, quindi a conferma un po' di quello che stavi dicendo tu, la velocità di questi prototipi, di queste LMP2 è impressionante. Matteo, guarda quanta fatica sta facendo la BMW in questo momento a cercare di farsi strada, ma non solo in percorrenza, ma anche in uscita di curva e punti anche veloci, non riesce a dare quel guizzo in più. Mi verrebbe da dire che come stavi parlando tu poco fa, Oreca potrebbe essere un po' definita la Dallara della Formula Indy, nel senso che hanno fatto un lavoro strepitoso a guardare i risultati in pista.
Ah certo, assolutamente, non possiamo che confermare questo. Poi Dallara ha dato anche la base alla Cadillac con cui ha collaborato anche
il drago, come lo chiamo
nell'epoca
io,
della DPI, che adesso poi il formato LMDH è il regolamento DPI con l'aggiunta dell'ibrido, quindi hanno preso, grazie alla convergenza con IMSA, quel concetto. Dallara è rimasta con Cadillac e in più ha lavorato con la BMW Hybrid V8, con BMW Motorsport per fornire il telaio, e nel WEC sono già arrivati i primi grandi risultati nella seconda stagione di gare di questa macchina, la prima nel WEC. E stavo notando questa battaglia molto interessante e giustamente la regia di Mariano Calò è rimasta su questo confronto. Siamo a cavallo tra la prima e la seconda ora di gara, è iniziata adesso la seconda parte della 6 ore di Istanbul. È una battaglia molto interessante che però ritrae in battaglia due categorie diverse: la LMP2 Pro AM, che ha in Cristian Pasquale con Blue Bolt il secondo posto di categoria, però è in mezzo ai pro, è in mezzo agli equipaggi pro, e dietro si sta tenendo Riccardo De Marchi che corre con Carloni Racing Black e Riccardo Fava che invece è un altro Pro M con un secondo e uno di distacco. Quindi ecco qui che, nonostante la differenza di categorie, quando ci sono piloti bene o male sullo stesso passo e su strategie simili, ecco che c'è la possibilità anche per i Pro M di dare fastidio a chi gareggia nella Pro. Qui invece
sono
con le immagini stiamo di nuovo su Mark Wade.
Sono il bio più umano di queste categorie,
Esatto.
direi, Matteo.
Esatto.
Allora, noi intanto siamo pronti a dare il cambio ai nostri colleghi, Matteo, con le ombre che iniziano ad allungarsi sul circuito qui di Istanbul. Penso una delle ultime considerazioni che possiamo fare. Attenzione alle temperature che con l'arrivo del buio potrebbero abbassarsi e dare qualche problema forse anche per quanto riguarda la gestione gomme.
Sì, sicuramente penso che tutti vadano a provare il doppio stint nelle varie categorie per quanto concerne l'alternanza dei pneumatici. Fa già freddo così, io non oso immaginare di notte quanto possa essere complicato, però potrebbe essere un esame interessante per capire queste macchine, soprattutto per i team che sono alle prime esperienze, i piloti alle prime esperienze in vista della 12 ore di Daytona, della 24 ore di Le Mans, insomma quelle gare che avranno una buona parte in notturna. Daytona me la immagino davvero molto molto difficile, sebbene sia una 12 ore e non una 24. Sì, la prima ora è andata. E tra poco faremo un altro collegamento con Engine Radio, quindi ci sarà una piccola parentesi prima di lasciare lo spazio al commento di Edward Hunter. Saluto Edward e Ivan O'Leary che sono già in cabina, vi accompagneranno loro nella parte centrale della gara, poi ritornerò io per la chiusura per accompagnarvi sfortunatamente per voi fino alla bandiera a scacchi, e cercheremo di capire un po' come si andrà ad archiviare questo terzo round stagionale della eSport Endurance Series che ci tiene sempre compagnia con tanto spettacolo. Mark Waite è in lotta con Black Oak Racing, la Oreca che credo abbia portato a termine i sorpassi più spettacolari in Enato dall'inizio della gara, e Mark Waite ha ormai raggiunto Lorenzo De Sciutis. Lotta per il podio della classe LMP2 Pro, ancora Mark Waite che in forma smagliante oggi all'esterno, tuttavia trova la BMW in mezzo alla traiettoria, deve decelerare e il tutto si sposta nel rettilineo che piega verso destra con pressione. Poi si sale, staccata di curva 12, il teatro forse del sorpasso di Mark Waite che prende l'esterno con De Sciutis che invece diligentemente e con sapienza protegge l'interno. Vediamo se tira la staccata De Sciutis, ce la fa, perde però il posteriore, l'incrocio di traiettoria gentilmente offerto da Mark Waite, ma non ci sta De Sciutis, vanno quasi ai box. De Sciutis porta quasi ai box Mark Veit, che però chiude la manovra e sbriga la pratica all'ultima curva. C'è però ancora un'altra occasione, c'è ancora spazio per Lorenzo De Sciutis e per il team Shiba. Vediamo se in curva 1 si ripresenta all'interno. No, Mark Veit ha ufficialmente conquistato il podio della classe LMP2 Pro.
Assolutamente spettacolare il sorpasso del pilota della Black Hawk Racing, che ha fatto della costanza e dell'aggressività quella buona, quella bella, quella rugbistica, il suo mantra, ed è riuscito a completare un sorpasso davvero incredibile. Si è difeso come un leone Ricciutis, ma nulla gli ci vuole forse quel vizio in più, ma Veit secondo me ha fatto un capolavoro. E attenzione, perché De Sciutis si gira.
No, coinvolge, va a coinvolgere la BMW di Sweet Force, che incolpevole si è trovata la LMP2 proprio nel mezzo. Credo che sia stato proprio De Sciutis a girarsi dietro a Mark Veit. Ora è passato Andrzejewski con l'Hyperion. Aspettiamo il replay, eravamo pronti per il collegamento.
Secondo me l'ha persa in uscita di curva.
Credo che sia finita, perché peraltro ha perso una ruota, e quando perdi una ruota su rFactor è tosta recuperare. Vediamo qui il replay, Renato, descriviamo la dinamica di questo pesante incidente. Qui siamo ancora in curva 1, aspettiamo che le immagini
non so se l'ha persa
via.
in percorrenza, cioè però è stato proprio un sovrasterzo il suo. Non vorrei che avesse scaldato troppo le gomme. Mi è sembrato di vedere un movimento anomalo sì. Qua mi è sembrato di vedere un movimento anomalo della macchina. Vediamo un attimo. Vedi che già qua l'aveva un po' persa.
Vediamo in uscita. All'interno.
No, sì, vedi?
Ah, ecco, perché giustamente Veit stava provando a passare la Porsche. De Sciutis aveva tanto angolo volante e sicuramente tanto gas applicato. Credo un minimo contatto. Forse servirebbe un'altra inquadratura per capire la dinamica dell'incidente, se si è girato da solo, se appunto c'è stato un aggancio. Comunque per De Sciutis c'è veramente poco da fare. Eccolo qui, grazie sempre a Mariano Calò che ci assiste.
Vediamo se magari ho visto male io, però già mi sembrava ancora prima del contatto che De Sciutis avesse avuto qualche leggero problema di sovrasterzo, seppur minimo. Secondo me è stato troppo aggressivo sul cordolo, e la toccata con Veit forse gli ha dato la mazzata finale. Guarda qui, vedi che qua c'è stato questo piccolo movimento della vettura, vedi, è stato proprio minimo il contatto.
È nato tutto dal contatto leggero, ma dalle conseguenze disastrose. Poi il cartello P0 della Pirelli va via, anche quello dei metri prima della frenata, preso appunto dalla BMW di Sweet Force, che è rientrata in box. C'era al volante Thomas Grobelny, sì, però queste sono appunto le gare, i rischi dell'endurance multiclass proprio nella fase di doppiaggio.
Quando confermiamo il ritiro di De Sciutis, mi sembra un DNF.
Penso sì, ritiro per il team Shiba, ed è una bella ammazzata a livello di classifica, perché nella LMP2 Pro Shiba aveva bisogno di punti, bisogno di risultati, considerando appunto la situazione in campionato. Non c'è nulla da fare, erano arrivati a Istanbul con 42 punti meno 13 dall'Hyperion numero 44, e invece rischiano di lasciare la Turchia, l'appuntamento turco, con 1-0, anzi credo che il ritiro ormai sia già stato comunicato. Davvero poco da fare.
Qui è tutta sfortuna, secondo me. Sì, c'è stato quel piccolo contatto, ma c'è stata tanta sfortuna
sì. Più che altro perché a conti fatti è stato un contatto leggero, però sai, De Sciutis era già all'interno, aveva angolo volante, un bel po' di gas, e quell'effetto calamita che poi ha portato le due auto al contatto, e ad avere la peggio è stato proprio lo stesso Lorenzo De Sciutis. Io ringrazio comunque, a nome anche, immagino, di Ers e della eSport Endurance Series, a tutti coloro che stanno interagendo nella chat e che appunto si congratulano con queste gare, con queste dinamiche di gare. Chris, Coffilino, Paolo Pennipede, ciao Paolo, Garden, Edward Hunter che scrive, tra poco ci sarà lui al commento in inglese, Ilaria Fenn, Christian Malghera, GR Sport Racing che si unisce anche alla chat. Insomma, non abbiamo approfittato di questi momenti, di questa prima ora di gara, per salutare tutti quanti, però tra chi ci sta seguendo, tra chi invece segue la gara e al contempo scrive in chat, è sicuramente un contributo che noi apprezziamo e che porta ovviamente gioia a Mariano e a tutto lo staff di racingseries.com.
Che bella questa
E
immagine, guarda che bella l'immagine di questo sole che tramonta, Matteo.
sicuramente scenografica e romantica, è romantica. Io direi a questo punto di andare in onda su Engine Radio per l'ultimo collegamento, almeno per ora, prima di ritornare per la fase finale della gara. Quindi un saluto di nuovo a tutte le amiche e gli amici di Engine Radio. Siamo in diretta con la 6 ore di Istanbul, terzo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series di ERS, iRacingSeries.com, il portale di riferimento in Italia che va a simulare tutto l'universo Endurance. La 6 ore di Istanbul ha offerto tantissimi colpi di scena attualmente al comando, così come è successo nel primo recap, così come raccontato nel primo recap andato in onda su Engine Radio. Nello Pastorino con la Porsche del Simframe eSports, 22 secondi di vantaggio su Lazaros Filippakos, quindi grande costanza per i leader del campionato. Sander Callas sta cercando di recuperare con ground effect dalle 3 penalità, dai 3 drive-thru provenienti dalla 6 ore di Imola. In classe LMP2 Pro un dramma ha messo fuori dalla contesa, ha messo KO Lorenzo De Sciutis e il team Shiba, incidente nato per un piccolo contatto con Mark Veit con Blake Hawk, e De Sciutis è stato colpito in pieno dalla BMW LMDH di Sweet Force che si è dovuto ritirare, quindi sicuramente un duro colpo per Shiba a livello di classifica. Nella stessa categoria comanda Roland Suk con Go Team, che ha avuto la meglio per ora su Thomas Vac, ma le due auto sono separate da 3 secondi e 4. In LMP2 Pro M sempre Chicco Galbiati, che sta regolando la concorrenza, si è imposto e ha un bel vantaggio pari a una ventina di secondi su Christian Pasquale di Blue Bolt. Terza posizione per Riccardo Fava con Arms Sirba, mentre passando alla GT3 Pro, sono divise in 2 categorie, Eros Masciulli, Pescara SRT davanti a Sirba con Salvatore Zitiello in seconda posizione. Si è fermato da poco Riccardo Corazzari tra parentesi, quindi pit stop avvenuto qualche secondo fa per l'Aston Martin di Corazzari. Terza posizione di classe GT3 Pro per Andrea Gandossi, che è entrato ai box. In realtà erano loro i leader fino a poco tempo fa con la vettura numero 69 del team Tomelli RT. In GT3M Virtual Drivers Alliance precede i Rookie Monsters, che hanno la 62 e la 63, le due Porsche rispettivamente al secondo e terzo posto. Tuttavia le soste sono in corso. Vi invitiamo a seguire la gara in diretta su Pit Lane TV, canale YouTube. Io vorrei ringraziare tutto lo staff di Engine Radio, che anche con Virtual Paddock, trasmissione radiofonica incentrata sul sim racing e sugli sport, hanno dato modo al mondo virtuale di essere raccontato da me, da Federico Soave, da tutti gli ospiti. Quindi un ringraziamento a tutto lo staff, a Nicola Villani e a tutto il gruppo di lavoro che c'è dietro. E vorrei ringraziare anche Renato Vigliotti, perché la nostra fase di commento termina qui. Siccome la eSport Endurance Series è un campionato internazionale, c'è modo anche di ascoltare i commentatori che in inglese andranno a seguire la parte centrale della corsa. Un saluto anche a Renato Vigliotti, quindi grazie mille Renato. Se vuoi dare anche tu se vuoi dire anche tu qualche parolina per Engine Radio, le amiche e gli amici di Engine Radio.
Sì, ovviamente saluto gli amici di Engine Radio, stavolta l'ho detto giusto, e ovviamente ringrazio anche per essere qui, a seguirci, a portare sostanzialmente il tifo per quello che sta succedendo in pista, e un complimenti anche da parte mia, penso anche un po' da parte di tutti, Matteo, per il lavorone che state facendo sia per il mondo virtuale che non. Vi invito a chiunque volesse seguire sia Matteo Pitazzo sui suoi social, che ricordiamo è presentissimo in tanti format, non solo quello di Engine Radio, proprio per quanto riguarda sia motorsport reale che virtuale, quindi davvero sempre un piacere. Spero che nascano più commentatori del tuo livello, Matteo, perché ne abbiamo veramente tanto bisogno. E porta Villani ogni tanto qui.
Proveremo a portare Nicola.
È un'istituzione anche per quanto riguarda il mondo del sim racing.
Sappiamo che Nicola è la più grande ispirazione per tutti i commentatori e i giornalisti.
Lui riesce,
che seguono il motorsport, si chiama The Voice per appunto, no?
Ultima chiosa per lui, però riesce a rendere interessante una 24 ore di Le Mans. Non che non sia bella, ma per chi segue questo sport qua sa che non è sempre emozionante vedere una gara del genere. Non ci sono i colpi di scena che ci sono in Formula 1, eppure ascoltare le live, guardare magari quando commenta lui è sempre un piacere.
Più che altro, sai, è la capacità di tenere incollata allo schermo durante un arco di tempo così disteso, e farlo anche quando, ad esempio, Toyota dominava le gare non era facile, oltre a tutto il team che segue e che commenta con Nicola Villani, perché sempre molto nutrito, però Nicola è al centro del progetto Engine Radio e quindi ci sta assolutamente salutarlo e mandare un abbraccio e grazie per questa possibilità. Io direi di chiudere questo secondo collegamento, ci ritroveremo per poi altri 2 appuntamenti su Engine Radio con la 6 ore di Istanbul. Per ora un saluto da Matteo Pittaccio e da Renato Vigliotti, seguite su Pitlane TV la 6 ore di Istanbul. E ritorniamo dunque a commentare questa gara in diretta. Prima di passare appunto la palla a Edward Hunter e a Ewan O'Leary, non so se sono presenti, sono già pronti i commentatori che appunto in inglese andranno a seguire la parte centrale della gara. Aspetto sempre un segnale da parte di Mariano Calò. Io Renato ti vorrei ringraziare perché questa prima ora e 15 è stata sicuramente molto molto avvincente. È sempre bello commentare con te, scherzare, dai, anche non solo prendere le cose troppo sul serio. Quindi grazie mille Renato, spero di ritrovarti poi per i prossimi appuntamenti.
Assolutamente sì, ho dato parola, spero di mantenerlo ovviamente. I miei impegni mi stanno permettendo di essere un po' più presente, quindi spero veramente di riuscire ad esserci fino alla 24 ore di Le Mans. Chiedo scusa, guarda, io devo chiedere scusa a te in primis e a Mariano che siete i punti di riferimento in questo momento. So di aver perso tanto smalto, di aver perso tanto per quanto riguarda questo mondo, quindi anche il fatto di poter essere qua, mi sento quasi un ospite più che un commentatore, perché arrivare ai vostri livelli, ai tuoi livelli Matteo, è sempre un traguardo che mi piacerebbe riuscire a raggiungere, quindi grazie anche per aver sopportato le mie chiacchiere, a volte anche senza senso, e direi ovviamente vi lasciamo nelle sapienti mani appunto dei nostri amici inglesi che proseguiranno con questa live. E ovviamente io ringrazio te Matteo per quanto riguarda appunto questa piacevolissima ora e mezza, e vi lasciamo con un Nello Pastorino in mega fuga lì davanti.
Esattamente, quindi ancora una volta un saluto solo per ora da Matteo Pittaccio, da Renato Vigliotti. Vi lasciamo ai nostri colleghi Edward Hunter e Ewan O'Leary, che insieme alla regia gestita da Mariano Calò vi terranno sicuramente impegnati con tanto spettacolo per la fase centrale della gara. Io tornerò, così come il commento italiano, per l'ultima ora e qualcosa per commentare il finale di gara della 6 ore di Istanbul. Un saluto per ora e buon proseguimento su Pitlane TV.
Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom over. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand.
Hello and welcome back to Istanbul for round 3 of season 7 of the eSports Endurance Series here. The 6 hours of Istanbul Park, the last race of 2024, but we still got another half of the season to go after this in the first half of 2025. My name is not Matteo Potasio, who's just very kindly handed over to me at the third time of asking. My name is Edward Hunter, and alongside me is the wonderful Ewan O'Leary to take you through the middle 4 hours, or maybe 3 hours 45 minutes or so, given how late we got given the commentary handover there. But already in our 5 classes, Hypercar, LMP2 Pro, LMP2 Pro-Am, GT3 Pro and GT3 Am, we've seen plenty of action as we see the 2 Hypercar leaders. That's Nello Pastorino, who just produced that ad you may have watched just there, and Lazaros Filipakos for Team Iris, both coming into the pits for their second phase of pit stops. Sander Callas actually took the lead off of Nello Pastorino at the start. After Simfroom started on pole, the Ground Effect team got through into the lead, but then had to serve 3 drive-through penalties, I think all stemming from the last round in Imola and incidents there. So Sander Callas has sort of ended up about 40 seconds behind as we see things starting to get a little bit hectic here for the lead battle in GT3 Pro. This is Alessandro Riccardiel catching Andrea Gandosi in the Tamelli ERT. So Riccardiel and the Simfroom Junior team had a great start, but have since been leapfrogged by Tamelli ERT, of course, and are now trying to get back on song with them. Elsewhere, we're LMP2 Pro. Roland Zux took the lead away from Thomas Vack in a brilliant maneuver through turn 8, using some of the back markers to get through, and that's how Go Team are leading that category by 1.3 seconds, still a slender margin. Kiko Galbiati for Simfroom Esports 47. They've been a very strong performance here, somewhat unexpectedly, it must be said. They're third in the championship, of course, but they are leading here today by quite some margin over Christian Pascal and HG Esports Blue Bot number 91. And GT3 Pro already talked about. The only other class to mention is GT3 Am, where Tommy Teasdale is leading Ilaria Finn. So rookie monsters again looking strong in GT3 Am. Robin Mudding led the first stint, got a little bit delayed in the first pit stops, and since come back up to third position and is about 35 seconds behind that lead fight between those two. So as the dueling continues, Ewan, let's bring you into the commentary box then. Dust starting to fall over Istanbul Park, and this is where it's going to get really, really tricky, and the racing is going to get even more intense than it has been already.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me again. It is the traditional way of going around here, Istanbul Park. We're going to be in the darkness now for the remainder, pretty much. I don't know. I guess that you would call this past sunset now, really. I know it's not pitch black just yet, but
it's not getting any brighter than this. No.
Well, exactly. Yeah. This is the brightest it's going to be for the rest of the race, anyway. So, yeah, it is going to be tricky in that respect, but obviously it won't be a surprise to these drivers, and I'm sure that many will have raced in the dark round here before, so it's as I say, not going to be too much of a surprise, even if it is a little bit tricky in these conditions. It's not really like Daytona with the floodlights everywhere. It's very different indeed to that in terms of light. So yeah, we'll see how we get on, but this will certainly help the tyres just a little bit as the temperatures start to cool down a bit.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams, I've seen them, they have indeed practiced in night conditions, because they know that's going to be the stint of this race that's the majority of it, and it's what's going to make or break in terms of their pace during the night, essentially, whether they can make up time that they need to in certain stints. As we see, that looks like a Riccardiel being a little bit held up by the Sweet Force BMW hypercar just going through in there. I think it's the Naha Racing Italia, which you can recognize by its bright green and blue livery there, just splitting the two once again. But yeah, the Aston Martin looking surprisingly, I say surprisingly strong. It's not always been the car of choice, but Simfroom, of course, have somehow been able to get some decent results out of it in the GT3 classes, of course. Although, admittedly, Simfroom Esports Pink is down in 7th in GT3 Am, and GT3 Pro, I think the junior team is in 8th. So they had a good first round of the season in Bahrain, but Imola didn't quite go as well for either of those two squads. Although Simfroom Esports Pink got a few more points in Imola than they did in Bahrain. So there's a little bit of a moot point there. But yeah, anyway, the junior team are definitely looking stronger than they have in a while.
Yeah, and they're well above where they are in the drivers' standings, or the team standing, I should say. They're 8th place after the opening 2 races. Had a decent run out, actually, at Bahrain, the opening round, but the last round not quite as good, I'm afraid, for them. They're down in 8th in the standings as a result. But it isn't just them. You've got lots of Aston Martins up towards the front if you look across both GT3 classes, with Simframe eSports Pink, as you say, in 3rd place in GT3 AM as well. Arm Cyber in the top 5 of GT3 Pro, so it's looking like a decent manufacturer to have around here, and it is somewhat of a surprise. We don't see that too often, really, from the Aston Martin. It's not really often taken up, but it's the great thing about this series, that so many different manufacturers are in play here. We've got 4 different in the top 4 of GT3 Pro, and 4 in the top 5 of GT3 AM, different manufacturers all involved. So it's great to see such variety in both of the classes, and they're all competitive as well, which is the great thing.
Yeah, here we see Luca Martino in the arms Sabra number 41 you just mentioned, Ewan, fighting with Nicola Pastore at the Team Sheba number 13, of course, that threatened to win both of our first opening 2 rounds in Bahrain and at Imola before some bad luck got in the way, of course. Especially in Bahrain, they looked very, very good to win that one until the final 20 minutes or so, and there was some contact that scuppered their chances there and had meant they had to be content with runners-up. But of course, with 2 second places, they are the runners-up in the championship as well at the moment, just behind the Virtual Drivers Alliance, who of course won that opener in Bahrain, only by 2 points, of course. So really, it's that makes this battle against Arm Sibra really, really crucial, because 10 seconds down the road is that VDA, Virtual Drivers Alliance car as well, chasing them down. So it's really, really crucial for Team Sheba and Nicky Pastor to just hold their nerve at this phase of the race, as we cut back to the Riccardiel Gandosi battle, as the Timeli ERT just holding on by the skin of its teeth is the BMW. But look at the hypercars just threading their way through there. It's like a mobile chicane, these two are sort of forming, and in fact they're starting to overlap each other as well, as there goes the Hyperion. That's the race leader, the class leader I should say, in LMP2 Pro, given that the previous class leader, Roland Zux, has pit in his Go Team number 7 car. So it'll be interesting to see where they all filter out. We didn't take too much of a spotlight on it, but Sander Callas also got through into second after the pit stops of Pastorino and Filipakos. I think Team Aris may have done added more fuel and tyres at their pit stop, essentially, and that might be why Callas was able to sort of essentially leapfrog them slightly there, despite the fact that Filipakos up until that point was about 8 seconds behind, as we see all the Timeli ERT really starting to lag across the track there. As you see the moon in the background too, so that shows you just how late it's getting. You can really see it lighting up the sky, but yeah, I don't think Gandosi was genuinely that sideways through turn 1. I think that was the issue on our end, as he clobbers the curves through 4 and 5. And he's just looking that little bit unstable compared to Riccardiel at the moment.
I mean, maybe, but equally, he was very sideways in towards turn 9 last lap, and I don't think that was any connection fault. So I think it could well be a very loose BMW we've got up ahead of us at the moment. We ride on board with the Aston Martin in second position. Andrea Gandosi just struggling a little bit maybe with those rear tyres. Maybe it is the way that the insert is working, because it is sitting a little bit weirdly in the rear there, even around the very long left hand of turn 8. And now it down towards turn number 9, where he did have that slide last time out. It hits the apex a lot better this time. I think he was maybe spooked a little bit by the LMP2 that was coming through at the time, but it's something you always have to deal with in these races. We're caught all the way through now, and so the traffic is all spread all across the circuit, and even into that corner there, they flat out turn 11. It is a thing to think about here, traffic, because these GT3s are not as comfortable going flat out through turn 11 as these prototypes are, as we just saw.
Yeah, and Riccardiel, for good measure, also went a little bit deep into 9, as through 12, 13, the final couple of corners, Gandosi again just trying to get on the power as early as possible, and the rear's starting to complain ever so slightly to see the HE Sports Blue Bolt pit from 4th. That's Christian Pascal in LMP2 Pro Am, of course, in the number 91, of course. So, of course, they are just outside that sort of fight with the podium against the second of the two. No, it's the third Hyperion, of course, driven by Karol Wozniak. So Hyperion have entered 2 LMP2 Pros and a Pro Am as well for this race as well, which is great to see the Polish team expand their ranks. It's a little bit like Simframe with their junior team and the pink team all training up to be hypercar drivers one day. As again, Gandosi, you can just tell he's doing his turn in very late compared to Ricardiel through the sort of slow bit just at the end of the first sector, essentially through 3, 4, 5, and 6, essentially.
Yeah, it's looking looking good. Yeah, to your point about Simframe, it's great that they're sort of all over the place here in terms of developing drivers. Maybe they are going to develop into hypercar drivers. Maybe they're going to stick down in GT3 or something and become really good GT drivers. It's entirely possible as well, really, because normally we do associate Simframe with prototype driving, but maybe they'll expand their ranks a little bit and start to take some wins in GT3 in some series as well. But we'll wait and see on that. The gap has gone out to a second here, though, with the car we're currently on board with, the Simframe eSports Junior team, and that is going the wrong way as far as the driver we're on board with is concerned. Got a big gap behind them, though, 25 seconds back to the first of the Porsches in GT3, and that will be a relief because of the time lost there. The next battle on the circuit is this one between Team Shiba and Arn Cybra. Another team actually I associate a little bit more with prototype driving, but Luca Martino in the GT3 here looking for 4th place.
Indeed. But of course, in different series, the situation tends to be varied depending on who you got available for the season, essentially, and what they prefer to drive tends to be the two factors there. But yes, Arm Supra have certainly dipped their toes in both sides of the GT3 and prototype pool, to use a very tortured metaphor, but and belaboured one as well. But yeah, with Luca Martino certainly has experience in both, and I think he certainly feels a little bit more at home in that Aston Martin. It's the same car he drove the previous season too. And Nicky Pastor, who of course Team Shiba were the winners in GT3 AM last season against Carloni Racing. Despite a very, very late attack, Carloni Racing got very, very close to Team Shiba, and I think it was Shiba's 3rd or 4th driver that really had to, that wasn't their quickest, by the way, that had to sort of just hold on near the end as Carloni Racing just sort of tired themselves out, essentially pushing that a bit too hard and spun on the final lap when they got within about 2 seconds of them. So it was a very exciting finish. But yes, Team Shiba I've got a little bit of they're giving themselves a lot of work to do if they want to repeat that, because Tamelli ERT and Simframe junior team have just been absolutely dominating the pro class to the point that there's a 27-second gap now between Artis Secula in the GR Simfrust ERT, which, let's not forget, is also in that championship hunt in the pro class, if I'm not mistaken, because they are, I think it's a Pescara SRT, sorry, that's 3rd and only about 4 points behind Team Shiba, who are 2 points behind the leaders. So yeah, it is very, very. I think Pescara in this race. I don't think they are. That's why it might be. No, they are. Eros Meschili down in 36th position. He's about a lap down on the rest of the GT3 Pro field.
Yeah, I think one of the yellow flags that came out just as we were coming to air here was for them, actually. One of the Pescara cars. I didn't get round to the incident that time around, but anyway. They are in the race for sure. We're on board with one of the hypercars at the moment, by the way. I think this is the Sweet Force car we're on board with. Yeah, and just trying to make their way through on LMP2 traffic. Something I mention all the time, but people seem to struggle getting their head around it, even after a few years. The hypercars are not that much quicker than the LMP2s, and it sounds odd, but we all think of the LMP1 days. It seems that a lot of people's brains, anyway, are very calibrated to the LMP1 as...
into the wall!
Oh, what's going on here? Thomas Grobely has just gone straight on down there, down the hill at turn 5. I know it's a difficult braking zone, but he's just gone straight on.
Yeah, and you saw he had another moment, and I was just about to mention that this is exactly where there was the incident between Mark Viet and Lorenzo De Cutis for the Team Shiba 320, where De Cutis was spun around, sort of reversed across the track into the Sweet Force car that was driven by Thomas Grobelny. And to me, it looked like Grobelny went straight on into the wall, had some sort of issue. Seemed to think that he'd fixed it with the steering, Is that Grabelli's wheel I can see just in the distance there? I think the right rear may have been torn off
maybe, yeah.
in the impact there because he seemed to try and rejoin the track, and he just there was a bit of the barrier that stuck out, and he just clipped that and got spun around again in the gravel. And I think that this time that might be terminal contact, sadly, for the Sweet Force BMW. So quite a scary moment to be on board for, because they weren't having a great race already up to that point, and this seems to be sort of the culmination of pain for this. Not a sweet day for Sweet Force, certainly a bitter day.
Very good. Yeah, it certainly looks like that might be the final nail in the coffin. We'll wait and see on that. I think you are right. There was their wheel, one of their rear wheels as well, parked in the next to the wall there. I mean, you might think they've still got one rear wheel that's being powered, so why can't they just drive away? It's a bit more difficult than that. We've already seen Lorenzo Sturtis not able to get away because of missing a rear wheel and having to return back to the pit lane, and the same has happened there for that Sweet Force hypercar. And it is a real shame for them. It looked like a very odd incident, I've got to be honest, from on board. It looked very weird. The car just doesn't look to be slowing down to me there. But anyway, they look to be possibly out the race now. And so that's one less hypercar that will be ripping around and passing these slower cars, this slower traffic, down to, I think 4 hypercars maybe, if they are indeed out the race.
Indeed, yeah. I think it's Pastorino, Callas, Filipakos, and Miriam, the Project 91. That's about 4 laps down. Look at this. That's Nicky Pastor, fighting to try and pass the 73 in desperation, knowing Luca Martino's coming for him, and that got very, very physical there. I don't think the 73 wanted to let them through.
No, and I can't really quite understand why, but anyway, they made hard work of it. They've done it now, and Pastore and Martino can continue on. I'm all for blue flags, not meaning jumping out the way.
Speed car. That's Krzysztof Majast. That's down in 42nd position as Martino gets another really, really good run, this time on Nicky Pastore. What can Pastore do now? He's surely going to be a sitting duck this time, almost into turn 12. There's no traffic coming through to save them. As I say that, here comes the Naha Racing Italia LMP2, and another LMP2 getting involved in this as well. He's trying to make a move on the Naha Racing car. That's the Sunset Motorsport car, isn't it? The number 28, I believe, just picking off the Naha Racing car, I think, as it tries to put it a lap down.
Slightly past their best now, aren't they, Sunset, now that it's night time. They've had it. Nice delivery though. I like it. Over the line for the two battling for 4th place. Martino not really able to get anywhere here, and it's been like this for a little while, by the way. I think ever since the first pit stops of the day, we've seen that. As in the background, the Mercedes they've battled so hard to get past has gone for a spin at turn 1.
Oh dear, that must be Majast in the Sweet Force. So that is a real shame, because it's Sweet Force already saw their hypercar that was running in obviously a distant but somewhat respectable 4th position, and you never know what could have happened up front. There might have been a chance for Sweet Force to sneak onto the podium. We've seen Boyd Transport that didn't quite have the pace of those top 3 hypercar teams, able to sneak 3rd and 2nd places. Sadly, the Boyd Transport hypercar team, they said they only had 1 driver that was available today, so they sort of had to withdraw the team essentially and put that driver elsewhere. So that's a big shame for Boyd Transport, because they are 2nd and technically the closest challengers to Sim 3 number 1, our reigning champions at the present moment, of course, although obviously Ground Effect have threatened to beat them a couple more times this season. Then I think Boyd Transport have always been they've never quite had the pace, not in qualifying or the race, to really challenge the Simfroom team. But anyway, Luca Martino, and somebody correctly pointed this out in the chat, by the way. They said, I think it was Francesco Junial, who's part of the Arms Super team. He says, we came 2nd last season in GD3 Pro. So definitely doesn't want that to be forgotten. Is that the Project 91 hypercar being tapped by Pastore there, as he's just going into the pits then. So that's Perseus Miram, who of course has inherited what is now last but also 4th position in the hypercar field for Project 91, just struggling to make his way to the pit lane and sort of under attack from a very, very feisty looking Nicky Pastore.
a couple of laps down on the podium places, unfortunately, for them at the moment. Yeah, maybe that was in response to me saying, oh, I'm Cyber, I don't often drive in GT. I'm just saying I haven't seen them personally. I'm not saying they haven't, but they're certainly looking all right here. Luca Martino, is he going to go for that dive at turn 4? No. He had to think about it, though. You could see him thinking about it. If you just run a little bit faster through turn 3, run yourself out wide on the exit, then you can jam yourself down the inside at turn 4, and it might just come off, but not on that occasion for Luca Martino. It is a bit of a risky move to be making anyway. It's a bit like, well, I don't know. There's plenty of corners around the world where those sort of opportunities open because you're taking the racing line, but it's also maybe not the best idea to kamikaze down the inside only an hour and 40 into this race when we've still got over 4 hours to go.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen a lot of drivers lose the race with that mentality. It doesn't often win them it, but nonetheless, I think whatever the case, whenever you're fighting against the Pastore brothers, Nicky and Giuseppe Pastore, you know you're in for a tough fight because they're both so experienced. And you can tell they absolutely adore these GT3 cars. Occasionally they've had goes in prototypes, but you can tell they always come back to the GT3s. And I think it's similar for Arm Sebra that they dip their toes in the water in the LMP1, as it was then called originally. That was the original top class instead of LMP2s. They've occasionally had their goes out as well. But yeah, you can tell the drivers in that 41 at least they have a preference for the Aston Martin and for the GT3 class as well. Though of course there is the Arm Sebra number 42 that is in the podium position at the present moment in Pro-Am. They're about 15 seconds behind Christian Pascal. There is Sander Callas, who's slowly but surely been reeling in Nello Pastorino over the course of this stint, although the previous lap Pastorino was about a tenth quicker. So certainly the two evenly matched, and that 35, it was, like I say, a 40-second gap, and Sander Callas, by taking a couple of risks, has reduced it to 35 seconds. Now he's taking another risk, trying to lap 2 cars in one there, and now he's coming up to the Tamelli ERT BMW, which is right on the apex, which is exactly where Callas wanted to be, as he arrests the slide and just about rescues that quite scary moment there.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a slide when you can tell from this onboard camera. Normally it's pretty difficult to tell, but actually you can tell it really was a pretty big slide, pretty big moment for Callas. I don't know if that gap's really getting much closer, to be honest, between first and second. I know probably generally over the first part of the race it has been, but in the last sort of half an hour or so, I'm not convinced that's really come down from 35 seconds or so. They've got a lot of work to do to get up to SimFrame eSports. They've got a nice margin, but a long time to hang on to it, of course, at the front of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can hang on SimFrame, but I'm not sure that gap is really any bigger than what it was at the start of this hour, for example.
Yeah, of course, those 3 drive-through penalties have sort of put ground effect on the back foot in this race so far, but certainly Sander Callas is yet to really concede defeat, and why should he with 4 hours still to go? The night is still young, as they say. But certainly you wouldn't think Nello Pastorino, having built up that gap, or had that gap handed to him rather, with the drive-through penalties for Callas, might not be pushing as hard as he otherwise would be. Although certainly, as I said, last lap 138.2 for Pastorino, 138.8 for Callas, having to deal with all that traffic then. So it's going to ebb and flow a bit depending on literally how much traffic is in front of them, as we see. That's the number 23. That's the Fuel Savers car driven by Samuel Kortov, not the Naha Racing Italia car, as I mistakenly called it. That's the 33. I think they're both green cars, but the Fuel Savers one is a brighter shade of blue. Just make its way past the GT3 Pro leaders, and Gandosi has another little moment. We saw him have to deal with he's flashing his lights actually at Samuel Kortov. He's really not happy with the way that he's been delayed there, because he knows it's not going to take much for the Aston Martin doesn't seem to have the raw straight line speed of the BMW, but it is really, really handy through some of these fast corners.
Yeah, it is. I'm not really sure Gandosi has much of a complaint to make there, personally. I don't really think the LMP2 did anything wrong by going down the inside there at turn 9. I understand you can be frustrated that you've been delayed, but I don't think the LMP2 has done anything wrong there, just trying to get on with their race. More flashing of the lights, that's probably more at the GT3, to be honest. to notify them that they're coming up here. These are the two leading GT3s in the race. He really doesn't want to get stuck behind another BMW, and look at that, in towards turn number 1. Braked quite late, but the lap car certainly didn't, and now he's flashing on the lights again. The LMP2 is too, trying to get himself through on the left-hand side, and now Andrea Gandolfi is going to be focused again on that BMW in front. Can't do it into turn 3. More flashing of the lights mid-corner, which is quite impressive. Oh, and it's almost defending in towards turn 4. He's really not going to be very pleased about this.
Yeah, I think that's the number 88, the Cassatria sim racing car. Now it finally goes off track there from the GT3 AM class. It's the car driven by Andre Setiarwin there, and he's letting the Team Iris hypercar through as well, which is surely going to, again, get involved with this battle. I'll just clear it up the inside very, very quickly. But yes, Gandolfi is just looking very, very cagey here, because he's got to sort of have eyes in the back of his head. Not just checking for where Ricciardiel is, as all caught off, goes well off track at turn 8 there.
It's quite an odd place. Oh no, that was sorry, that was further mid round the turn 8 than I initially thought. That's not an odd place to find yourself. You can just get very oversteery and go off there pretty easily. So yeah, fair enough. They'll be coming back through again on these two in a short while. But despite all that for Gandolfi, and it really wasn't very helpful for him in the first sector, he's actually got a decent margin now, so that gap stays the same, as does that one in for 4th place as well. These two GT3 battles have been going on for quite some time now, half an hour at least, and not lots changing in them. Gandolfi is hanging on here for the lead.
Yeah, Gandolfi a little bit wide on the exit of turn 12, like he just went a little bit deep there, and yeah, he's certainly driving on his rear view mirrors rather than pushing forward, but of course he is the class leader, so there isn't really anybody else to fight against, and they're still pulling a nearly 30-second gap to Artis Secula in the GR Simfrest number 8 car. So it's a very exclusive battle between these two, but between Alessandro Ricciardiel and Andrea Gandolfi. But yeah, Gandolfi, that straight line speed certainly helping him out in that BMW and keeping the other car at arm's length. Nicky Pastore, I don't think the McLaren is all that much faster in a straight line than the Aston Martin. I think a lot of this is just Nicky Pastore setting up his exits really, really well, and Luca Martino not quite able to get the opportunity he needs to sweep through yet.
Not yet. It's bizarre though, in such a long time there wouldn't have been that opportunity coming through, especially with lap traffic. I mean, in a single class race you could maybe expect that, especially in GT3 where the manufacturers are so well matched. These drivers are both at the top of their game, and they're pretty well matched as well. And maybe you could expect that, but to have multi-class traffic coming through on you for lap after lap and not a single opportunity presented because of it is bizarre. Now finally there has been for the lead, because it has changed hands, and Simframe eSports Junior team are now finally in front. I wonder if that lap to Aston Martin had something to do with it.
That was the Simframe eSports Pink team as well from the AM class. So the sister team seemed to at least be in the vicinity when this happened. So there's the Hyperion. That's a car that's 4th in the Pro class, isn't it? So that must be Matthias Dabrowski just making his way through, past both of our GT3 Pro class leaders and the Pink team. And oh, Gandolfi just got sideways through turn 6 then. The rear stepped out, and it was one mistake. That was all Ricciardiel needed to take the lead there going into turn 8.
So we've seen Gandolfi in our onboard cameras and whatever getting really, really big slides, and he's been catching them, but finally it's caught up with him, and he's gone for a big slide out of the slow, I think, well, one of the slowest anyway, corners on the circuit, turn 7, and he's just lost the lead because of it. It's not too far away though from Ricciardo, who is now leading. I'd imagine that battle will continue on as Luca Martino is continuing to not have success passing Nicola Pastore, and he will stay behind through the final corners. But yeah, a mistake from Gandolfi, finally not able to save one of those slides we've seen him have in the last half an hour.
Yeah, luckily, of course, as we said, there's that big 28-second gap behind them, so no threat from Artis Secula. But yeah, Gandolfi now, we'll hope that straight line speed will help, but he is sort of staying within 0.8 to half a second of Ricciardiel at the present moment. Yeah, Martino, he's looking at the back of Pastore. He's hoping Pastore will make a mistake, but it seems this other Aston Martin in the Pro class is not having quite the same fortune that the new class leader is, as a Simframe Junior team have retaken the lead. And now we look at Callas trying to lap some traffic as he's actually got the gap down to 30 seconds. So Pastorino's had some issues. Last lap 1:37.3, Callas 1:35.9. That was a really risky lap to try and just push and gain time on the class leader there. So Pastorino might be looking at the pace of Callas and feeling a little bit worried, especially because we're yet to see any driver changes from Simfream or Ground Effect, and we know Alpius has also been practicing a lot for this race as well for Ground Effect teams. So the rest of Simfream's lineup, they were a little bit worried in Imola. The rest of the lineup didn't quite have the pace of Callas and Alpius. So they think if they're thinking if Ground Effect had a clean race, the result could have been very, very different. So they know they can't rely on lightning to strike twice with the pace that they've got at their disposal. So Ground Effect could well, they're 27 seconds behind now, so they're continuing to gain time. So this is worrying times for Simfream now, because that lead's starting to evaporate before their eyes.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So we'll see what happens after the driver change. I think that's always a really important marker in one of these long races. You know, anything can happen with the opening drivers. Normally everyone puts in their best driver, of course, but it's what happens afterwards, I think, is far more important. And so we really are going to get a reading on that in a few moments' time, when surely they make their first driver changes of the day pretty shortly. I would say as well that finally that gap is coming down 30 seconds, so it's come down about 5 seconds in the last 10 minutes or so. So Sander Callas is starting to see things go his way a little bit, and that's a real positive for Ground Effect, who do need to make up some ground in the championship, I've got to say. You were mentioning it earlier on, but just to give some numbers on it, 20 points behind Simfream eSports after just 2 rounds, after a 5th place finish at Bahrain and a podium place finish, but 3rd place at Imola a month ago. So that's why they're 20 points behind, and that is actually quite a long way when you consider the amount of hype cars in each race and the point system. They've got some real ground to make up.
Yeah, of course, they were disconnected at Bahrain while running second, and then while leading by almost a whole lap in Imola, they had a huge crash with the Simfream LMP2 car. And then there was the other more memorable crash with Team Iris. After they fell a lap down, did their repairs, they had another crash when Team Iris spun in front of them, which was a little bit controversial. It needed some... I think Team Iris the team manager of Team Iris missed the race, so he didn't know how bad the crash was until I showed a clip of it, and then he immediately apologized, which was quite funny. But yeah, I think Ground Effect really appreciated that, because they felt Team Iris had basically that was like the nail in the coffin for their chances of winning in Imola, even though they, as I said earlier, they fell just a second short of their 2nd place. But look at this, Go Team just hitting the back of Thomas Vac, as Vac's getting really held up by the armed supercar and a load of traffic in front of them. And this is the opportunity then, side by side. Zoltan Valconi is going to try and go around the outside into turn 7. The Ground Effect car is in the middle of this as well, of Sander Callas, trying to clear all of these cars and around the outside. That was really well judged from Zoltan Valconi. So Go Team, they've changed drivers, and they're ahead as, oh, look at Vac trying desperately to go up the inside of the armed supercar into turn 8, and he is able to do so. That was incredibly brave, but he really did not want to lose any more time than he absolutely had to there, as Alessandro Pitiglio is forced wide out of the way.
That was a really quite astonishing passage of action there in towards turn 7 is where it all started. Well, I suppose even before that, Thomas Vac was trying to make his way through on one of the LMP2s. Then they went 3 wide. Good run from Varkey, but this is the most impressive bit just on the exit here. He runs around the outside because there's a bit of space to be had. That's how he gets the lead. But watch this, cutting in just inside the Aston Martin while not swiping across the armed cybercar and completely taking it out as well was very, very impressive from Zoltan Varkey. Fair play to him, thoroughly deserves the lead after that move there. And look at the gap he's able to put into Thomas Vac immediately as well. Great traffic management. That's how you gain places and win races.
Exactly, and you can maybe also tell that Thomas Vac, try as he might, has just not really had the pace. He's unlucky that he came upon the traffic first, arguably, but he's been consistently caught by Varconi for most of that stint as well. He was just, you can tell that putting a fresh driver in has really made the difference there for Go Team at this phase of the race, where Vac has clearly been in since the start, has been going for almost 2 hours now, and is clearly just running a little bit empty on fumes.
Yeah, certainly. On board, we've Luca Martino here with just over 4 hours to go. And darkness has certainly fallen, and it will be like this to the end of the race now, as here comes Sander Kallas out the pit lane with 4 hours 5 to go. A bit earlier than the other two by the looks of things. Lazarus Philippakos has got into second place now by about the gap that he had to second place earlier on, so gaining about a minute or so as Sander Kallas comes into pit lane. I don't think there was a driver change unless I missed it.
No, I think that was just fuel and tyres, but we do see some support from, I think, the Ground Effect Sim Racing team, which I believe is team principal Jose Ignacio, saying, "Come on, Sander, what a beast." So clearly, Ground Effect, their spirits are high, the pace is looking really good, and now they've made their pit stop, they just need to make sure. Surely Philippakos won't be able to stretch the tank too much longer, because despite they did the drive-through early on, so that might be why Kallas is sort of on average pitting a couple of laps earlier than Simfree number 1 and Team RS77. Certainly, they're definitely in the pit window of Philippakos, and if they keep this pace up, they're going to get worryingly close to the pit window of Pastorino as well, especially if Simfree decide to do the driver change first. But anyway, we go back to the Martino-Pastore battle, and Pastore looking a little bit more comfortable at this. I think he's sort of, not only does he know where his car is strong relative to Martino, but he sort of knows. Well, Martino's sort of been quite content, I think, to just tuck him behind and sort of follow him around, essentially. But I wonder maybe if he could get through, that the Aston might have better pace than the McLaren. So I think Martino is just sort of trying not to do anything too risky at this phase, which maybe, as you said earlier, Ewan, is quite sensible.
Yeah, I think so. With so long to go in the race, there isn't any point in doing anything too reckless, to be honest. So I think it is probably the best idea at the moment, just to be calm and stay where you are. It is quite astonishing, though, that in 45 minutes or so, nothing has really changed here between Pastore and Martino. They're still running around nose to tail as they were back then. So it's a little bit bizarre, really. As I mentioned earlier on, it's very rare that you see in a single-class race like this no opportunities, if you like, in such a long period of time with so many cars coming through. But anyway, Martino hasn't been able to find an opportunity just yet, and he's still sat there in that fifth place for now as we look at Perseus Miram. And this car, by the way, has been receiving a couple of penalties you may have noticed in the top left of your screen in the last hour or so. I believe having served them all now, but are 5 laps behind the 3 leaders on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's not been a spectacular debut for Project 91, a team that I believe is owned by young Englishman Louis Hesketh is the team owner there, who's obviously competes in iRacing as well as rFactor 2. But yeah, Perseus Miram, Canadian driver who you might recognise from GPVWC, where he competed in, I think, Formula Sprint 1 and sort of Super Lights as well. He was sort of I don't want to say back marker, but he was certainly deep in the midfield and occasionally would score some decent points as well. But it's good to see him on the grid and good to see a new team having a go, as we see, that's the Simfree and the race leader just lapping Nicky Pastore as well. And you really get the sense watching Luca Martino and Nicky Pastore, it's a case of who blinks first as Martino gets a little bit wide over the curb. You can tell he's slightly washing out. There's not so much dirty air in GT racing as there is in, say, single-seater open wheeler racing like in Formula 1 especially. You get a lot of aerodynamic washout when you get too close to the car in front. But you sense a little bit of that the closer Martino gets sometimes to the back of Pastore when he's not getting the slipstream through some of the slower corners as well. It's a little bit harder to follow.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's not too pronounced in GT3, but it is a little bit. And if there is ever a car that would be kicking up that kind of dirty air, it would be the McLaren. Looks very prototype-esque, I suppose. Very low to the ground, lots of aerodynamic pieces on it for a GT3, which traditionally don't have very much aerodynamic, or don't have very many aerodynamic aids in that sense, don't have much aerodynamic grip either. But this car, if ever there is one, is that little bit different as we're watching a pit stop here, by the way, for Lazaros Filiparkos by the looks of things. Looks like Nello Pastorino's been in as well. So this is the moment for Sander Callas. How close is he going to get to Simfrim all of a sudden? He does look a lot closer.
Yeah, last lap 1:38.3. And he's certainly been gaining time, but he's not going to be quite ahead of Pastorino here. He should easily get past Filiparkos, though, as they're both stationary in the pit lane. This could be Simfrim number 1 doing a driver change. Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Danilo Smariglio gets on board, and Sander Callas takes the lead.
Has Callas maybe skipped tyres this time round, or is that only the driver change that's cost them that amount of time?
I think it is the driver change, yeah.
I mean, in that case, it's cost about 45 seconds. I almost don't believe that. Callas was 30 seconds behind the Simfrim car before the stops. Now he's 15 seconds ahead, so all of a sudden.
It was about 25 seconds behind, I think, before the pit stops.
Okay.
Yes, that is a.
Well, still.
It's a 30-second difference rather than a 40-second difference. But yeah, you would be surprised how. Oh, as you see, a GT3 car spun on the inside of turn 7 there. Not sure who that was because it's so dark now. When they're out of the headlights, it's a 73. Oh dear, it's Krzysztof Majhas, and certainly not the Midas touch from Majhas. It's not gone to gold. This for Sweet Force. It's gone to chocolate.
I feared for a second, by the way, that they were beached on the inside because it's such a slope there, and I know it doesn't look quite like the incline that it is, but it is a real uphill out of that corner, the right-hander at turn 7, so you can get sort of caught up with your front wheels in the air, sort of a bit stuck down there, but thankfully they've been able to get out of it. And we continue green again. There is a bit of debris just a bit further down the road from where they found themselves. Don't know whether that's related or not, but there's something lying on the track off the line there, down towards turn number 7. So it's all going on, but thankfully they have rejoined the circuit, and they couldn't really tell if there was damage, but it didn't really look like it from what we saw, even though it was very dark.
There we go. Oh, and very, very close score between Martino and Varconi in the LMP2 Pro class lead there, as there goes the 288 Carloni car, negotiating both of the GT3 fourth and fifth place runners at the present moment. But yeah, so bit of a scare there for Sweet Force. But as you say, the with the way that the curbs are, it looked like they were a little bit more beached than they actually were. I was sort of getting flashbacks to the real-life Brazilian Grand Prix and Nico Hulkenberg ending up stuck on the drain cover, being pushed out and then being disqualified. So luckily, no such dramas for Majhas on this occasion. He's able to continue, albeit second last in the GT3 AM order. Still ahead of Lorenzo Maggiolo, though, by about 25 seconds in the Carloni Racing 82. So neither of those teams having particularly strong races. We look at the GT3 AM leader, Tommy Teasdale, who we haven't talked about too much, but Rookie Monsters, of course, got this car onto the podium after a great battle with Carloni Racing 82, who, of course, having a bit of a horror show so far today, about 3 laps down on the class lead. But they are second in the standings. Rookie Monsters got their first win with the 62 at Imola as well. So Teasdale, after having some near misses last season, it must be said, a couple of races that they looked good to win, and then they got into incidents with as though being lapped by the prototypes, essentially. The luck has gone their way, but they've also been driving really well, and they've taken advantage of the opportunities presented to them, Rookie Monsters, and they've got 2 cars on the podium. In fact, Ilaria Finn here is really under attack from Robin Mulling. The Simfer Esports pink car has been consistently caught little by little, and this will be a real test of Finn's medal against Robin Mulling, a top endurance driver, somebody who's really shone in GPVWC Formula Sprint 1 for Rookie Monsters. You can tell Rookie Monsters just love having him in their cars, and he keeps coming back to drive them and doing a great job as well, for good measure. So Finn has got to just make sure he is inch perfect here. He is Nicky Pastorish in his defense, because otherwise Robin Mulling will not need another opportunity to get through.
Absolutely, and this 63 is having a great day compared to the rest of their season. Only 18 points picked up in the first 2 races, so 9th in the standings coming in. Bit of a horrible season, but now they are on the podium and with their teammates. It's a great start for Rookie Monsters here in this race as they work their way through turn number 3, left-handed, And Finn just feels the need to go on the defensive. Mulling deciding not to stick to the inside because just letting the Go Team car have a bit of an easier time going down the inside.
Oh,
very big
Marconi
slide.
nearly dropped it there. Yeah, coming out of turn 5, but he just about holds onto that one and then sprints away. But yeah, you can tell Finn trying not to do anything silly because while he doesn't want to leave a big gap for Mulling to dive in, and Mulling is flashing his lights to try and put a little bit of pressure on Ilaria. Finn I think actually it's just to acknowledge the Hyperion that is getting really badly held up here. That's going to give a massive lead to Varconi there in LMP2 Pro.
Yeah, it certainly has. The traffic has not gone the way of Hyperion in this stint, I think it's fair to say. But also, I want to give a lot of credit to Varconi. Don't want to feel like I'm taking anything away from his driving so far, because he's been pretty good through the traffic. And that is essentially how he's been able to get the lead away pretty easily there. So very nicely done indeed. And that's a bigger gap now than what we saw earlier on. This is Mulling, though, looking up the inside and not going for it. Slightly put off probably by that LMP2 coming diving down the inside of both of them.
Yeah, that's the Boyd transport car. I think that's the car driven by, is it Rotund still at the wheel of that one? I think I'd have to look that one up, but that's the LMP2 Pro AM entry that's still. It's Tim Houck, of course, has gotten aboard the number 40, so he just gets through there. But yes, Finn, you can tell the Porsche and the Aston Martin quite evenly matched as Mulling gets very, very close, tries to get the inside line through turn 2. And flashing his lights even more wildly is Robin Mulling. He's getting really, really aggressive here. Senses that Ilaria Finn is weak at this phase of the race and that he can get through.
That was very, very close there. And I think Mulling was sort of assuming that he would get some space on the inside there of turn 2 because he was alongside. I'm not sure he quite was, but he was certainly expecting a bit more room there than he was given. Ilaria Finn, as expected, not making this easy for Robin Mulling to get through, and why would they as well? Simfreem eSports Pink, they are looking to hang on to second position here, but the Porsche just looks quicker at the moment. Rookie Monsters having a great start to this race, and the Porsche looking very punchy indeed early on.
Yeah, but look at this. The fact that Finn is holding him up is backing both of them into Simon Miazza in the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115. The car second in the championship. Oh, Mulling trying to go round the outside on the exit of turn 8, switches to the inside for turn 9. Finn turns in. Is he going to give enough space in the Sim for Esports Pink car? He has to go off track. That's going to destroy his exit. And Rob Mulling is through. It's a Rookie Monsters 1-2 in GT3 AM.
And that was a well-deserved overtake in the end from Robin Mulling. In the end, it was a lot easier than what the rest of the battle would suggest, but he thoroughly deserved it. The pressure he's been able to put on to the Aston Martin for some time. Here he goes down the inside, having another look at it here on replay. Finn just forced out wide and up over the curb. I think Finn actually forced the Aston Martin further to the right than actually Robin Mulling was doing himself. So anyway, the Aston Martin drops back, gets up all over the curves and loses out in second place. But after watching that battle, it looked like it was coming, to be fair.
The moment just before that, on the exit of turn 8, Finn did very well not to spin out Robin Mulling as well when Mulling tried to put his nose around the outside. So you could tell Mulling, after a couple of goes, getting very close, very physical, putting under pressure, he broke under that pressure. As we see, Miazza has also gotten through into third because Ilaria Finn has died for the pit lane. He sensed that he's running out of tyres and wants to put some fresh ones on, along with some more fuel, of course. So some good... Sorry. I was just about to say what I think you're about to say, Ewan, which is good. They're sort of cutting their losses there at Simfreem Esports Pink, number 17. So that's a good strategic decision, I think. As we see also the junior teams come into the pits as well from the class lead in GT3 Pro.
Now, what I was going to add to that is that we're past the hour mark as well again. So it's normally, I would actually say, cutting your losses, even if you're on bad tyres or whatever, it's not a great idea because you might be backing yourself into doing an extra pit stop later. But actually, we're quite deep into the third hour now, and so it's absolutely fine to come in now and cut your losses with the tyres. And that's exactly what the Aston Martin would be doing, you'd imagine. Just to now wait and see when Rookie Monsters decide to respond. I wouldn't imagine Mulling is going to respond as you would in a Formula 1 race, for example, to an undercut. However, he will need some good inlets here on low fuel to retain second place.
Yeah, certainly will. Meanwhile, Sander Callas' lead over Smariglio, he's built it up to 30 seconds here as Danilo Smariglio's tried to get bedded in to that Sim from eSports #1 car since getting on board it. So he started the lap a little bit quicker, last lap 1:38.5, which Callas was about a tenth slower than on this most recent lap. So yeah, Callas might be starting to feel a bit tired at this point as we approach half distance here. In the hypercar class, and of course they are on different strategies, of course, having yet to do that driver change. So Grand Effect's 30-second lead is a little bit illusory at the present moment, but if they can keep the pace up, there's every chance it could be very close when Grand Effect eventually have to make their own stop for driver change.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on that when it gets round to it. Going to be very important to see, as I was talking about earlier on. Yeah, I don't think you can really take a reading on one of these races until you've seen at least two drivers drive. This, meanwhile, is now the battle for second place between Nicola Pastore and Luca Martino. Well, the pit stops has bumped them up a couple of positions. Although I'd imagine we are waiting pretty imminently for a pit stop from these two as well.
It's the 73 again. The Sweet Force car really holding up Nicky Pastore. And now Luca Martino sees the chance that he's been waiting for start to open up in front of him. And still Nicky Pastore cannot get through past Krzysztof Majas. And now he just needs to make sure, Martino, that he himself does not get held up by Majas as well. Ran the outside at turn 8 goes Pastore. That was very bold. Martino flashes his light, so Majas has got no excuse for not seeing him in time. Up the inside comes the Hyperion LMP2. Martino comes through as well. A little bit of door banging, and Luca is clearly not impressed with Majas' blue flag obedience there. Not that obedience is an actual word, but adherence maybe is the one I was looking for.
Obedience? I don't know.
Yeah. Disobedience, I think more like.
Yeah, oh yeah. But there you go. The gap's got out to the biggest it's been for quite a while now, with 0.8 of a second. So these are the things that happen. Even I suppose it's the multi-class traffic we always talk about often, but sometimes it can be your own class that provides the most difference. As we go back to AM now, GT3 AM, where's a battle for 5th place. So Rookie Monster's trying to come through and lap these guys in 63, I guess, and then it's quite a big gap from second place down to 5th and 6th. Indeed, that is the 63, and it is. So that's a very big gap. Gianluca Gabbiani ahead here of Marco Pereira, but it might well be the other way around pretty soon. Pereira's looking up the inside at turn 5, can't do it though.
Yeah, Gianluca Gabbiani, I think, has just gotten on board that 67 fairly recently as well. So if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm getting mixed up with the pro Team Sheba, which is Nicky Pastore's car. Okay, there we go. There's Robin Milling going around the outside of Marco Pereira, much to the relief of Gabbiani. So actually, I think Gabbiani has been in a bit longer than I thought. So yeah, he's about 41 seconds behind 4th place in class, which is Lucrezia Milanese in the Sim for eSports Pink. And the Sim for eSports Pink did just pit fairly recently, as we saw, after losing the second place in class. As we see, Pino Galota is in the pits for MR Motorsports, a 66 car, which won the pro class last season. It looks like Pino Galota is going nowhere.
And how did he end up there in the garage, I wonder? It's down towards the big stop at turn 12 initially, and he's just gone straight on. That looks like a technical failure if ever I've seen one. And both of his front wheels come off. My goodness.
It's not easy to get back from that. You can't exactly reverse into the pits from there very safely at all, with no steering at all. I did see somebody try that at Singapore once, where they got in a crash where they lost both their front wheels on the final lap, and they tried to continue, even though Singapore is exactly the worst circuit to be trying to drive with no steering on. But
you say that, you could just bounce off the walls all the way home, I suppose.
That's what they tried to do. It didn't work, funnily enough. And surprisingly enough, yeah, that probably wasn't going to work there for poor Pino Galota, but that is a big shame for MR Motorsports, the Italian team that beat Satellite Racing. They're one of the very few teams that beat Satellite Racing in a straight fight in GT3 Pro last season. They went down, I think they've got a 66 car at least, went down to GT3 AM for this season. They still got the 71 going with Gianpaolo Folgatti, that's last in the GT3 Pro class at the moment, but yeah, definitely a case of what a difference a year makes. But Galota, I think, maybe had some sort of screen freeze or something, because he didn't try to steer or brake there in the middle of turn 12. So that to me shows that he either his inputs were delayed or he just couldn't see anything at all.
Yeah, I've got no idea what that was all about, but that was not a driver fully in control of the car and indeed where it was going. That's that much is clear. This, meanwhile, is Danilo Smariglio, who has been overtaken by Lazaros Philippakos in Team Iris. So Simpreme Esports have gone from leading on the way into the pit lane in the last round of stops to third place now.
Horrible lap for Smariglio, Ewan. Look, he's set a 1:49.1, 9 seconds slower almost than Philippakos.
Okay, I guess that would be, I guess, a mistake then in that case. I don't think he's 9 seconds off the pace. It has to be a mistake of some sort. But what's even more puzzling to me is that he's actually losing time afterwards as well. I know that was a bit of traffic there, but it looks like he is a bit slower as well, just generally out of the final corner at the moment.
Yeah, and this, of course, puts him about 50 seconds then behind Sander Kalle. So all of a sudden, we are looking at Grandevec taking the net lead of this race, which is exactly where they wanted to be as we go with 3 hours, 40 minutes remaining, of course. But, of course, we've said so many times that Grandevec have looked in a good position and then we've jinxed it. So let's not assume anything as red yet. I think all three of these hypercars are still very much in contention to win, which is exactly what we want to see. Let's not rule out Iris and Philippakos from overcoming that 50-second gap as well once Grandevec change their drivers. Although I think Team Iris is yet to change drivers either, because I think Philippakos has been in since the start. As we see Thomas Vack pitting, which is going to put him back behind Zoltan Varconi almost certainly. Here is Pescara SRT of Maschili that's been recovering from being delayed early in the race, and they are chasing down the they're right behind, I think, Miaza in the GT3 AM Virtual Drivers Alliance car. And but the next car they've got to actually fight is Michele Rizzo in the number 74 Virtual Drivers Alliance, somewhat confusingly. That is another 30 seconds ahead of them, essentially.
There is the sad sight of MR Motorsport still stuck in pit lane, unfortunately. Looks like Pino Galotto is going to be stuck there for a little while. I think they're actually down to last now in the field. If not, they're close.
I think they've been disqualified because after crashing out, they tried to get back in. Or they may have been just undisqualified right now as the lights go back on. So maybe because there was a screen freeze or some exceptional force majeure circumstances, they have been allowed back into the race then. As long as Pino Galotto's car is safe, I don't think there should be any big issue with that, as long as he's not going to lock up again and then hit someone, because that could very well be controversial if that does happen.
That wouldn't be great. So hopefully he can get on with things okay. Looks like he's got both his front wheels, which is a good start, and he's on his way back out onto the circuit. So 11th place, quite a long way behind the Sweet Force GT car, which is now inside the top 10. They'll continue on and they are indeed last place in the field, still running. So they're bringing up the rear at the moment, but at least they're back in the race.
Yep, certainly that is some good news, and we've seen Pino Galotto and MR Motorsports put in some good comeback drives over the years as well in the GT3 classes. Not least, of course, this very race last year that they won in GT3 Pro. So you can never quite rule out MR Motorsports, but of course it is going to be a bit of a tricky one, especially after a big hit like that. That can easily, even if it's nothing to do with the driver, that can dent their confidence as well. So Pino Galotto has just got to put it out of his mind and get about the business of setting clean laps. Of course, with him getting back into the race, he's essentially, he's not 70 seconds behind Majes, he's a whole lap behind him as well. So he's got to make that up first before he can even think about challenging for the sort of top 6, top 7, which I think realistically is probably the best they can do. And that might need some attrition to help them out as well. But anyway, here's Thomas Vack. So it looks like Hyperion are yet to do their driver change, interestingly. They've kept Vack out, and that means they have come out just under 2 seconds then behind Zoltan Varconi, but crucially on some fresher tyres now.
Yeah, that could be the difference now, as we're seeing a pit stop here for Project 91. They're just back out on their way. So in clean air, it does look like Thomas Vack, to be fair, does have the speed of Varconi, but in the traffic just hasn't quite had the run of things in the last few moments, which has been difficult for him. here is the battle in the other class in LMP2, although it's not much of a battle at the moment. Andrea Riccielli is leading by quite a long way here, further back.
We do see yellow in sector 2, don't we? Oh, it's cleared now.
Oh.
Okay. I wondered what that was, as we see, oh, there's Callas. Callas has actually lapped Smeriglio now, interestingly. So that really shows you just how much time he's gained on the Italian Simfroom team at this point. Philippakos has got actually within 45 seconds, so he's actually starting to close a little bit on Callas here. So it's not Simfroom, it's actually Team Iris that are fast becoming the main threats here. Is that Kakmali tried to go up the inside of Masculi for 7th position in GT3 Pro. So Caspian Motorsport really taking risks here as Masculi is looking all over the show as he tries to get on the power out of turn 5 and 6.
Oh dear.
Smeriglio's out. That's our championship leader's out of the race.
Wow, I thought he might be in the garage. Now, that's why he's been lapped. One of the reasons he stopped. Where is this? This looks like it's out of turn 10 to me. Maybe right next to the barrier on the right-hand side. Is that turn 11 over there? I think it is. So that's where he's a very long way off the circuit, and I don't really... yeah, it is. And he's blown his engine, has he? Is that what all that smoke's about on the fire? It looks like he's blown his engine.
Unless that's a lot of grass being hit up there, which I don't think it is.
A lot of grass.
There's the Simfroom Aston Martin just going wide in the background there. And then Smeriglio, who's just had a horrible stint, isn't he? Oh, it just goes. So it was either as he was shifting through his gears that the engine just absolutely let go on it.
I wonder whether he's accidentally downshifted when he should have upshifted or something. You don't often see an engine blow like that in normal circumstances. He's put it in neutral by the looks of things. Look at the bottom right. He's put it in neutral and it's not coming out of it. And eventually he's going to have to shift. He's accidentally pressed neutral on his steering wheel. He's had to press up to get into first gear and he's just blown his engine. So what he's done out of turn number 8, he's clearly got a button for neutral on his steering wheel somewhere. He's just knocked it out of turn 8 as he's just straightening himself up again onto the straight. And then it's in neutral, he's revving it out. That's not the problem. It's when you're in neutral, you've got to shift up somewhere, and obviously it goes to first of all. And when you're traveling at what is probably about 150 miles an hour out there, 120, something like that, you are obviously going way too fast for first gear.
Kakmali making a move. He's making a move up the inside on Eros Mesculi through 5 and 6. Sorry to interrupt you again, Ewan. As Kakmali now stranded on the outside, has to back out. Oh, and just about breaks really late into turn 7 and just about avoids hitting the back of Eros Mesculi's Pescara SRT Mercedes. We also got a message in chat from Ricardo Corazari. He says, Kakmali hit Eros Mescu. Let's see if he will protest for it too. I will compile a protest. And we see Christian Malguera says, rest in peace, Simfroom number 1. Yannick Play says, oh no. So big shock. Everyone is just in shock that Simfroom, who dominated last season, it's been ages since their last retirement, that they have absolutely seen the race self-destruct on them, as Kakmali is well behind in the slipstream of Masculi now as they go towards turn 12.
Through the fast right-hander they go, and right in the slipstream, looking right, looking left. Where are they going to go? Oh, Kakmali's going to go to the inside. Dear me, that's a very, very tight line, though, and he decides not to. Probably the right choice as well in the end, because that would have been a car crash, probably, down in towards turn 12. So he's just backed out of that. Eros Mesculi, though, is defending very well indeed, and holding on at the moment to that 7th position.
Yeah, you can tell Masculi probably on slightly older tyres here, really just hanging it out and trying to hold on to 7th by the skin of his teeth, because he knows that car potentially has got the pace to do better than P7, and he can't afford to lose track position to Caspian Motorsport, who of course are sort of runners-up previously in GT3 AM, and could be a big threat to them as this race goes on. Of course, they are last in the championship, of course, having just only got a couple of points to their name. Again up the inside into 4, 5, and 6. And this time is Masculi got anything in response? No, he does not. He drifts out wide. Melik Kakmali gets through into 7th position, but can Masculi break late into turn 7? Oh, he has to back out of that at the last minute there. But yeah, Kakmali, by hook or by crook, he is through.
Yeah, that's a good pass in the end. It took him a little bit of time, as we know, as we saw, but he's gotten away with it, and he's up into 7th ahead of Eros Masuli. Now, what are we going to see on replay here? It's going to be the pass in towards turn 5. It's one of those moves that you sometimes advise against because you were slightly scared of causing contact or whatever, but that was done pretty cleanly this time round, and he was able to defend quite nicely in towards turn 7 as well. So a good pass, good clean racing between the two of them.
Kakmali had sort of rehearsed that the lap before and wasn't quite able to get the overlap on exit, so this time he definitely dived up the inside a little bit earlier, which forced Masculi wider than he actually ideally would have wanted. So it was aggressive but well judged, as you say. So Kakmali might be in trouble for the earlier contact if Kurazari files the protest in time, but we'll have to see. Nonetheless, great racing between the two. We also see Luca Martino has handed over the arms stripper number 41 to his teammate Luca Fabro, and in the chat he has written, "I have seen things you people wouldn't believe." Not sure what he thinks is so unbelievable about the back of the back of the Virtual Drivers Alliance of that McLaren of it was the Nicola Pastore, wasn't it? He's been stuck behind the entire race, so that's the only thing he's seen the whole race. So I don't know what else is so unbelievable that he's witnessed here.
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe there's something we don't know about, to be honest, because yeah, he has just been looking at the same thing. Indeed, we would absolutely believe what he's seen for the last 45 minutes because we've been watching him for most of it.
There they are. There are those two cars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Rizzo's taken over from Pastore and Fabro taken over from Martino. Fabro, by pitting earlier, they've gotten ahead, but Rizzo's now starting to catch them. We got some information. We may have a third commentator joining us. Let's look how tight it's getting into 12 with the 17 Symphony Esports pink car just getting out of the way and then finding its teammate joining them for good company as well. But we think Amir Hazika said he'll join us at the top of the next hour, so that should be in about 25 minutes or so. So we're not going to feel quite so lonely. Not that we felt lonely anyway, Ian, but we're going to get some more company, which is always good.
Well, I've got to go, unfortunately, soon anyway, so he can join early if he wants and keep you company. So so there you go, because I've got to go soon. Is that someone else in the garage again there? Or is that Smariglo still in the garage from before? I think it's Smariglo still there, because Lazarus Philip Parkos is accumulating laps now of sort of safety net, if you like, to sit on in second place.
Indeed he is, as we see Zoltan Varconi just going up the inside of Fabro there, and Fabro going a little wide, starting to feel a bit of the pressure from Michele Rizzo, who of course has proven himself in many races this year as a really big front runner in GT3 Pro, has been a big part of why they've got the 2 second places that they have so far in this season. So far, this race has not gone the way Virtual Drivers Alliance 74 would have expected it to. They would have been hoping to fight in the top 3 rather than fighting Luca Fabro to finish in the top 5, essentially. So their expectations have certainly been adjusted accordingly. Meanwhile, up the very front of the field, it's now essentially with the retirement of Smeriglio, Persis Mirim and Project 91 are because they're the third and last hypercar still running, they are looking staring down the barrel of a podium here. Sander Callas has got the gap to Filipakos to 57 seconds again, so he's pulled out the gap once more. And you have to say, Grand Effect are going to be feeling they don't have to take quite so many risks now that they're the team that were fighting so much in the championship is out of the running. This is a really unprecedented situation for them. So it's too early to count our chickens yet, but it is a 2-horse race, I think, between Grand Effect and Team Iris. And at the moment, Grand Effect are pulling away quite convincingly.
Sander Callas is driving really well, and that is clear. But again, I'm not willing to say too much yet, because I want to see the next driver in that car and see what happens when we get there. I think it's going to be very interesting to see who takes over from Sander Callas and how quick they're going to be compared to Callas. But I'd imagine that he'll be out next stop, Callas, and he'll be back in maybe for the end of the race. Unsure as to how they're going to split it up, but he has done quite a long opening stint here.
It could be that it's just half and half, so Alpius might be getting into the second half of the race as we cut back to GT3 AM. So Anthony Walker has taken over from Robin Milling in the 63, and his lap times, they've been in the 1:58.1s, whereas Simone Miazza, we rode on board with for Virtual Drivers Alliance 115, has just set personal best lap of the race, 1:53.5. So he is absolutely flying out there, and Anthony Walker really is going to have to get defensive. He does not get a good run out of turns 9 and 10, and they're going to go side by side surely through turn 11, the fast right-hander, and oh, there we go, Anthony Walker keeps his foot in, but he's still not quite all the way ahead of Simone Miazza. Miazza's going to try and switch to the inside for turn 12, and Anthony Walker covers it off there. So good fight between these two, but Simone Miazza looks blisteringly quick at the present moment.
Yeah, looking good, and this is roles reverse really from earlier on, where Team Rookie Monsters were the ones applying the pressure. And what's going on here? Bollard's flying all over the place. Luca Fabro flying over the grass, and he's somehow still holding on to that position ahead of Michele Rizzo. So there they go, and this is about for second place again. So all going on there. No idea what was going on at turn 12 there, though. Not sure really how they found themselves on the inside like that, but anyway, they stay in the same positions. It looks like Anthony Walker's held on here as well to that second position.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe there was contact between either Fabro and somebody that was trying to lap him, or that he was trying to lap, and or maybe Fabro and Rizzo came together, and then Fabro went across the track and took out the Bollard there. But yeah, scary moment, but well held from Luca Fabro as Miazza gets a really good run. But again, there's nowhere to go through here. Anthony Walker just sticks in the middle of the road and obstructs the path of Simone Miazza and the Italian Virtual Drivers team against the British Rookie Monsters team, trying to disrupt that 1-2 as Miazza tucks into turn 8 and tries to focus on his exits here. So yeah, Anthony Walker knows where he's weak and he's defending accordingly, and that's really what's stopping Miazza from just flying past him at the moment.
Yeah, it's good defending in towards turn 9. He's got it.
Well, it was.
Oh dear, that was very late on the brakes. He's gone wide and he's gifted the place there to Miazza. We were saying it was good. It was good defending, but past tense now, I'm afraid. Late braking on the way towards turn 9. Too late, in fact, and he's handed that place over. Really, can the Ferrari hang on all the way down the hill towards turn 12? I wonder. Yes, is the decisive answer to that. So Miazza gets himself through and into another position. This is how it happened. A bit of an unforced error, really. There wasn't too much pressure, I wouldn't say, on the Rookie Monsters Porsche at this stage, but just broke a bit too late.
Yeah, he almost did that the previous lap as well, and you could tell he was slightly distracted maybe from the Blue Bolt car that was the LMP2 that lapped him just before then. But yeah, he opened the door, and Anthony Walker will be kicking himself a little bit, but at least his defensive job means that his teammate Tommy Teasdale has got a 22-second gap to Miazza at the present moment. Then, as we cut back to the other Virtual Drivers Alliance car of Rizzo chasing down Fabro, which is probably going to be the next battle that takes our attention. So Virtual Drivers Alliance on the move in Istanbul.
Yeah, and up to second place, looking to chase down first now, you'd imagine, as we go on board with Michele Rizzo here in the Ferrari. Luca Fabro, the one on the defensive, was flying through a bollard down at turn 12 for whatever reason a lap or so ago, and now Rizzo is going to be looking for the move himself in towards turn 7. I think I can tell anyway. There's lights flashing going on behind, and indeed there is. There's a lot of prototype traffic. No, hopefully it doesn't crash into them. It's catching up to them, I should say. A couple of one LMP2 and one hypercar coming through at turn 8, where the speed difference between these classes is the biggest.
Indeed it is, and Rizzo just trying to make sure he doesn't get taken out here. So of course Callas has pit from the lead, fresh tyres, and come out about 50 seconds behind Philip Arcos, who's yet to pit in this stint, although Callas actually nearly gets tapped from behind by the Arm Cerberus LMP2 there. But it's the other Arm Cerberus of Fabro that is really under pressure here from Rizzo, who continues to just relentlessly attack the back of him. So as you say, role reversal from earlier when the 41 was staring at the back of the 74 for the entire stint. Now it's the 74 that's having to do the same, as Fabro for the most part defending really well here and not creating any easy opportunities for Virtual Drivers Alliance to slip up the inside then. But yeah, hopefully we can get Amir Hazik joining us soon. I'm going to try and drag him in and see if that worked. No, I don't have permission, so I can't do that. So there we go. I guess I guess there might be a bit of... I think he's waiting for you to leave and then he'll come in, is what I understand, because he's listening to us now. But anyway, here comes Kat Kamali. Oh, the Cassandra sim racing car. The 88 could not get out of the way quickly enough there, and Kat Kamali nearly hits the back of Masculi. So Masculi's made his way back through since we last joined these two, and they've just continued to fight much the same as they were before, with Kat Kamali all over the back of him.
Yeah, this is sort of having to do it all over again. I think Kokman is going to be disappointed that he has been re-overtaken here in this battle for 7th place, and he's having to make this overtake all over again, because when he's in this position and he's just in behind his fellow Mercedes, he does look a bit quicker, and so maybe it's going to be a repeat of the overtake made earlier on, but we will see about that as we go back to Justice Miriam here, because Project 91 are onto the podium.
Indeed they are, but he's just trying to make his way through with that Rizzo-Fabro battle, isn't he? At the present moment, he's just done so. But yeah, Perseus Miriam probably didn't think he'd be fighting for a podium when he started this race earlier. It's rare that when you get so few hypercars, it's rare that you see front runners, especially front runners like Smuriglia and Symphony number 1 retiring like that. And it's not only blown the race open, it's blown the championship wide open. So Grand Effective thought they were starting to lose hope after Imola, I think. And now suddenly this might put the wind back in their sails so they can get really, really good points. Indeed, a win is on the table here if they can do enough to get it. But yeah, Michele Rizzo losing a little bit of ground to Luca Fabro as they have to deal with the lap traffic here. But let's see if there's any other chance for any battles. As Kat Kamali is about a 10th behind Masculi now as they get approaching turn 12, I think. He's really, really fighting for that 7th position in class to try and take it back for Caspi Motorsport 75, and he has got through indeed. So Masculi seems once more has had to just come off second best in that duel. And
he'll be hoping Kakmali this time round is going to be the time that he can sort of decisively make it work, because Anthony Walker as well is under a lot of pressure here for 3rd place from the Aston Martin just in behind, the Simfreem eSports pink Aston Martin just on the inside, and we go aboard here with Lucrezia Milanese looking down the inside there at turn 7, but not quite able to do it. Now that Amir is here, by the way, Ed, I'm going to have to jump off. Thanks very much for having me again. It's been a pleasure to be here, even if it's short-lived this time round.
No worries.
But, thanks very much again, and I will see you again very shortly and hand you over to Amir, who will be with you for the next couple of hours.
It's a pleasure as always, Ian. So we'll let you leave the commentary box as we're joined now by Hot Rocket driver Amir Hazik then, who of course is another of our regular driver commentators helping us out this season then. So Amir, you join us just before the halfway mark, 3 hours 23 minutes left to go, and the biggest story has to be that engine failure for Smeriglio and Simply Esports number 1. Our championship leader's in trouble, as look at this. Milanese has had enough being stuck behind Anthony Walker. Milanese goes for the inside. The Italian has taken the position into turn 12, and that is Simply Esports pink on the podium. So while their lead car has retired from the race in Hypercar, they're certainly making up for it in Pro-Am and indeed in GT3 Pro and GT3 Am as well.
Yeah, that was quite a shocker, wasn't it? I didn't expect that. Well, we thought it might have been some internet issue or maybe some hardware failure, but an engine failure was probably not on the bingo card for certainly the Sim3 M team. That was really a shock, as we can see a replay now what happened here, as Milanese actually is overtaking for P3, as you said just now, the Sim3 M team. At least something to smile about, albeit in GT3 M.
Yeah, Anthony Walker, I think, has really been struggling, because it was a Rookie Monsters 1-2 earlier when Robin Mulling was in that car, and the 63 starting to lose ground to its competition here. As you can see, Milanese's now got a 11-second gap to Miaza in front of him. Miaza's actually, for Virtual Drivers Alliance 115, started to close the 22-second gap to Tommy Teasdale. It's now 19 seconds. But of course, that as we see Philip Arcos pit from the race lead for Team Iris, that has turned it into a straight fight, isn't it? Because we've just seen partecipa get yet another penalty aboard the third and final remaining hypercar, the Project 91, of course. So I don't think partecipa expected to be fighting for a podium, but he probably won't care about the penalty one jot if he can get to the end of this race, because a podium is still a podium. You can get to the end when others lose their heads. I think it's still really important as Filipakos gets out the pit lane 11 seconds then behind Sander Kallas. So rFactor have got a fantastic opportunity to win this race, but Team Iris still very much in play.
Yeah, in fact, Miram in the Project 81 car will be happy to just be, despite being 6 laps behind. But like you said, Ed, it's just when the flies are falling all over the place, you might as well be the last one standing. So you'd rather be there at the end rather than be the ones who are just cast aside.
Yeah, as the night falls, stay away from the giant lamp. That's what I advise, because it tends to destroy the flies. Yes. But anyway, looks like Andrea Sinfon Resource number 47 are in the pits at the moment in LMP2 Pro-Am. Andrea Riccelli getting on board that car. So the 47, it's not had a fantastic season so far. They were sort of 4th and 5th last couple of races. They are looking unexpectedly, it must be said, to win in Pro-Am for the first time this season. And yeah, so it's the junior squads, isn't it? The Pro-Am team, the GT3 Pro team with Ricardiel doing a fantastic job pulling 15 seconds clear of Pagani in the ERT that they were fighting with earlier in the race. And then, of course, the pink team with Milanese looking good to finish on the podium at the present moment. But, of course, we might see Anthony Walker hand over to one of his teammates and Rookie Monsters number 63 start to gain time again later in the race. So Milanese needs to make hay, not while the sun shines, but while dusk falls, I guess. And while he's got the advantage that he does, and try and hold on to that third position later on. But meanwhile, Rizzo stuck behind Fabro. And it's a role reversal of what we saw earlier when it was... Pastore, wasn't it? It was Nicky Pastore that was on board that car that was leading Luca Martino. Now his teammate Luca Fabro has jumped Rizzo in the pit stops, and Fabro's just been on the defensive. There was a scary moment where Fabro went across the track and hit the bollard. I think he might have been while he was being lapped, and that gave Rizzo half a chance of getting through. But since then, Fabro's just gone ultra defensive, and Rizzo has found his path absolutely blocked.
Yeah, it's just to be expected sometimes when traffic is just in the way, you just have nowhere to go. So it's the prerogative of the guys in the faster class to be predictable, but at the same time, the guys in the other prototype class, LMP2 and in GTs, just hold their lines and try as well to be as predictable as possible. It's a two-way street in this particular instance.
It certainly is. But yeah, Fabro keeping Rizzo at arm's length for pretty much an entire stint so far. Which is very much to his benefit. But yeah, I think the main things to keep our eyes on are the gaps between Kallas and Filipakos, because I think both rFactor and Team Iris yet to change their second drivers, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Filipakos has occasionally had laps where he's been slightly quicker than Kallas, but Kallas, on the whole, has had the advantage and has stretched it across the last couple of stints. To 15 seconds now. In fact, yeah, last lap 38.7 for Kallas, 39.9 for Filipakos.
And let's see whether or not we're on board with Rizzo right now, whether he can actually get it to the back of Luca Fabro. Within 0.6 of a second, it looks as though, as per usual, GT3 is just well balanced even in rFactor 2. So it's a matter of where the car has an advantage over the other that will make the difference here. For the time being, though, it looks as though the Astons actually got the better drive out of the corners, or the fact that Fabro is just maximizing what the performance he has in that Aston to pull away from it. So you can see on the straights there, the Aston's got the legs on the Ferrari.
Yeah, interesting comments in the chat from Riccardo Corazari. He says, "I'm not a racing expert. I've got to learn new things to have fun here." Mario Cano says, "Well, I'm not an expert admin, so we are fair and square, I guess." Martinez says the 720S has a great rear, and he should know because he was stuck behind it his entire stint. Riccardo Corazari says, McLaren best traction and consistency in the GT3 field. Hard to go wrong with that car. And Martinez says, no, I meant a great looking rear, pretty wide. It's okay, I'm not sure if Luca is talking about the race or someone else he's been watching in between his stints. But
yeah. You can tell that the guy is an engineer, that's for sure. He's talking about the technical stuff. But yeah, Corazari, with him being an actual GT3 engineer IRL, really does help out with the comments being made, especially for the technical side of it. Though he's going very literal there. I love to see what else he can actually make out of that. So Luca Martino has a good laugh out of this one.
Yeah, anyway, so we're joined now, of course, in the commentary box by Mr. Ryan Ferris, who's going to join us for the next couple of hours, I think. So, Ryan, welcome to the 6 hours of Istanbul at the halfway point. And it's a pretty interesting scenario because our championship leaders, sadly, you're not going to see any of them in action because Danilo Smeriglio went into neutral on the exit of turn 8, shifted up into first, and destroyed the engine. So...
Yeah, I caught tabs of that. That was the Porsche hypercar, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I think it's two Porsches left, and what's the one that Miriam's driving in the Project 91? Is that the Cadillac or is it the Glickenhaus? It's the Glickenhaus, isn't it? Amir, you'll probably correct me on that one. I'm pretty sure Percy's Miriam Project 91. They're driving they're the last in the hypercar. They're driving the Glickenhaus, aren't they?
The 499. That's definitely the 499.
Yeah. It's the Ferrari. It's the Ferrari. Okay.
I was going to say,
Ferrari.
I didn't know the Glickenhaus was in the championship.
Yeah.
I might be getting mixed up with a previous season where we did have a Glickenhaus. Wasn't it like an LMP1 car or something?
Yeah.
No, we did just drive with the Porsches only that time. We did open it to a Ferrari, but everyone went for the Porsches instead last season.
Yeah, we did of course have the BMW Sweet Force car driven by Thomas Grabelny. That unfortunately got involved in 2 big crashes. One with Lorenzo Di Cutis reversing after a spin with another car on the track in front of them and making contact. And then again, Grabelny seemed to just go straight on at turn 5. Went nose first into the wall. Then tried to immediately get back on the power through the gravel. Rear-tapped the wall again. He lost the rear tyre, and that was sort of all she wrote, sadly. So... that was what happened to our BMW hypercar, and not such a sweet day for Sweet Force so far, with the 37 struggling. The 73, Krzysztof Majhas, has also been struggling a lot and getting into a lot of incidents as well, of those that have not been disconnected or had screen freezes. They're the last ones running, I think, because only Pino Galotta is behind them by a couple of laps. But yeah, Michele Rizzo has been stuck behind Fabro and is getting used to that ARMS logo, isn't he? Because that's all he's had to see for those headlights for the past half an hour or so.
Yeah, and there has been some absolute cracking battles through GT3, at least in the past hour from what I've seen. They got the two Mercs for 7th and 8th, isn't it? In GT3?
Yeah, Kakmali and Olgatti, I think, has gotten on board the... No, it was Kakmali and the SRT number 4 car, wasn't it? The blue and white one, which is now driven by Adriano Opesini. So Opesini, of course, with that driver change, hoping to get a big undercut on Kakmali, of course, but they just kept swapping positions, it felt like, every other lap as well. And Kakmali making some very, very aggressive moves into turn 5 as he got alongside. But the two Mercedes, as you say, Ryan, very, very evenly matched. And when you're in a car that's very similar, as indeed Amir was saying, the GT3 field, there's a bit of BOP going on across the season, but it all seems to be balancing out relatively fairly between all the different teams. So it's to the point that it's very, very difficult if you're in a car that's evenly matched to pass them.
Yeah, and you will find that each car has its strengths and weaknesses, and so when you're up against the same car, you can't use your car's strengths against an opposing car's weaknesses because it's the same car, so it makes life even harder.
And
oh, go on.
It does become a bit of a imperative when one guy might be faster than the other, but he's stuck behind the other guy who's in the same car. So he either has to force a mistake or try to outwit him. And in this particular case, with the Rizzo, the Ferrari seems to be good through the corners, but it doesn't have enough grunt on the straight. Fabro has been able to just inch away, but this time, however, he might get him through multiple turn 8 complex.
Yeah, there we go. Fabro absolutely fishtailing the rear out, almost to sort of scare off Michele Rizzo. And it seems to have worked, interestingly enough, as they go towards turn 9. But yeah, the Aston Martin, as you say, he's really having to hustle it through these corners to get the exits that he needs to pull ahead. And of course, we know the Aston Martin is not quite the quickest car in a straight line, but it certainly seems to be working well around this Istanbul Park circuit tonight. and Michele Rizzo is going to have to get creative here, as we keep saying.
Yeah, for sure. And he definitely had a sniff. He thought that there was a move on just earlier, but Fabro, chucking the anchor out, drifting it around, trying to make as any way possible that Aston Martin the widest car on the track.
And there's Milanese. After passing Walker, he's built up an 11-second gap already. Of course, he's trying to close down the 12 seconds to Opposini, who's not in the same class as him, but it's really a 14-second gap to Simone Miazza. Miazza has stayed consistently about 15 seconds behind Tommy Teasdale, so the lap time's looking very, very similar. 1:54.8 for Teasdale last time around, 1:54.5 for Miazza. So Miazza's still generally catching, but not by quite enough to trouble Teasdale at this phase. But yeah, Rookie Monsters, we're in a 1-2 position earlier on in GT3 AM. They're not looking as rock solid as they did earlier. Virtual Drivers Alliance are starting to really put themselves in this fight. And speaking of which, here's the other Virtual Drivers Alliance in the Pro class, continuing to harass Luca Fabro, as he has been pretty much the whole way through.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have a sniff down the downhill section in the first sector and thought better of it. And yeah, it's just trying to put on a clean move at this stage.
Indeed. I've just been looking at the point standings, especially in Hypercar, because it could get very interesting after this. Of course, Boyd Transport number 5 only had one driver available today, so they've, I think, subbed him in the LMP2 team, I believe. The LMP2 Pro Am car, the number 40. But the number 5 was 13 points behind Symphony number 1. They are obviously not going to score any points, and neither is Symphony number 1 with their engine failure. That's a DNF. So we got Team Iris 15 points behind the lead of the championship, and Grand Effect 20 points behind. So, of course, we know it's 30 points for a win and 22 for second. So they're basically looking to climb up to first and second in that Hypercar Championship, both Callas and Philippakos for Grand Effect and Iris. So as Callas pulls a 31-second gap now, this could be Grand Effect's chance to go from 4th to 1st, which would be a major, amazing turnaround in their season in the course of just one 6-hour race as well. It really shows you that every race counts, all these points count, and you can never give up hope in the Endurance Championship when it's so long over the course of a season. But it really means we've gone from Simframe looking like they were running away with it, 13 points to the good, to all of a sudden it's wide open.
I mean, we had an F1 this season where we thought Red Bull was just going to curb stomp everybody, but as we saw how the season entailed, that wasn't the case. So it really became a case of trying to just, as you said, make every point count, and of course, have a bit of luck along the way when everything falls on your lap.
Yeah, and I think there is a bit of BOP for the Hypercar teams this season as well, so that might also be helping Callas admittedly out against the Team Iris that's ahead of them in the championship, but only by one position as well, so it's a minuscule difference, I think.
Yeah, and it really kind of brings home the point that in order to finish first you must finish, and just obviously a DNF making the team go from a potential 1st to 3rd in the championship obviously doesn't help.
And Rizzo looking closer than he has in a while, within a 10th then of Luca Fabro, but there's also the Sunset Motorsport LMP2 Pro trying to lap them at the same time. Rizzo's got the inside at turn 12, but that becomes the outside for 13. Fabro holds firm, cuts across Rizzo at the final corner, and holds on to that 5th position in class. So they're only about 6 seconds actually behind Nico Barkley in the Team Schuber number 13. Although they have been lapping consistently slower than Barkley, so I think Barkley has just started to pull the gap to them. 1:55.5 for Fabro last lap, 1:55.2 for Rizzo. So yeah, Rizzo really starting to fight back. You can tell he's maybe either got a little bit more life left in the tyres, or he's just feeling that a little bit more confident later in this stint.
Yeah, and one of the other issues for Rizzo, being a multi-class event, is he seems to get all the work done, getting to the back of Fabro, and then finds himself getting lapped by a car, and so that puts another car length or two between himself, and so all that work that he's done to catch up onto the back, he's now got to redo all over again. So that's not going to be helping his tyres.
No, not one little bit. Amir, you've been on the sort of flip side of that in the hypercar, trying to negotiate GT3s. What's your view on sort of breaking up other people's battles, essentially, or them breaking up your battles?
Yeah, case in point, look at that. That's the Ferrari that we were talking about earlier. Project 91 is coming through. Bang on cue. Your question came in just in time, what I was about to say. It's just a matter of sometimes when you try to find a gap, and as I said before, the GT3 cars and LMP2s, if they're predictable, it's easy to go through. And just like that, you're not really going to spoil their party much, so you're not going to feel too bad about it. But there comes a time when, if you're in your own battle trying to catch up to the guy in front, trying to defend, it becomes a little bit desperate to try and get through. But sometimes when you catch them in the wrong places, like here, the two Hyperion cars coming through, then you might as well just go with the flow on this one and wait until the right opportunity. It's just, again, it's basically ebbing and flowing.
And interestingly, by the way, for the first time this season, Hyperion running not just 2 LMP2s, but 3. Of course, 2, the 45 and the 44 in LMP2 Pro, with the 44 currently leading at the present moment. I think Varconi must have hit trouble because he's actually gone a lap down on Thomas Vack, who's actually running in the overall podium, not just the lead of LMP2 Pro. And we've also, of course, got the number 46, which is running 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am, has been for the last hour or so, with Karol Wozniak still at the wheel of that car. And that is the number 44, Vack, just muscling his way past Michele Rizzo, much to the disadvantage of Rizzo.
Yeah, and that's really cost him.
Yeah, not a little bit forceful, dare I say slightly rude from Thomas Vack there. It's all around the outside, off track goes Perseus Miram as he desperately tries to lamp on the GT3s there. Difficult to tell because all you see is a pair of headlights, so you can roughly tell what car it is. I think it was a McLaren there, but I couldn't tell which one.
Yeah, it does come back to that point of desperate moves made by the prototype guys that try to get through. It's actually quite not a nice feeling as well. I prefer not to create any enemies among the other prototype and GT drivers, but sometimes it becomes a case of an unstoppable force and an immovable object coming together, and someone has to budge.
Yeah, often 2 into 1 does not go, and 3 into 1 certainly not. But but yeah, we often see that regularly in multi-class endurance racing. I think Miram, his target is probably just to get as far through the LMP2 field as he can in that hypercar, because we see the teams and drivers that aren't as confident in the hypercar often hit trouble early in the race and then just find themselves fighting with the LMP2s, which often have, despite the fact the hypercar has got superior straight line speed, they just struggle to deal with that extra power, and so they end up sort of becoming hobbled hypercars. I don't know if there's a better term for it, but yeah, I think that's certainly the case for Perseus Miram, who, with the greatest respect in the world, it's great to see him trying hypercar, but I don't think he's really a front runner in the vein of your Nello Pastorinos, your Sander Callises, or your Lazaros Filipakoses.
Well, not very hyper, but I wouldn't want to slag off anybody who's driving in the top class. They selected at their own volition, so everyone's welcome to try, but it's just that, again, it takes a different sort of driving style to get a handle of those kind of cars.
To be fair, he's done 3 hours continuously as well, and obviously there were a couple of penalties for corner cutting and such like that, but he's actually kept it reasonably clean out there, which I think there is something to be said for. Despite some of the riskier lapping attempts we saw, it seemed to all be in hand. So we've got to give Perseus some credit, the Canadians some credit on that front. So it is great to see him, and his reward, if he gets into this, is going to be that class podium. So we saw Boyd Transport get 2 class podiums in a row, the first ever hypercar podiums, and now we're going to see Project 91 receive the same honor, as it looks like Ignacio has gotten a penalty. That's Nelson Ignacio for the Grow Racing Team 289, who was running 6th in class. About a lap down on Anthony Walker. Oh, and Rizzo! Oh, no! That was inevitable, wasn't it? They were nose to tail for so long, and Fabro just pulling into the side of Michele Rizzo that's going to be controversial in it.
Yeah, definitely. But I think Fabro might have actually overstepped the mark a bit in his defending. We'll see a replay of this now. We saw just in the middle of that one. Looks as though that Rizzo had the inside, but then Fabro just went even harder to the hard shoulder and just tried to defend the position when he clearly realized that the Ferrari was really about 3/4 away there.
Yeah, to me, Luca Fabro pushed him onto the grass and off track there, Ryan.
Well, you have to leave the space, and it seemed like he'd left a car's width at one point, and then he decided, no, I'm not going to do that, and decided to shut the door even more, even though the Ferrari of Rizzo was already there. So, yeah, I'd be fairly aggrieved from Rizzo's point of view, and I understand why he was flashing quite frustratedly at Fabro at the end of that. So, whether they've incurred any damage as a result of that coming together, but I sort of feel like, that's almost definitely a strike against Fabro for that.
Yeah, certainly so. Luca Fabro definitely looking a little bit cagey. We'll have to see if there's any stewards updates on this as we go. But at the moment, I think all quiet. We haven't heard anything from the stewards room about any penalties or Fabro being told to give the place back. So it looks like the fight will continue. And Luca Fabro definitely... The thing is, Rizzo knows Fabro's going to squeeze him potentially if he tries that again as we go exactly to the halfway mark then. So it might be time to go through the order as Thomas Vack pits from the lead of the LMP2 Pro category. So that should put him back on the same lap as Varconi. Yeah, Rizzo, frustration definitely boiling over the cockpit of that Virtual Drivers Alliance car, because there's not only 5th place at stake here, there's a lead in the GT3 Pro Championship that's very much in the balance between all those different teams there. It's so tight at the top in GT3 Pro, by the way. Virtual Drivers Alliance leading it, but only by 2 points from Team Shiba number 13, who are, of course, 2 places ahead of them on the road, and then Pescara SRT in 3rd, 4 places behind Team Shiba, 4 points, sorry, behind Team Shiba's. Whoa! Very late on the brakes there from Rizzo, as he almost gets sucked into the back of Luca Fabro uphill into turn 3.
Yeah, Rizzo's definitely driving angry right now, and the problem with that is, your head's not in the clearest of spaces. You start getting even more frustrated and potentially start to miss braking markers or even go for moves that aren't necessarily on. So, I feel like Rizzo, maybe if he's not going to have the place given back, he needs to have a bit of maybe a lap or two just to cool off, regroup, and have another go, really.
Here's another of the Pastore brothers. It's Salvatore Pastore attacking Nelson Ignacio, who we know has got that drive-through penalty coming his way. That looked like the Tamelli ERT of Pagani, a lap ahead, just having a major lag spike as he goes over the curb. The rear just suddenly raised several feet in the air there before coming back down again abruptly. But yes, Salvatore Pastore, another Pastore brother in the Team Shiba lineup, but looking to try and pick off Nelson Ignacio's. This is very, very tight indeed between Ricardo Fava and that must be Perilli, isn't it, in the blue bolt that's being picked off here. So Fava threads a needle and is going around the outside. That becomes the inside for turn 12, and he's going to take a runners-up spot then in LMP2 Pro-Am there. So there we go. That was... Fava had to get very forceful and assertive there to pull that one off.
Yeah, and
Look at it. Sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
I was just going to say, they also had to negotiate the back marker as well, which I think actually gave Fava the advantage in that situation, just about, and obviously managing to hang it out around the outside, giving him the inside, as you said.
I think Ricardo Fava pit as well, because his last lap was 3 minutes 6 seconds, so compared to Birdie's 1:42. So that tells me the Arm Super is probably faster and it was just recovering from a pit stop there. Anyway,
And
sorry,
adding
I've
to
gotten
that-
away from
sorry,
it.
yeah. Sorry, just going to add to the fact that the outside moves here can actually work out. But if you remember how Sergio Perez did it, oh no, Rizzo!
And Rizzo in the barriers. So was that just completely on his own? I think it was.
Well, there was one of the Mercedes rejoined the track right in front of them, so I think that he kind of got on the brakes slightly, maybe to avoid the 10th place Mercedes that you see just ahead in chart.
Was that the Caspian Motorsport 75, isn't it?
And
75 goes off, rejoins, and Rizzo sort of panics, doesn't he? And swerves across.
I mean, that's kind of a bit of a dangerous rejoin there. You know, straight onto the racing line in front of two cars fighting for position. You know, they both had to avoid him coming back onto the track. So, yeah, again, Rizzo, another opportunity to feel aggrieved.
And the thing is, it goes back to that point you said about earlier, Ryan, that his head's probably not in the right place at all. After what he could definitely say was he was not given his fair share of the space when he was overtaking. So that's why, as you say, he's agreed by it, but his head's definitely not in the right place at this point.
Yeah, certainly. So Michele Rizzo has to hope that the front of the car isn't too badly damaged, and he also has to just sort of get things under control, because Melik Kakmali, Caspian Motorsport 75, I think was the very can't have been that car then, because that car is only 13 seconds behind him now that we saw spin around. It must have been a different Mercedes, perhaps Opposini in the Pescara SRT maybe was the one that hit job on. There he is now, actually, just about to be lapped, Opposini. But yeah, Kakmali's now only 13 seconds behind. So if Rizzo keeps getting into trouble and making mistakes, then Kakmali is going to try and take advantage as all. Opposini has to get well out of the way of Giuseppe Perilli there through turn 8, as indeed does the Virtual Drivers Alliance car as well. And there's another Virtual Drivers Alliance McLaren that's going to have to be negotiated too before turn 9. But Perilli doing well. Very deep into turn 9, and surely that's going to be off track and allow Fava to escape up the road.
Yeah, and you know, he's made the slight mistake, and the problem is you've got the sausage curbs on the exit of the corner, so it's not like you can just run straight on and hope that you don't cop a bit of a penalty for it. It is pretty punishing going over those sausage curbs.
Yeah, indeed is. We've seen it in quite a few, especially GT3 battles, but it's the same in LMP2 and Hypercar. You really don't want to hit the big curves because they just sap your momentum so much. But anyway, since we're past the halfway stage, I think I'm going to take a very, very quick coffee break and hand over to Ryan and Amir. But let's just go quickly through the present order as it stands then. So Sander Callas leads the Hypercar field over Lazaros Philippakos for Team Iris by 40 seconds. And then it's about 8 laps to Perseus Miriam for Project 91, who's in 20th overall in the order. And those are the 3 remaining Hypercars. The Hypercar field, half the field is gone. Let's see how many get to the finish. Zoltan Varconi leads Patrick Swakowski in the Hyperion 44. So Swakowski just getting on board that car recently by 14.7 seconds. So we should see if Varconi can grow that gap or whether Swakowski can fight back for Hyperion. Andrea Riccelli leads for Symphony Sports number 47 by a lap over Riccardo Fama, who's just gotten past Giuseppe Perilli for second in the Pro-Am class in LMP2. Then GT3's Nicola Pagani leads Giancarlo Rossi in the GR Simfrost ERT by 19 seconds. So Tamelli ERT have got a pretty sizable lead now that Simone Robiti has pit in the Simframe Esports Junior Team number 99 that was leading that class. So we think Robiti still in the net lead with Pagani and Rossi yet to make stops. And then GT3 Am, it's all about Tommy Teasdale, but he is being caught rapidly by Simone Miazza. The gap was 22 seconds about an hour and a half ago. It's now down to 5 seconds. So Miazza is got the bit between his teeth. He is absolutely pushing to take the GT3 Am lead. And those are your 5 leading battles then. So we've got a battle in every class, it seems, for the lead. Apart from maybe LMP2 Pro-Am with the 47 just absolutely running away with it. Anyway, and I'll hand back to you guys and I'll be back very soon.
Yep, thanks for that, Ed. And we're back here for, after the run through the order, a different complexion of the race, isn't it? After the Symphony M Esports number 1 car went out of the race, especially in Hypercar. It's very close between the Ground Effect and Team Iris number 77, but it's going to be much closer now because the Ground Effect car is coming in again for the scheduled pit stop. What have you seen so far in the race, Ryan, that really has interested you in all the in the five classes we had?
Well, obviously, it's very competitive. You're not necessarily lucky enough to see a completely competitive field across all the classes. In my experience of sim racing commentary so far, so that's keeps. There's always some form of excitement. The GT3 paddock or field has been probably the most exciting to watch so far from what I've seen, with some real great scraps going on. And as we see, obviously Philippakos has now taken the lead after Alpegas has just exited the pits, so he's done 23 seconds behind the lead now. So a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, but we know how this guy is one of those front runners that can definitely do the biz when the tough gets going here. But for the time being, Alex Payas driven against him last season when I was competing here, and really he's actually just the type of driver that's, again, metronomic in his pace, just chips away at the advantage no matter how insurmountable it looks. So we'll wait and see how he can do here on a fresh set of boots, and well, presumably fresh set of boots, because it looks as though he's gonna double stint on the... No, in fact, he's going on hard tires again, so it's definitely double stinting on his previous stop here. Meanwhile, going further behind, this is Salvatore Pastore as... Oh no, in fact, as we go into him, he crashes, Ryan.
Yeah, and he'd brought that gap down to fifth position, down to a second and a half, but just losing it on the exit of the corner and putting himself into the barrier. I don't know if he's got it, or he definitely has some sort of potential damage there with the car going all over the place. Oh, and he's gone sideways now, and he's almost taking out one of the LMP2 cars whilst he does so. He's going to have to try and get that back to the pits for some repairs. And that definitely looks like he's going to also relinquish sixth place as well in the process.
And the car behind him, the Kasatra Racing with PEA, the Indonesian team that's made the trip here to Istanbul virtually, are going to catch up to him pretty soon. But you did go earlier about the whole Rizzo losing his head while driving. That was a similar case, wasn't it? Because he had one spin, then as he was trying to regroup, maybe the tires were hot, maybe he just got a bit over exuberance, just forced the car into yet another spin and just added even more woes to his already bleak situation.
Yeah, and that's one of the situations, like you said, that you don't really take into account. You have a spin and you think, oh god, I've got to try and make this back, as he drops it again. So I don't know, is there damage? Is it just overheating tires that's causing him to have these spins, mixture of frustration as well? But it's something that you don't take into account, or something you definitely don't think of, the fact that I've had a spin, I've potentially put a bit of a heat cycle through these tires. I'm going to have to give about half a lap or so to let them cool off before they go back to feeling like they did before I spun. So yeah, you end up having another spin because you're trying to push the same, if not harder, because you're frustrated you've made a mistake.
Though, to add on to your point, I think also the fact that the half spin that he had earlier probably was not going to go through and warm his tires completely. But yes, a complete heat cycle may be a thing that would have happened, but I don't think rFactor 2 has a heat cycle that sensitive compared to, say, the F1 games, where one single spin can literally just turn your tires into whack. But it looks as though that Pastore is not in the right frame of mind at this point, because after one spin it just piles on into another, and sector 2 yellow flags, it might have been just the guys might have been hit again. As we look at Nicola Pagani coming out of the pits, it looks as though it might have been a scheduled stop, but the car is not going up to pace as he would have liked, because look at the gap between himself and Rizzo is actually getting much closer here.
Yeah, and it's just approaching about 5.5 seconds between the pair of them. Don't know if Pagani's gonna, get those tires up to temperature, because as you said, he's just pitted, right? So he'll hopefully get those tires back up to temperature and disappear back off up the road. Meanwhile, we're looking here at the battle for first and second, is this, in the GT3 Am.
Yep, Tommy Teasdale, who was leading the way in a Team Rocky Monsters 1-2. The sister car 63 was behind, but then it has faded a bit. But pretty sure, I think once we see the pit stop cycles come through and fresher drivers get into that seat, it might just be able to challenge the top two here. But Simone Miazza is just about 1-2 seconds, in fact, behind Teasdale. So the other VDA driver, who has not had a spin yet, chasing after a Porsche, that is going to be a win for the race win in GT3M. Let's just wait and see how he could engage it, because we saw the Ferrari, previously the sister car in a Ferrari as well tried to challenge for the lead, tried to challenge for position, 5th place in that time. Didn't really work out. Let's see how the sister car does it as, yellow flag, and that is the Sim 3M pink car. So, the pink car is actually going into trouble. We'll get to them in a while, but Miazza then tried to do what Rizzo couldn't do and tried to overtake without causing a bit of melee.
Yeah, and this is looking a bit dicey here as we got the recovering pink car getting back up to temperature. Didn't quite catch what happened there, but it was off track on the inside of the chicane by the looks of things. So not sure what happened there. We might get a replay hopefully.
Pretty soon, but yeah, it was at the top of the hill in the first sector, so he might have actually gone off somewhere and then just wanted to go back to the track, but he saw that there was a gaggle of cars coming and just couldn't get back on the track safely until much later. So good bit of driving. At least he didn't try to rush back onto the racing line and probably just cause a code 80. Either way, it looks as though Milanese is doing the right job in getting there safely. Meanwhile, Miazza then is behind a McLaren, but that's not the car he's actually battling for the lead in his class, because the guy he's chasing is a car further in front.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be quite frustrating because he's stuck behind the McLaren. Is that the 115 I can see on the side there? No, sorry, the 13 McLaren. It's
the Heba Pro car,
yeah. So that's third in class. So obviously trying not to give the position away to relinquish a lap in this situation by the looks of things. Obviously lost out to the leader already in terms of a lap. And so Miazza's struggling, whilst Teasdale is starting to clear off up the road now.
Well, he's not exactly scampering away, but he is still about a second and a half ahead. So the gap somehow, despite him being stuck behind Nicolas Barclay in this McLaren and Ferrari battle between the two classes, Miazza is actually still within earshot. So he's not really losing much here, though he will be a bit frustrated that he cannot get by a car that's in front of him in class and on the road, but he's much slower in pace in relation to him at this point.
Yeah, and obviously this is the Pro-Am versus the Pro Car, so that they're not actually fighting each other for class position, as I was getting mixed up with earlier. But as we're going on, the gap is still staying the same actually, and
that's crazy, isn't it? Because he's using the slipstream in the McLaren to good effect, and it's not bogging him a bit. But it is also frustrating that he's not anywhere near him to make a challenge right now.
Yeah, and it seems like there's opportunities, and then the opportunities seem to fade away for the possibility of a move. As actually that might open the door a bit for Miazza, but not enough. And actually, Teasdale's ducked for the pits.
And that will free up at least the class lead, but not the position on the road. He's still stuck between a rock and a hard place, because there's the number 4 Mercedes from Pescara right behind as well for good measure. So that Pescara car as well is not part of this particular battle. So really, it's a bit of a sticky situation to be involved in, and it's not going to help his race one bit, because he'll rather have clean air than be stuck behind another car that's not even in the same class and just bogging his momentum.
Yeah, and obviously by following the car very closely, the car understeers. It just doesn't. The car sort of it's a little bit more free and doesn't necessarily do what you want to do, especially through some of these high-speed corners where you kind of want the front end to work in your favour. And again, this is going to be putting potential stress on the tyres, although potential pit stops coming sometime soon, if I'm correct, if the leader is pitted.
Indeed, and we didn't have any code 80s just yet, so that does free up the strategy a bit, and everyone's pitting according to their assigned schedules among themselves initially. But though, going to your point about when you said that if you're stuck behind another car, especially when you're stuck behind it for a long period, does it affect the tires? I would say that not so much as in a single seater. If you have the wake turbulence behind another car affecting your front tires, yes, you can feel that. Even in rFactor 2, it's quite simulated quite realistically. But honest, I've been taking part in some leagues with Formula cars, especially the F1 type cars. Yes, it will have an effect, but in tin tops and GTs, for example, it's just well, you won't feel it that much, but you do see it in your lap time. You do consistently see that it rises a bit, as opposed to you want the delta to be much lower. And for Miazza being stuck behind Barclay, he will find that his delta is going to increase ever so slightly, and the advantage that he would have chipped away at Teesdale is not going to be coming in return big time afterwards.
And I think at this point would be the point where he'd want that McLaren out of his way, because if he has any extra pace, he's going to want to show it off right now, because at the moment he's kind of, well, it's not going to be undercut as such, because obviously he was already ahead, but he does run the risk that when he goes to do his own pit stop, he might come out further behind.
Yeah, indeed, and that's what you say about that. The delta is going to increase ever more, as opposed to just dropping to his advantage. And you can clearly see that he does have the pace advantage over the McLaren, but it's just he can't get by. It seems as though that the Ferraris here, at least, good through the corners, but just not enough grunt on the straight to get through. So it will present a problem here if they were to, say, battle for the race win, and it goes to the dying moments of a race where he needed to overtake. Now, we go a couple of classes higher. This is the Project 91 car driven by Perseus Miram, the Australian here, coming through turn 8, the multiple left-handed turn 8. 6 laps behind, he is one of the last cars standing. Oh, he might be the last car standing after this if he crashes, but amazingly doesn't.
Well, I mean, he kind of caused the issue himself, but still a great save by Miram. Obviously, just getting a bit tripped up by one of the GT cars as we move to the battle for third place between Pagani, who's now catching up onto the back of Fabro for third position.
Now this is going to get interesting, as Miram actually gets a penalty for a previous collision here, so that's a penalty dished out by the stewards. We'll probably get to the bottom of that, or Mariano will confirm with us what that penalty was on screen after this. It could have also be just a cut track, whatever it is, but Luca Fabro will be now trying to pull off his defensive wizardry against Nicola Pagani, and Pagani probably hasn't seen yet what happened to Michele Rizzo, but no doubt that Rizzo, if he was in Pagani's ear, it says, yep, watch out for this guy, he defends quite hard.
Yeah, but he's not trying to defend fresh air at the moment, so they're still very locked together, but they're in a gaggle of cars. You've got the hypercars coming through, they've got a fairly slow-moving GT3 in front that's becoming a bit of a roadblock for the pair of them. So this isn't looking good for Fabro, as one of the LMP2s just sends it up the inside. A little bit of contact there, but they still lived to fight another day, and this is allowing Pagani right up onto the back of him. He's doing all the tactics to try and psych out his opponent. The flashing, the being big in the mirrors, going this way and that way. As we see, there's a car off on the outside of one of the corners. I didn't quite catch which corner that was at.
It definitely is a prototype, and it looked like an LMP2, but I'm not sure which team is that. We'll get to the bottom of that. As we can see, Nicola Pastore, we saw just now, who was spinning wildly 3 times in a single lap, gives way to the battle between the GT3 Pro guys. But Fabro, again, he is starting to do that defensive trick that he did on Michele Rizzo earlier by just easing in slightly into the middle of the road and into the hard shoulder to prevent Pagani from coming by. And as a result, Pagani didn't get the best of launches out of turn 10 and 11. Now onto this long straight with the kink. Fabro lives to fight another lap here as he increases the gap ever so slightly.
Yeah, and Pagani by Fabro taking that defensive line, it really compromised Pagani's exit out onto that straight section, as we see a yellow in Sector 1. But interestingly, you saw Fabro taking a bit of a defensive line, even though he did have quite, like, he's had best part of a second gap now to him. It's now come back down to 7/10. I think this might be the reason for our yellow. It's Kurfoff in the Fuel Savers car. Looks as though they've possibly had a bit of an off and not quite going at full race speeds at the moment.
Well, if he is doing that to save fuel, he's living up to the team name, the Fuel Savers. But he wasn't the engine saver previously, as his team was off the track in Tambirello with an engine failure. It was Arlo, his teammate, that drove that time. And looks as though it might just be some sort of technical issue with the car. It's not going at optimal speeds. And as it looks as though, I think one of the comments is Lorenzo Arisi, I think, came in and said, no, it's actually Melguera, one of our former champions, said suboptimal racing line for another incident. Well, this is another moment of suboptimal racing line. Goes off into the chicane and was that Sparks? Oh, that's his normal Sparks.
Yeah, I get the feeling there's possibly some suspension damage there. You know, it looks like it's crabbing ever so slightly, and whenever he tips it into a corner, yeah, that definitely looks to be crabbing to me. Whenever he tips it into a corner, it doesn't seem very compliant.
Let's see then. From afar here and in the perspective that we were looking at, it's crabbing just slightly, but I don't know if it might be because he's trying his damnedest to just turn the car as hard as possible to the opposite direction where the car is going to make sure that it's going straight, if you get my drift there. It's just that it's not complying to how he's going, but now he's made it to the safety of the pit lane, as well as, look at that, that's Fabro coming in, so Pagani is released now.
Well, Pagani had actually already taken the position, so he'd taken third place off of Fabro, and at that point, I guess they must have, well, it's either a schedule stop or they've decided to cut their losses and see if they can get the position back by performing the undercut.
Yeah, but let's see then with him in this pit stop. It looks as though the car is not on its jack, so this is just for fuel only. Oh, now it's on its jack, so it is a full stop.
Yep, full stop. So fuel, tyres, and then, you know, the fun begins for the first few laps until the tyres start to degrade a bit.
Well, so you can still just have a bit more adhesion with it, maybe just 5 or 6 laps, but then once you go into that phase where the tires start to degrade a bit, then you're gonna have to try and conserve it. So in a way that it is affected by those first 3 laps. If you get a bit overzealous with the way you drive, then it will show itself in the later stages that you probably push the tires a bit too much. So it's quite cool, isn't it, that rFactor still has that tire life thing, when in the first few stages you will love it, but then after that you will have to start conserving it because you don't want it to make it feel like a like a 2 pence dime.
Yeah, and I'm guessing, can the other teams able to double stint the tyres in this championship, or is the tyre wear a bit too drastic for two stints on the same tyre?
No, you can actually, for sure. I've driven in the hypercars before. You can actually go for a double stint, triple stint, if you're really, really wanting to go for it. But that's almost just going to be painful for your pace as well. As we got now Ed Hunter back into the commentary box. And that was a very quick coffee break. Hopefully now you're G'd up to continue for more.
Yeah, let's hope I don't sound like overly, unbearably energetic, like a 6-year-old child. But I think that's unavoidable when you're going to be a commentator sometimes. But but anyway, yeah, 2.5 hours left to go, and yeah, a lot of things still hanging in the balance. As I think we're just seeing Rizzo and Martino, the two inseparable battlers, just continuing to fight against one another.
So was that a driver change? Martino's just got in the car, hasn't he?
Yep,
yeah,
it was
I think Martino
earlier.
back in.
Yep.
So yeah, it's Rizzo I think stayed in, but Martino has taken over from Luca. Because they're both called Luca, it's easy to get them mixed up and think, oh, he's been in that car a while, hasn't he? No, that was Martino, not Fabro. But yeah, interesting up front. So Iris and Grand Effect have both done their driver changes now, and Peugeot has taken put on board the Team Iris 77, but they're over 90 seconds now behind Alari Alpius. So Team Iris really lost out during that last phase of pit stops, didn't they? Because they were arguably before the driver change, they were about a couple of seconds, 20 seconds ahead, but that was sort of without a little bit illusory, wasn't it? Because again, I think Grand Effect did the driver change first and then Team Iris did it. So yeah, you have to say with a nearly 100-second lead, it's looking strong for with 2.5 hours left to go. Strong for Grand Effect, but we've been here before, so we don't want to put the jinx on it. So so we've got to be careful about what we say, because Jose Ignacio will come visit us in the night if we proclaim them as winners already when there's still 2.5 hours left to go for all sorts of things that could happen. But but nonetheless, Patrick Swakowski as well, about 25 seconds behind Varconi. So Varconi has built up a pretty decent lead in the pro class as well. It's really, as has been the whole race, it's really the GT3s where the most consistent battles have been. Although saying that, Pirelli has pit in the HE Sports Blue Belt and come out about a second and a half behind Davide Lupi, as it looks like Giancarlo Rossi in the GR Simfras has set the fastest lap of the race, 152.3. So, yeah, much faster than Robiti or Pagani ahead of him. So, yeah, Nicola Pagani might look at that and get a bit worried, as Miram has copped another penalty in third in the hypercar class. But he probably won't care one jot at all. That was a good save, actually, from Giuseppe Pirelli. He's really pushing those Dunlops, isn't he, through turn 7.
Yeah, imagine if he was on Pirelli's, then it will be a bit weird that he's trying to whack on his surname. But, yeah. 3 seconds to the good now. He's still pushing for it. So he's, despite having a bit of a slight scare, he's still twisting the throttle even harder, or rather stamping the throttle even harder, as if he's not missing a beat.
Pirelli sort of feels like on those names, like, you know, those rFactor 2 modded tracks where they've got all the sponsors, but they're sort of altered versions of the real sponsors. So you, instead of like putting Pirelli, you put Pirelli. Yeah, but I'm sure that's just Giuseppe's actual name, so it's not made up from his perspective.
Yeah, it's just a way to circumvent it.
But anyway, yeah, he luckily holds on to that slide and lives to fight another day. But yeah, certainly he was fighting for the podium in LMP2 Pro-Am. It's sort of the oddest class to talk about, because Sim 47 have had such a stranglehold over the lead there that it's sort of been Fava in the ARMS Super 42, Pirelli in the HE Sports Blue Bolt, and then a couple of interlopers like Prusak in the Hyperion 46, even Emmanuel M. Battista in the Naha Racing Italia car isn't too far behind, 4th in class, about 30 seconds down on Prusak. But yeah, Pirelli seems like, since the earlier part of the race, has really lost ground. I wonder if maybe there was, certainly not a driver change, but certainly some sort of, they're a little bit out of sequence compared to the rest at this point in the race. Anyway, 2.5 hours left to go then, as we look at Ricardo Fava. It looks like Black Hawk are doing a driver change. Maximilian Schleider gets on board the number 30 that have been running in a clear but unchallenged third position. Looks like Pavel Andrzejewski is briefly going to overtake them in the second Hyperion, but he is yet to do his own stop. So, yeah, Blackhawk are looking good for another podium. They got so many podiums in Hypercar last season as Fava, or this time he has a big moment into turn 7 uphill. A little bit less dramatic than than the one we just saw for Pirelli, though.
Yeah, definitely he got away with that one, but still, it's just a limited edition. So Ryan, you can go ahead.
I wasn't butting in at all. No.
No, sorry, guys, that was coming in first.
Well, now we got to think of things to say. Thanks, Ryan.
Oh, sorry. No, I was sort of just found myself scanning through the timing sheets just to see what was going on throughout the rest of the field. But no, it's sort of. Well, it sort of caught me in rabbit in headlights just then.
Literally, look at these headlights. Yeah. Okay, Amir. I want to ask you about Peugeot and Team Iris, of course, because they were quite close to Grand Effect before the last phase of pit stops. They're 90 seconds down. We think that's the actual gap, but last lap around, Peugeot was about almost 3 seconds a lap quicker than Alkpius. So, what's the strategy for Team Iris now? Is there anything they can do in terms of double stinting tires, or is it just a case of, look, we just got to push it and hope that we can chew into that 90-second lead, maybe half it by the time we get to the final hour or so?
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm also looking at how Alch Pace, maybe that lap was just an outlier. It may not be his representative pace. Though it does go back to that point you said about double stinting tires. Yes, I think Alch Pace might have actually been going on a triple stint as well now, because he's only made 2 pit stops, so this is his third stint here on the same tires he started with. Maybe he's just trying to back it up and wait. But having said that, his previous lap was a 37.1, so it might have been an outlier. But he is definitely double stinting those tires to just make less stops make less full service stops to save time on the road.
Exactly, because that was sort of what they needed to do if those early 3 drive-throughs they had right at the start of the race, but they were basically carried over from Imola, I think. Some of them, ground effect, definitely felt were a bit harsh, but I think nonetheless, they took them on the chin, and they've had some very, very, bad luck happen to Symphony number 1. They've also had some good performances and some very good luck as well, so it's certainly not entirely inherited lead. They've had to fight to get there, and like you say, if they're spending less time in the pits, it sort of negates some of the time they lost earlier through having to do those drive-throughs. Oh, look at that. Is that the Blue Bolt car that's going completely off track at turns 3 and 4 there before rejoining, as we cut back to Percy Smirm in the Project 91 Ferrari. Just feels like they've stacked up about 91 penalties so far in this race, but as long as they get the one podium, the 91 drive-through penalties won't bother them one bit.
Yeah, I mean, while you were away for the coffee break, they did get another penalty for good measures, so it does live up to the point of, well, despite them racking up some sporting sanctions, they would still pick up a podium nonetheless, and no one will be betting against them for that one.
They've been trying as well. They also had the spin whilst you're off for the coffee break as well.
They did. I think Salvatore Pastore had a big spin as well and hit the wall, along with the other team sheeper as well, wasn't it? Of Nico Barclay, I think. Or was it Rizzo? No, it was Rizzo in the virtual driver's license that was to hit the wall. Oh, and look at this. Miram being really held up by Opacini and one of the Hyperion LMP2s there through turn 8 there. So Percy Miram quite sensibly sort of gets almost on the brakes there and decides to pass him in the straight, given that he's got the car that's by far the quickest in a straight line. So very sensible there from Percy Miram. Miram still 20th in the overall order, so he's only ahead of one of the LMP2s in the form of Samuel Korthoff. So he's about 5 seconds behind John Ray Tronza. So he's got some quite legitimate battles, actually, with the LMP2 Pro-Ams to sort of gain position in the overall order. I think at this point, we've got to say third in the overall order for Perseus is looking a little bit unlikely. But if he can just get to the end and stay out of trouble, then he'll be doing more than enough. But the problem is, because of the natural pace of this car, he's going to inevitably catch the back of these LMP2s quite quickly, isn't he? So it's just a case of, do I want to pass them or do I want to stick behind them? But his natural pace with some of the mistakes that he's making is sort of limiting the actual progress he can make. But his speed down the straights means he's got to be quite careful.
Yeah, and obviously some 6 laps off of the lead LMP2 car, so in order to get that overall third place. So yeah, it would be be a bit different. We almost had it in real life going back in Le Mans, where we almost had an LMP2 car standing on the main podium. So
it was the Jackie Chen car, wasn't it?
I think it was a Jackie Chen car, yeah. And so we could possibly be seeing it today. In fact, looks highly likely we'll be seeing it today.
Although that Jackie Chan car, sorry to come in there, but the Jackie Chan car did actually lead the way for most of the race until the Porsche came back around hour 17 and we were robbed of possibly the biggest upset in Le Mans history.
Almost certainly, yeah. And Le Mans has had its fair share of upsets, hasn't it, over the years. But yeah, speaking of which, it is Zoltan Varconi trying to chase down Patrick Swiatkowski. So I'm trying to figure out where Hyperion are relative to Go Team in the overall. I think Varconi is saying has made 4 pit stops, whereas Swiatkowski's only made 2. So I think, again, because Hyperion know they haven't got the raw pace to get out ahead here, they're trying to double stint their tyres potentially.
Yeah, it looks that way. And obviously, like we've already said, saves the time, but as a bit of a trade-off towards the end of the second stint, you do tend to find the tyres start to go off a bit in comparison to those who are doing fresh tyre stops each time.
Yeah, he had a horrible lap, Swiatkowski, 149.5 compared to 140 for Zoltan Varconi. So he lost 9 seconds. He's been caught hand over fist right now. And there's a bit of traffic, but you can also tell he's just not got the peak grip that he did earlier on.
Certainly, and we should probably see in the timings that the that gap between the pair of them is going to be coming down, and it is actually coming down slowly. It's down to 22 seconds between the pair of them.
138.0 in the first sector for Swiatkowski, and I think Varconi is somewhere in the 37s, so quite a low 37, I would wager it. But yeah, certainly. Actually, the gap goes up a little bit in the middle set, so I think Varconi's just coming across the traffic now that the Swiatkowski's is cleared. But yeah, it's certainly a traffic playing its part, as it tends to do at all of these ES races, of course, with the 5 different classes, all fighting against each other. And oh, it looks like Perseus Miram is in the pits, and it's showing DNF next to his name, so Project 91 may be out of this one, and that would be a big shame to only have 2 hypercars on the podium, but that guarantees it's going to be either Go Team or Hyperion in third, essentially, as long as they can get to the end.
Yeah, so this kind of makes the winning of class for LMP2 even bigger, because then it gives the bragging rights that, you know, they stood on the main podium for this race as well. So another little carrot to dangle in front of Varconi.
Yeah, certainly not that he needed extra motivation. But yeah, you got to feel a bit for Perseus Miram there, because there was that reward waiting for him. I'm not sure if he'll still get, you know, kind of half points for completing almost 4 hours of the 6-hour race. I think, Amir, you might remember better than me. I think you have to complete at least 80% to get sort of some of the points.
I think it was 75, and I was thinking
75.
On, yeah.
Okay, I think he'd still be a little short, because he's about 20 minutes short then. So Miram needs to get back in the race if he can. Just complete a bit more distance.
It's kind of a shame, isn't it, that internet connectivity issues is denying him of a podium in that one.
Yeah, nothing you can really do about that. Hopefully, maybe a teammate can take over or something. Let's see. I don't know who else is in the Project 91 team that might be able to take over, because it's been Perseus the whole way through so far. I imagine he's just exhausted at this point and needs a break anyway.
Yeah, but again, they might just secure the podium either way, because they were the other hypercar riding as... let's see what happened to Marv Donacombe.
What happened?
Swiatkowski!
So that was how Swiatkowski lost those 9 seconds. It was as Perseus Miram was trying to lap them. Okay, so Miram is through, and then gets horribly held up by the Ksatria car. And then I think is that the 75 Caspian car that I think is involved in that as well, or it might be the Sweet Force 73 of Thomas Godek. Yeah, but yeah, it's the 2 GT3s that sort of get mixed up with Miram, and that's what causes the pileup.
Yeah, but I think it's Miram where he literally just dove to the right on his left and swerved back to the right across the road, because he actually tried to get away from the GT3s to give some space, but he didn't realize that Swiatkowski was on his left, and that just caused a horrible chain reaction.
Yeah, I think there was such a big difference in closing speeds there that Miram tried to go around the outside of the pair of them, and obviously a bit indecisive in the move, did not realise the rate that Swiatkowski had closed on him, and so yeah, a bit of a plane crash.
Yeah, amazed that didn't cause a code 80, although I guess it was right near the end of the lap, so Miram, with one wheel missing, it looked like only had to just sort of crawl into the pits to retire, essentially. But that is a huge shame either way for all concerned. It certainly cost Swiatkowski a lot of time, and the same for everyone else involved as well, as we look at Armando Ortenzi, second in the GT3 AM order. Now, just a second behind Wouter de Bruyn. Now, remember, de Bruyn was, of course, the winner last time out. He was doing that final stint as one of the last stints, I think, as Team Ricky Monsters won in Imola. And now he finds himself really under attack here, having inherited the car from Tommy Teasdale as well. So De Bruyn is really going to have to drive on his haunches a bit here. Last lap 155.9 for De Bruyn. Hortensi's in the 155.5s. 154.9 sorry. That's Milanese's time I was just reading behind. So yeah, over a second lap quicker from Hortensi, who just looks very, very confident now for Virtual Drivers Alliance. And Virtual Drivers Alliance haven't been denied the win in the first 2 races of the season. They're not going to let this one slip through their fingers, are they? They really want this one.
Oh, I didn't know who was going to say it. Yeah,
I should have said a name at the end of the sentence. Ryan.
Yeah, and one of the LMP2s scything through the pair of them. These two are battling.
Oh,
position, yes.
Here we go. Hortensi going for the class lead, and a little bit of contact with Walter De Bruyn, but Hortensi is through. There was just enough gap, I think, and yeah, Walter De Bruyn had to step aside then, and that means they have lost the lead for the first time in this race of Rookie Monsters. So here we go. It was, I think, I'm not sure which car. I think it might have been the Cassatria Sim Racing LMP2. You see Hortensi just dives it in the inside. And De Bruyn almost has to go wide in avoidance there to prevent a crash.
Yeah.
And that puts the Porsche behind, and Hortensi into the lead in that Ferrari.
Yeah, Hortensi, a bit opportunistic there. Obviously, De Bruyn having to do a bit of a brake check as to not collide with the passing LMP2, and that really helped the Ferrari get the move done and put them close enough to make that move.
Yeah, another thing to note there. Yeah, sorry to get on that, but another thing to note, because from our onboard, when we were looking at it, looked like there was a collision, but ultimately it was a clean move. Maybe because he just touched the curb, made the car just jolt a bit. It looked like there was a collision.
It was certainly close there. There wasn't a whole lot of space there, and Walter De Bruyn actually had good presence of mind to spot that Hortensi was coming there. As we see a load of pit stops in LMP2. Swakowski comes in, so that hands the lead back to Varconi in LMP2 Pro. Pavel Andrzejewski in the other Hyperion is also in, so it looks like 44 and 45 are converging on strategy. Ricardo Fava is also in, so that means he's going to drop a lap behind Federico Suave. Looks like Sunset Motorsport have actually managed this race fairly well to get back into the top 5 in class, as we look at Anthony Walker down in 7th, as Pier Paolo Di Maria for Carloni Racing 82. We're at the very back of the field, remember, when we started, when me and Ewan started commentating at the end of the first hour or so. Carloni's got back through, and there we go. He's making the moves. That looks like Pagani lapping both of them, and Anthony Walker looking to take advantage to repass Di Maria as they approach the first corner, but it's going to be difficult for Walker to go all the way around the outside in that Porsche.
Yeah, and obviously the Audi taking the defensive Di Maria right there, and just not giving him the opportunity there, and not really allowing him any drive. There's another faster approaching BMW coming up to behind them as well. As that's one of the hypercars also getting in the mix, and yeah, Walker's kind of fell back now. He's lost a few car lengths.
Yeah, the thing is, there's only 2 hypercars left, and they're both purple in the form of Iris and Grand Effect, although that's clearly the Team Iris 77 of Peugeot make his way through. Alari Alpius actually pits from the lead, so this allows Peugeot, that was 100 seconds behind, to start to close back in. So it's crucial he doesn't lose too much time in traffic for the sake of his race here. We see Prusak in the third of our Hyperions also pitting in, which drops him down the pack into the midfield in LMP2 Pro-Am into 5th in class. But yeah, Anthony Walker, you can tell, has really been struggling the entire stint, because he's gone from 2nd to 7th. And Di Maria, by contrast, who's in a championship fight, he's only about, let's see, how many points behind is he's about 12 points behind Rookie Monster 62 in the GT3 AM Championship. Carloni Racing looking to maintain that GT3 AM title from last season, and the 82 with, I think, 2 fourth places, I think, so far in this season. They've gone from last into the top 6, and their championship rival has lost the lead to Virtual Drivers Alliance as well. So this has been a good phase of the race, actually, for 82. If they can get into the top 4 again, consistently keep finishing in the top 4 no matter what happens around them, that would certainly serve them well, because consistency in Endurance Championship is certainly something that you need if you want to win that championship. And we saw it from Carloni Racing last season. We're seeing it yet again here. Of course, Carloni won quite a lot of races last season as well. They were probably the most dominant champion of all the 5 classes we had in Season 6. Season 7 so far has not really gone their way, of Rookie Monsters putting up a very, very stern fight. And we see Virtual Drivers Alliance and Simfream starting to get their act together too. So GT3 Am is heating up. GT3 Pro still on tenterhooks between 4 different teams at least.
Certainly, and obviously Pagani's trying to set off for rFactor, I believe, but there's some 27 seconds between them, and as I think you've already mentioned, Rossi's trying to close that 6-second gap to Pagani.
Yeah, and not a great lap for Pagani as well, 1:55.9 compared to 53.4 for rFactor, and Rossi in third in class set a 1:53.1 as well, which is very quick compared to all the other quickest of all the GT3 cars, I think, by quite some margin. So, yeah, Rossi has really upped his pace as we look at Revian Gumila for Ksatria Sim Racing. Sort of just been hanging around in the middle of the pack, Gumila for Ksatria Sim Racing, doing well to mostly stay out of trouble. When Ksatria Sim Racing ran an LMP2, the bright yellow LMP2, Emir, I remember well, they were very rarely facing in the right direction. So good to see the GT3 squad. They've gone down a class, but they have actually started to get things together, and they are not quite at the very back of the field. As you see, Francesco Giardinetto for Carloni Racing Black seems to have hit trouble and looks to be out of the race in the LMP2 Pro class. That's a big shame. They're running in the top 4, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, there's showing up as DNF on the timing screens and dropping down the order now, so that is a shame.
And there's the boy transport Simon Kingsbury going very wide at turn 8, 5th in class to let people through. So on what's been a difficult day, started out badly with the boy transport having to withdraw their hypercar team because they just didn't have enough drivers. Kingsbury is actually doing pretty well just to stay about 14 seconds behind Nelson Ignacio. But Ignacio is about 2 laps down on Milanese in third in class. So really, there's a great battle for 4th, actually, and Kingsbury right at the center of it, as long as he can keep Nelson Ignacio in sight. Ignacio could get a few more penalties. That would certainly help Boy Transport's cause, especially with Di Maria starting to close up that lap gap behind them as well. So Kingsbury can't afford to be too complacent here if he wants to finish in the top 5.
Yeah, some near 15 seconds off of 4th position, so definitely still in the hunt.
And talking about Simon Kingsbury, that's one of the names that I raced with just last weekend in the RGPL 24 Hours at Daytona. So glad to see that some of the same cast members here from ES also take part in the big endurance races. But glad to say, small flex, managed to finish 2nd overall in the class with Sean Clark Racing. So shout out to those boys over there to bring that car home and scoring a podium in Daytona.
Yeah, I think Sean Clark Racing also compete in Virtual Endurance Championship as well, don't they? I'm pretty sure they're in one of the GT3 classes there. As we see Varconi. Oh, is it his turn to hit some trouble as we see... Oh, just being collected there. And is that the Tamelli ERT of Pagani going straight almost into the wall there after tagging the back of Varconi as Varconi attempts to lap him there. That was very messy.
Oh.
Yeah, I felt like that was almost sort of like a miscommunication there, really. Tried going for the outside to lap him, and you know, I think the BMW didn't quite realize. I guess didn't realize he was there, or just expected him to take the inside line. But yeah, it a bit messy in the end.
Certainly, but it's not enough to cost Varconi a lead. Arguably, he had a less dramatic one than the one that Patrick Swikowski had with 5 of the cars involved at that turn 11 corner there. So turn 11, it seems just like a little flat-out kink, but it can be a bit of a bothersome corner in the wet, and even in multi-class racing, even more so. So yeah, luckily no rain on the horizon, unlike last season, of course, at Istanbul, which was a race, of course, that this team, Grand Effect, narrowly sort of missed out on. They gambled on, they stayed out on wet tyres as it dried out in the later phase of the race, sort of gambling that either the rain would come back or there'd be a code 80 that they could pit under and sort of maintain the lead. In the end, that didn't happen, and Simfrim ended up beating them. But it was still their best result of the season, that second place they took. It was still a very, very strong performance. And they were saying going in, we feel like we're going to get unlucky again. And I said, no, this could be the one, guys. But you need to keep pushing and hope that the luck goes your way. So far, so good. But let's see if that holds. They as he goes right over the curb to Ilario Alpius, they are 50 seconds to the good ahead of Stanislas Bajard at the moment. And that, of course, is occasionally trading if they pit on different laps. But it definitely seems like Alpius, the trend is he just keeps building that lead.
No, you got to remember that Alex Pales was last with the rFactor team, had some really awkward moments last season where they were in a contention to have a competitive result, but then something weird happens, like, because a reminder of Imola, and it happened this year as well, if we recall correctly, that it just is not a happy hunting ground for example, Imola, but the rest of the season, it's just a case of missed opportunities, and this season, definitely, they want to make amends for that and try to just take the championship by the horns.
Yeah, there's certainly a big opportunity for them, but also for Team Iris, if they can finish second and get the 25 points that come with it. Iris, at a minimum, are looking good to climb up to second in the championship. They could potentially take the lead, so I think we're in for a three-way battle between Simfrim, Iris, and Ground Effect for the rest of this season in Hypercar, and that is a really tantalizing prospect, because we did see a three-way battle between the two Simfrim teams and Team Iris last season that went all the way down to the wire, though Team Iris retired quite early on at Le Mans, so it didn't quite go all the way to the wire. But yeah, it was great to see that inter-team rivalry between the two Simfrim squads. Now they've just sort of consolidated into one, and I don't want to accuse Simfrim of being a weaker team this season, but certainly not having two horses in Hypercar has left them a bit more exposed when misfortune strikes, like we saw for Smeriglio. There's Salvatore Pastore in trouble again on the pit entry this time. He's come to a halt. And has the car died completely? Is there a wheel missing on that car? I think it should be okay. I don't see it crapping or anything.
It's not run out of fuel, has it?
He's stuck in first gear at the pit entrance. I think you might be right, Ryan, because he's just not moving at all. It feels like he's run out just before coasting into the pit entry there. So that is, after crashing out earlier, this is really bad luck for Salvatore Pastore and Team Shiba.
And on top of the fact that he had 3 consecutive spins while me and Ryan were minding the shop just now, really is not his race. Yeah, but it's not a race that he wants to remember, that's for sure.
Oh, he's had to retire. That's agonizing. It's never nice to retire from a race when you're inches away from your salvation in the form of the pit entry and the pit box that could repair your car magically, as if by magic, although it will take some time. But, but yeah, you've got to feel a bit for Salvatore Pastore, because this has been a pretty miserable part of the race. A race that promised quite a lot, actually, for Team Shiba. It's going to end with their LMP2 Pro car and their GT3M retiring. So that makes... It's been a fairly attritional race, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 retirements then from the 45 cars that started. About 38 still running.
Yeah, I had something similar to that happen to me in a sim race before at Spa, but luckily it was very touch and go. But luckily it was we were using the full endurance pit lane. And it ran out of fuel just as I was coming down the secondary part of pit lane, so it's downhill there. So I managed to coast it back into the pit box. But it's definitely not a nice feeling when you're thinking, I've made it to pit lane. I can relax now, and the car dies just as you get to pit lane.
You know, as much as we occasionally poke gentle fun at the Fuel Savers team, number 23, driven by at the moment by Samuel Korthoff. The one thing they've never gotten wrong is they never run out of fuel. So they've lived up to their names. It's a name they've earned. As we see Gardinetto still in the pits, no sign of rejoining. So it looks like him and Miram are not coming back from those disconnections. There's no one else to take. And I think sometimes, Amir, when you get disconnected, it's very awkward because it sort of prevents another driver from getting in. What you ideally ideal scenario is you go into the pits and you hand over to the other driver, but the way that the rFactor 2 driver change system works sort of makes it awkward to get around when you get disconnected.
Oh yeah, definitely. And actually, it happened to me during the 24-hour race at Daytona just over the previous weekend. Well, I did have a connection issue, and we did exit the race. But here's a bit of a dirty secret for those who want to know. We just literally disconnected the internet and try the first driver who started the car to come in, and then he leaves, and then I come back in. The car is actually back in the big garage, ready to be driven with the setup assigned. So that's definitely one workaround to get back into the race, but not sure if it 100% works, but it definitely worked for us and saved our bacon to finish second that time. And to go back to the point about the fuel, guys running out of fuel at pit entry, if you remember last year, Ed had to push a sister car from the Blue Steel Racing team to the pit lane because he ran out of fuel on the way in.
Yeah. Interesting team orders there. Oh, we're out of fuel. We need you to give us a push.
Well, it didn't affect my race, so I wasn't really too miffed by that, and still managed to maintain the top 5 finish that day anyway.
As long as you get the nose too badly damaged from having to carry the whole car. But,
just a kid. Just a kid.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we did have it in this year's actual Spa 24 Hours, where the lead Ferrari lost the race due to, I think, one of the cars also entering pit lane grinding to a halt on pit entry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not just sim racing we see this; it does happen in real life.
Though repercussions in real life may be a bit more severe if you were
Yeah.
say nudge a driver in pit lane, and the fact that it not only affects the guy in front of you and sporting rules wise, but it also will affect your car in terms of how many points of aero you might have lost from a single hit.
Yeah. I also remember ERC race. You might not remember this, Ryan, but it was a Spa. I think it was a Spa 24-hour race where Team Iris were leading the GT3 class. It was a championship decider as well, but they were up against I think it was Mugen Sim Racing, the Hungarian team. Mugen only really needed to finish second, and they did that. But in the closing stages, the lead Team Iris car, I think, either had some sort of mechanical failure, and it was under safety car as well, or just before a safety car was called, and they ended up losing their rear wing and being crashed into or something and hitting the wall. And about halfway through the final lap under safety car, the drive died, and they were sort of coasting, and they needed to be physically pushed along. I think they came into the bus stop, and the car just died, and so their teammates who were running third, Eric Kamadi, I think, was driving the car at the time, had to he was called on the radio, "Oh, we need you to push us over the line so we can actually win the race." So he just had to, it was a very comical scene from the team that otherwise had a pretty faultless 24 hours. But it shows even a team like Team Iris sort of has to do the same tactics sometimes. But that was, of course, a few years ago, in like 2021, 2022, something like that. But yeah, anyway, you can notice not a lot's going on the track right now, so we're just talking about random things that pop into our heads effectively. But we're on lap 143 for allowing Alpius, who leads by 113 seconds. So I think Peugeot has hit again and gone almost a lap down. Actually, he's quite close to being lapped by Alpius here. Varconi is about 42 seconds ahead of Swakowski. So still within sort of the pit window, Hyperion, depending on when the race ends. But we are into the final 2 hours now. So we're into the final hour of UK commentary at least. And then GT3 Pro, it's still Simone Robiti leading for the Simfream Junior team by 26 seconds over Nicola Pagani. Pagani occasionally catching. Last lap was about a second faster than Robiti, but Pagani needs to sort of stay out of trouble and needs to keep Giancarlo Rossi at bay as well if he wants Temelli ERT to win this one. So GT3 Pro very much hanging in the balance with Rossi closing the gap 4 seconds behind. Then GT3 Am Ortenzi continues to pull away from Wout de Bruyne to the tune of 9.9 seconds then. So Virtual Drivers Alliance looking good for their first win of the season, which would be a big result for the Italian squad.
Yeah, and meanwhile, what we're looking at here is a little battle that looks as though it's starting to shape up in the LMP2 Pro Am class. This is for 5th position between Matusa Prizak and Davide Lupi. between the pair of them, and Lupi's been. Well, I was about to say he'd been
Whoa!
catching closely, but then looks as though that was Pruzak getting a bit tripped up over the Boyd Transport BMW there.
If I didn't know any better, I think Pruzak let him through on purpose there. But because it is the new Hyperion team. Oh, breaking very, very late into turn 7. I think that was a genuine mistake because Pruzak looks like he's kicking himself a bit there with that aggressive dive on the Boyd Transport. And now the Team Schuber number 13 is holding Lupi up through turn 8. So maybe Mattis Pruzak will get revenge here as he nips to the inside and is now right behind Davide Lupi in the Team Schuber number 10. So actually, Team Schuber kicking themselves in the foot in the end, making Lupi in a more vulnerable position than he really wanted to be.
Yeah, and Pruzak's not given up on this. He's still managed to catch up onto the back, and he's back into the slipstream of Lupi, and it's half a second as they come down this back straight. So it isn't over for this 5th place battle.
Amir, it's a tale as old as time, isn't it? Trying to lap GT3 cars into turn 8, essentially, because we saw actually, a big moment for the HG Sports Blue Belt car through 7, but we saw it actually cost Hyperion the LMP2 Pro win at this race last season to Go Team, because Hyperion had a massive moment trying to lap a GT3 car and spun it, the 44. I think it was while Thomas Vank was in the car, while they were fighting against Go Team and Arm Cerber effectively. It was a really, really close freeway fight for quite a big chunk of that race, with Go Team, Varconi and Zux ultimately triumphing on that occasion. But yeah, Pruzak really fighting for a chance to finish on the podium here in LMP2 Pro-Am. It's been a bit up and down really from second onwards effectively, although Fava has started just to pull a small gap with Emir Karademir in the Sunset Motorsport 83 in between himself and Perilli. So that is sort of saving Ricardo Fava a little bit, but then there's a big gap to Batista and then Lupi and Pruzak 1.2 seconds apart. So yeah, LMP2 Pro-Am is sort of the trickiest one to read, as Pruzak really risking it, going as wide as he dares through turn 8.
Yeah, it's typical that when you have a class that you put in the Pro-Ams together, you will get a mixed bag, but that's the sort of wonderful mixed bag that you get racing-wise. Some teams can go high, some teams can go low. It's just in between there, we gotta read it, but it's a lovely thing to see when you can have multiple race winners go at one point, but then when you have the cream rise to the top, you can tell who's going to be in front. And at this point, Soave, with a lap ahead of Fava in the Sim3 eSports number 47 car, is looking quite ominous there.
It's a bit confusing because on the interval on the live timing says 40 seconds between Suave and Fava, but I think you're right, it's about a lap. So it is just slightly mixed messages on that front. I'd have to see what the driver track actually says. I think it says, yeah, so number 7 is sort of going through sector 2 at the moment. And where's the number 8? Number 8 is just going into sector 1. So yeah, it is about a lap. A lap and 40 seconds rather than just the 40 seconds. Just somewhat confusing. But Pruzak then. Oh, and there is that the Sim3 or the Grow Racing team, I think, Aston Martin, just getting in the way of Team Schuber once again, and now Pruzak has got to negotiate it again with a big dive from a long way back into it's the Sim3 number 99, the junior team there. But yeah, again, just bad luck for Team Schuber, which seems to be another theme of this race as well. They always seem to come upon other cars and themselves, admittedly, making a few mistakes here and there that tend to be their undoing, along with some disconnections as well. As Pagani pits from the GT3 Pro lead.
Yeah, as you said, from the lead, Rossi, the car behind in second, was closing bit by bit for the lead. He brought the lead down to 4 seconds. So now he will take the lead in the Porsche. Obviously, he lost the lead in the previous stint, so he's going to go a little bit longer here, and he's got the pace that I believe he can get that position back on merit.
Oh, Pruzak nearly hitting the back of Davide Lupi there through the final couple of corners, 13 and 14, as he gets very, very close. So Pruzak looks very, very keen, but he can't quite make things happen for him yet against Giuseppe Perilli, who seems to be just a little bit too smart to leave the door open for the young Hyperion driver there. But we also see Simone Rabiti is ahead now of Pagani. So Rabiti, having made his stop, is now starting to recover those positions effectively. So I think Rabiti is still in the net lead of the race for the Simfreem Junior team because Rossi is the only one yet to stop at those three. It looks like Andrea Gandosi is getting back on board the Tamelli ERT as well.
And I don't know if you'd already said it, but Gradinetto...
Whoa! Prusak round in turn 7. There we go. So a big moment. Just got that a little bit too crossed up as he got way too close into 7. He'd been making those dives into 7. Sooner or later, it was going to come back to bite him. And indeed it did. But luckily, not too much time lost there. Only a little bit of wounded pride for Matthias Prusak. Anyway, sorry, what were you going to say, Ryan?
Yeah, I was going to say the LMP2 Pro car of Gradinotto, the CR Pro prototype Black, seems to be back in the race. That car, I believe, DNF'd. Was showing as a DNF.
He got disconnected, yes. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Gardinetto has found a way back into the server, which is great to see. But sadly, the same cannot really be said for Perseus Miram, who remains on the DNF. So that means we've only had 6 retirements rather than the 7 I said earlier, with Gardinetto looking to at least get a couple of points for, let's see, where would he be in the LMP2 Pro Class? 7th, I think. Yeah, so that would be about 10 points or so, wouldn't it? They'd be looking to get, which could make a difference at the end of the season. You never know with the Carloni Racing team. But yeah, certainly it's not really been their day so far.
Yeah, and I don't know. Is Pirelli in the pits now? Because
yeah, he is. Yes.
I was going to say his name's dropping down the standings, so that promotes Prusak up a position.
Poor Mateusz Prusak is like, I spent so much as I stuck behind Pirelli when I really shouldn't have if I hadn't made that mistake earlier. But yeah, the Hyperion 46. And look, Stefano Zanrosso gets on board the HE Sports Blue Belt 91. So he takes over that car, which is why the pit stop's taking a little bit longer than normal. Yeah, Prusak now released about 2 seconds behind Lupi. So I think Zanrosso pitting has gained both of them a position effectively. So Prusak's still losing a bit of time to Lupi there.
Yeah, and well, everything's kind of again chilled out a bit. The gaps have been opening. The only major or the closest at the moment is Barclay and Gandosi on the track, which has been ebbing and flowing between 4 to 5 seconds in the GT3 Pro class. That's for 3rd position.
Yeah, Gandosi generally has been gaining, but Barclay's usually been able to respond at least a little bit. So the gap 4.7 seconds at the present moment, as you say, Ryan. But that could very much change in the near future then. So we got 1 hour, 48 minutes there. We're closing on the 90 minutes remaining mark. And Ilaria Alpius has built his lead over Stanislas Pajad to 1 lap then. So Grand Effect in command then as we go towards the closing stages.
Yeah, but you know the amazing point about the battle between 3rd and 4th in GTT Pro is that the fastest lap between the two guys is to the decimal point 437, but the seconds are different. Barclay's team 4:53.437, but Gandosi's 52.437, so it's a second difference. That's amazing. I was rubbing my eyes a second, like, oh, same time, but then in actuality it's exactly a second apart.
Well, that shows you how consistent the number 13 car and its drivers have been. Nico Barkley, his last lap was actually a 1:53.6, which is only 2/10 off of his very, very best lap. So you can tell he's getting absolutely everything out of that car. So you certainly can't say that Team Sheba are holding back at this point. That is their max pace.
Yep, and the 52.6 for Gandosi. Well, you can see why the gap between them is being chipped away here. So it's going to be a potential battle between those two as Rabiti has actually now come out of the pit. So where is he going to come in relation to the both of them? 25 seconds ahead of Barclay. So they're all within earshot of each other, relatively.
Yeah, I think Rabiti, like I said, I think he's still in the net lead. It's Rossi that's going to be the interesting one when he pits. He's 37 seconds to the good at the moment. So he has got a big gap to Barclay behind. But if, let's say, Gandosi gets ahead of Barclay and starts pumping in really good lap times, then, yeah, it could get interesting with Rossi and Gandosi.
Yeah, and that gap has been brought down even further. It's down to 3 seconds between Barkley and Gandozi. He's just taking chunks out of.
Oh,
Barkley and
Gardinetto! How did he save that one through turns 9 and 10 there? He just got a massive tank slapper through that chicane and just brushed it off like nothing happened there. So Gardinetto clearly 3 streaks to the win there, just taking all the risks possible because he's basically a long way down on the next LMP2 Pro car and 3 laps down on the next LMP2 car. So, you know, may as well just go for broke and see what happens. But yeah, certainly the rears not complying with him there.
Yeah. Gandozi putting personal best sector after personal best sector in again, as Gardinetto getting it a little bit sideways through turn 1. And comes out in front. That looks to be the sister car that's just come out in front of. Obviously not full position because Gardinetto is a little bit further back due to that disconnect issue.
Another driver that's setting up. Gandozi 152.3. That's his personal best then for Tamil ERT. Another driver setting personal best right now is Semir Selik, who's gotten aboard the Caspian Motorsport 75, 153.2. So he's about 9 seconds by Michele Rizzo in the Virtual Drivers Alliance 74. So Selik starting to catch Rizzo for that Turkish team, of course, Semir Selik. So yeah, Caspian could be on for a late charge here, but I think Gandozi is almost certainly going to be the one to watch.
Yeah, and yeah, Barkley not having the best of laps last time round. A 54.4 to, as you said, Gandozi's 52.3. I said he was taking chunks out of his lap time. It's now down to a second.
Yeah, it'd be great to see that battle on stream. We're looking at Di Gaetano for MR Motorsport 66, who is, where is he? He's, I think, last in the order of those still running. Yeah, about 34 laps down on the overall lead. And I think about half of that down on the...
Oh, God, he's down the inside.
Oh, that's brave at turn 9. Is there going to be enough space? Look at this. Nico Barkley's still there. He's got a good run on that McLaren. He's going to try and tuck into the slipstream, use the straight line speed, but I think Gandozi has got that one completed.
Yeah, and it just seems, having to take a bit of avoiding action of an LMP2 coming past, that's allowed Gandozi to get up close, and he came from miles back coming onto that back straight, so he had a good drive, and as he comes down, absolutely licks the stamp and sends it. Obviously runs a bit wide, covers off the line, and nowhere to go for the McLaren.
That was absolutely fantastic from Gandozi. He sent that from another postcode entirely.
Yeah, he was on the Asian side of Turkey rather than on the western side. He came all the way there and just made it through.
Did that from the city, not from the park, Istanbul. But yeah, that's really shows the confidence he had under the brakes to pull that one off, because Nico Barkley, I think, was completely caught unawares there. He had no chance of defending that one. And Gandozi already starting to streak away. And now it's 27 seconds between himself and Simone Robiti, of course, in the lead, technically the net lead of the class. So if I were Giancarlo Rossi, I'd be feeling a little bit worried now, because that's a 50, 60 second gap that's being eaten into hand over fist at the moment.
Yeah, and if Rossi was to pit sometime soon, would he slot somewhere in between?
Depends if they change drivers at GR Simfest as well.
So yeah, this is well, squeaky bum time really for Rossi and the Simfrost team, because they've really got to get their strategy on the ball now to try and keep within at least that second position.
In the meantime, there is a fight in LMP2 Pro-Am between Stefano Zannarosso in the HE eSports Blue Bolt and Emmanuel M. Batista right behind him in the Naha Racing Italia. But I think Zanarosso's just gotten through for 5th in class in the number 91 and is now starting to pull away. There they are. Batista struggling to stay in touch in the white and green Naha Racing Italia car. So, yeah, Zannarosso, who I think pit fairly recently, is on much fresher tyres at this phase of the race. And they're hard tyres as well.
Yep. Slight sidetrack, though, as Nico Buckley comes into the pits to come away from 4th position in the GT3 Pro class. A little comment came through in the live stream, coming from Mohamed Zini, and says, petition for Blue Steel Racing to come back, aka that's the team that I co-founded as well. Well, unfortunately, slight busy schedules, especially given the fact that Mika Hakimi, being the general manager of the team, is focusing on events, live events, in fact, hosting as well. So, sim racing events here in Malaysia, he's just not involved as often as he is in doing leagues anymore. So that's why you don't see Blue Steel Racing compete this season, or indeed Hot Rocket for that matter.
Yeah, previous champions in season 5, wasn't it? Mika Kimi and the Blue Steel team in was it Hypercar at the time, or was it LMP1? Or LMH?
Yeah, it was Hypercar.
Yeah, it was Hypercar at the time. So yeah, he's
was it LMP? No, it was DPI.
Yeah, Daytona prototype. Yeah, so it was during that sort of transition period before the Hypercars were brought into rFactor. But yeah, certainly some great performance. They even won at Imola last season quite unexpectedly, despite it being a really tough season where they just didn't have all that much time to practice, it must be said. But yeah, much missed Blue Steel Racing. I think they still, Mika Hakimi and company still compete in, is it the GRX league? There was a sort of...
GRL, yeah. The
GRL, yeah, where
we all competed in that one.
Yeah.
The Formula Sunrise one.
Because you did as well, didn't you? Yeah, they wrote me commenting on that. Didn't you win one of those?
Oh no, that was actually a guy who's actually not related, by the way. He's a friend, a really good friend, but it was the same name. It's Hosing as well. But yeah, we also co-drove in EES as well, so too much confusion to plenty of commentators who thought that, it might be the same guy driving for hours.
Yeah, especially when you're in the commentary box with me, and then there was a guy called Amir Haziq driving out there. As we see Lapadula getting on board the Naha Racing white number 58, and it looks like Roy Ton just ahead in the Boyd Transport is making his pit stop at the same time as well.
Yeah, bit of a shake around there before sending the car out, and obviously a few, as you said, there's a few names from leagues that I'm familiar with, and starting to appear in the cars now for their. Well, I guess the drivers getting into the cars now would be going to the end at this point, wouldn't they? In terms of the drivers just getting in for the driver changes.
Yeah, I certainly don't think you can get a set tyres of fuel to the end in 100 minutes or so, or I should say 99 minutes left, I think, on the clock. But yeah, certainly drivers will...
Oh, and there looks to be someone who's crashed into the wall of pit entry then.
Oh dear, let's see who that is. It'll be a telltale sign of them shown in the pits. Was it Gardinetto?
It looked like Gardinetto, yeah.
Our good friend Francesco in more difficulties as he tries to find every temp he can to try and get up the order. But it looks like with 90 minutes left on the clock, he's 16 laps down the lead and 4 laps down on the next car. It's going to take quite the effort for Gardinetto to get up the LMP2 Pro order. But as he said, still 7th in class, still quite a lot of points on the table here technically for Colony Racing Prototype Black number 15. As we look at Giancarlo Rossi continuing to circulate for GR Simfras, but he's been caught by both Rabiti and Gandosi behind him, although Rabiti is about 36 seconds in arrears. So definitely feels like GR Simfras are trying to extend and hope that either there's a late code 80 or that the race just sort of ends before they have to pit again in the next phase of pit stops.
Yeah, and there is, well, the lap, obviously a lap between the ground effect and the Iris, so it looks like, well, as you said, unless something pops up in Iris's favour, it looks just like they're sitting pretty at the front for ground effects.
Amir, is it maybe through the Porsche being quite easy on its fuel? Because we've seen that with Rookie Monsters as well last time out at Imola. They were able to get a big advantage by just taking it quite easy, building a bit of a lead, and then saving a lot of fuel and being able to extend their stints a bit more than some of the drivers they were competing with.
I think it was because of the fact that it might just have a couple of liters more in terms of fuel capacity. And it probably is a team style to just, stroke it up in front, and after that, easing it off a bit before they have to do their scheduled pit stop. So it's definitely a factor of a couple of things, but it looks as though it just makes the Porsche look good on fuel, and that's why we see a return of the mark here in this season's championship after it was missing we only had a smattering of Porsches throughout the past couple of seasons, but it's great to see Rookie Monsters running it and really utilizing it quite well.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit closer than Alpius would really like with the with the Nara Racing Italia car there. But yeah, Giancarlo Rossi, by the way, lapped actually quicker than Simone Ribiti the previous lap then, so he has started to fight back. And Dossi's charge has also started to slow just a little bit as well, 154.2 the previous lap then. So it's turned into a little bit more of a stalemate in a GT3 Pro. As long as Rossi can stretch the field just that little bit further, it'll put him in a really strong position. With if he can get it to go another half hour, it could well make the big difference at the end. As we see our two, is that our two class? No, that's Kianik who's gotten on board the Go team, and that means with that driver change, they've dropped about 40 seconds behind Patrick Swakowski. So Hyperion, I think, are yet to do their final driver change, but they're probably going to have to get to the end here.
Yeah. And how are we looking at on the Gandosi front? Has he managed to do anything in his inroads towards Ribiti at the moment?
Still 27 seconds, right?
Still 27 seconds. So I'm not seeing a last lap time at the moment for Ribiti, so I can't compare lap times at the moment.
Yeah, me neither. We'll have to see if it pops up or something. It was just that quick that it just didn't show. But yeah, it's certainly going to take a lot of consistent work to catch Simone Ribiti, and Ribiti himself has got the task of trying to close in Rossi, or at least make sure Rossi isn't going to be too close when he inevitably has to pit before the end of this hour, I would suspect, as Alpius again, I think he's just been doing this while we've been watching the rest of the race, just taking lots of risks, especially through 10 and 8 to lap people. But he's got a lap on Peugeot. There's not a lot of pressure on Alpius at this phase of the race. And with so much misfortune hitting ground effect, you get a bit tense when you see them getting close to other cars at this phase.
But it's sort of like, what do you do? Do you just think, well, I've got a lap ahead, I can back off? But the problem is, if you back off, then sometimes mistakes start to appear when you start to relax. And as he dives to the pit lane.
That's why he was pushing so much, because it was an in-lap, right? It's a little bit Senna at Monaco 1988, isn't it? Where he was told over the radio to slow down and ended up getting completely distracted and crashing into the wall at Portier. And it's one of the famous F1 crashes that wasn't captured on film. They only saw the aftermath of it. I believe he tapped the inside and then got bounced into the other wall effectively.
Yeah, and that means that the Team Iris car is now back onto the lead lap as a result of this pit stop. So has the Iris car already done? Or have we got to see another stop? No, that's showing us.
I think there's another stop coming for Iris. Yes, so it's interesting because there was no code 80s at any point in this race so far, which is quite unbelievable considering what we've seen at points. They've never really had a chance to converge back on strategy since they diverged near the beginning when ground effect made those early drive-throughs that they had to get out of the way, essentially. So they've sort of been able to jump them through the pit stop phase and then just extend the lead. So he comes out the pits, he's about 58 seconds ahead, I believe, exactly. So not really in any danger because Peugeot is still about 60 seconds outside the pit window, isn't he? So as long as Alpius stays out of trouble, they've got a buffer at this phase. But of course, the thing with buffers is, as we've seen so often in this race, it's so easy to lose it through either a mistake or all sorts of things happening out of your control. There's a classic example, Di Gaetano, who's about 7 laps down on the next car at the very back of the field in 39th place, gets another penalty for MR Motorsport 66. So yeah, it's been a real horrific compared to last time we were here, where MR Motorsports won GT3 Pro and beat Satellite Motorsport, one of their finest ever performances. This has really been one to forget so far.
And speaking of performances from last year, if you remember, I wonder if it was caught on live stream, but I did see it afterwards that Mika Hakimi in the Blue Steel hypercar caught a curb here. Going back to your point when you said the curbs can be dangerous for the prototypes, well, he got launched in the air, literally, I think, about 2 stories high before landing back on his roof and completely out of it because the car was terminally damaged.
Yeah, indeed it was. It was quite... I think we may have missed some of it on stream, but it was a pretty spectacular moment. And Hikimi was actually having and the Blue Steel team were actually having a good comeback up until that point as well. But I think Team Iris had to make about 6 comebacks in that one. So I think Iris will be quite happy to bank a much more straightforward second place, even if they can't win this one. Because given the attrition rate we've seen in the prototypes and hypercar especially, I think they'll just be glad to get to the end and get into second in the championship at this rate.
And well, you talk about curbs and bumps and all that. Is it me, or is there a massive crater of a bump at turn 11?
There is, yeah.
It's I mean, we talk about the potholes in Britain being bad, but that bump at turn 11 is horrific.
I guess that's what happens when Grand Prix Racing doesn't visit the track regularly. They sort of leave the bumps in.
Yeah. Also, the fact that when the cars go over those bumps, the cars literally float in the air, so it's almost visible from our angle, but the cars, in physics-wise, is touching the ground. It's just that they go in the air, and then when they hit that small little bump, the cars just scrape on the floor, and you see sparks. Oh! Speaking of sparks, there's a big one there.
Oh dear, that was the GRT Simfrast car being spun around. Was that Giancarlo Rossi?
That was the ground effects. That was the ground effects car that went into the back of them.
So 2 of our class leaders hit each other there. It looked like Rossi was sort of hanging around the apex, didn't see Alpius coming in time. Alpius just slams into the back of him there, but luckily I think the ground effect isn't too badly damaged. As for Giancarlo Rossi, we'll have to see what the split is. I'm pretty sure it was the number 8 there that got spun around. Yeah,
and I don't know. Are the stewards going to look at that? Is he going to get a slap on the wrist or some sort of penalty for? Because obviously, you know, it's in the lapping driver's hands as to performing a safe overtake. And like you said, he's been making these risky moves past back markers, and potentially 1 or 2 many risks were taken then.
I think it might have been the Grow Racing team, GRT, not GR Simfrast, ERT, which I got mixed up with. So it may have been Nelson Ignacio in the red 289 that I think he crashed into there. So I saw GRT and got very, very excited. But it's GRST that's the GR Simfrast team. Not confusing at all. Did you see what I saw, Amir? Or am I getting mixed up here? Okay, Amir's gone. Right.
Sorry, yeah. Has some mic problems there, but yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. My question was the car that you hit into, was it number 8 GR Simfrast ERT of Rossi? Is Rossi's car the red one? Because I saw it was 289. I think it was 289 as well. Yes. I think I called it wrong there because I got the two mixed up. So it was Ignacio. Yeah, because Ignacio lost a load of time. I was trying to make it more dramatic than it was by having 2 class leaders, but actually it's Ignacio. He's like 4th in class in GT3 AM. So that has actually put Simon Kingsbury within about 60 seconds of him, and has put Ignacio about 107 seconds behind Ilaria Finn, who's on that final slot on the podium at the moment. So yeah, a lot could still happen in these last 90 minutes, but that was a scary moment that Alpius didn't really need, and it's put Peugeot just within 57 seconds as well. Although, of course, I think Peugeot is a little bit out of sequence and still has to make another pit stop before the end, and the same with Alpius too, to be honest. But there's Marv Donderkampi in the Casatria Sim Racing car with sort of zipper design. Looks a bit like the old BAR 1999 livery, doesn't it? As 3 into 1, and they just about all get through as Marv Donderkampi nearly hits the Virtual Drivers Alliance car, number 115 on the inside. But luckily, thinks better of that there. Yeah, Marv in 10th in class, about 1.8 seconds behind Remy Clement in the Flying Goat number 95. We're not talked much about Flying Goat. Very lovely independent team that always seems to punch a little bit above their weight, Flying Goats, in GT3s, and they've moved up to LMP2 Pro-Am for this season. And they've shown some promise, but yeah, results yet to really flow in just yet. I think Flying Goat yet to get any points on the board this season, so a finish would do their standing a whole lot of good. As we see Rossi finally pits from the lead for GR Simfrast, and as you can see, it is the Porsche with the sort of scribbly red, white and black livery, not the red 289 livery that we saw on the Road Racing team that I got mixed up with.
But regardless of that, Ignacio's race has been compromised a bit. He's now further in no man's land that he would have wanted than before. But again, Alpeus taking very unnecessary risks.
And that's going to allow Kingsbury through into fifth in class. So,
Yeah,
big
but it
opportunity
does
for
go back to your
Simon
point
King.
earlier. Yeah, it does go back to your point earlier, Ed, that Alpeus is actually taking some risk that is quite unnecessary, despite being unnecessarily up ahead. But if he causes any more drama, that might just set ourselves up for a grandstand finish.
It could, yeah. You can tell Bajode is sort of thinking he's lapping in the 140s, whereas Alpeus is still lapping in the 137.4s. So you can tell Iris are like, let's take it easy because something will probably happen to ground effect. As long as we stay out of trouble, we should be close enough to take advantage. That seems to be the instruction there. That's what they're banking their hopes on, which I'm not sure if that's really the most reliable strategy, although so far this season it seems to have worked for Iris. But
Yeah, and like I said, well, I don't know. We didn't see a replay of the incident, did we? But I'm pretty sure that the stewards must be looking at it, and Grand Effects might be a little bit worried. Although even if they do cop something like a drive-through penalty for it, with Iris still having to pit as a result off sequence, they're still going to be fairly safe.
yeah, you would imagine so. In fact, it may even be the lapped car that gets in trouble as well. We don't know for sure, as it looks like Bruno Reinho has gotten on board the Grow Racing Team 289. But yeah, as soon as we see any penalties for either driver, we will keep you all informed then. But we've only got about 15-25 minutes left to go, I think, in the English commentary then, as we see one of the Hyperions being lapped into turn 1 by Ilaria Alpeus, who gets the gap back up to 60 seconds over Stanislas Bajard. Here's Semir Selik, Caspian Motorsport, of course, still lapping in the low 153s as he tries to chase down Carlo Dianda in the Virtual Drivers Alliance number 74. That's about 3.5 seconds ahead of him. You just saw him escape out of frame through turn 5. But yes, good to see Caspian Motorsport, who have not had a great start to the season. I think they are last with only 26 points to their name. They're equal with GR Simfrost effectively at the moment, who are of course leading the race, or were leading the race. They're running third with Michael Favreau just getting on board the wheel of that car. Favreau's come out about 10 seconds behind Gandosi, so Gandosi's pace was enough to undercut GR Simfrost and get into that second position. And Gandosi, in fact, has taken a couple of seconds out of Rabiti, so the gap 25 seconds there. So I think it's still wide open. GT3 Pro could go either of those three ways in the last hour, but we'll have to see who can stay out of trouble and who's got the pace to catch up. Those ahead is Selik really holding up the 46 there through turn 11, and they're both flashing their lights at each other, neither happy with the other.
Yeah, and going back to the battle for the lead for GT Pro, like you said, it's coming down bit by bit, and the pair of them with Rabiti and Gandosi have been trading fastest laps between each other. I've been keeping an eye on it, but that gap, the gap is slowly coming down, but it's whether or not it's coming down quick enough.
Yeah, we are really starting to run out of time then, as we go well and truly in towards the closing stages of the 6 hours of Istanbul, the third round of the season, the last of 2024 as well. We hope, by the way, that all of you have a great Christmas and New Year's period coming your way as well, for those that are celebrating, of course. And Semir Selik desperately trying to hope he can give himself an early Christmas present by getting into 6th position. He's certainly been closing Carlo Dianda. Carlo Dianda is still in the 154s at the moment, isn't he? Low 54s, whereas Selik consistently in the low 53s. So Caspian Motorsport really fancied their chances here, and to be fair, I think Salvador Zitello for Arm Super 41 is only about another 9 seconds up the road, so it's entirely possible it could be a top 5 up for grabs here for Caspian Motorsport, and that would be much needed for the former runners-up in GT3 AM, looking to establish themselves in GT3 Pro. I suppose while we're waiting for something to happen, we could pick a random topic to talk about to fill time, I guess, as we get into the closing stages of commentary. I mentioned Senna earlier, didn't I? I actually went and watched the Netflix because my dad bought us a subscription to Netflix some time ago. I watched the Ayrton Senna 6-part series that a Brazilian production company made, which it's gotten a lot of flack in the UK because it shows some of Senna's early career and he moves to the UK, particularly to Norfolk, which a lot of the it's bizarre because a lot of the non-circuit filming for Norfolk is filmed in Derry in Northern Ireland, and the circuit filming is filmed in Argentina in a sort of mountainous circuit. Which is pretty much all the Formula Ford and Formula 3 races that take place in Senna's early career are filmed at the same circuit, and they don't do a great job of hiding it. But I think that was the only one they could set up with all the classic 1980s branding and stuff for all the sponsors.
I haven't seen it yet, but I've seen, that's taken quite a lot of flack in the press. Even the BBC have been doing.
Yeah, they did a sort of roundup of social media posts, like making fun of that, where they showed a picture of, like, I think it was Snetterton with like the Alps in the background or something.
But again, this also comes down. This also brings into the whole fake news side of things, because the BBC have ran with that photo and they've done their.
It's not a shot from the series as well. It's just some Photoshop from somebody.
It's just a Photoshop of some historic touring car race happening at Snetterton with the mountains in the background, and so they've ran with that shot for their main news article. And now I've started seeing posts on social media. Like I've got a random post from the Dole Man Society showing it off that this is from the Senna. Production. What on earth's going on? Oh, and I'm sort of there like, that's quite clearly photoshopped. That's not from the series.
You know what? I think it's like when I did the documentary about Le Mans 66 that was like talking about the real story. I need to do one of those for each episode of the Senna documentary to finally put the record straight. There's interesting because episode 2, as we see, is that Ortenzi hitting from the lead for Virtual Drivers Alliance. So that shows you just how out of sequence he is. It's going to be difficult. 1 hour and 90 minutes left on the clock for the 115 to get to the end. Whereas
they're going to have to do a
Rookie Monsters might be able to get to the end here if they just make one more stop after VDA here. Depends how long they can stretch that field, though. We saw them do it last round at Imola quite successfully. So I think that's what Walter de Bruyn's been doing, and that might be why he's allowed that sort of 18-second or 20-second gap, wasn't it? To Walter de Bruyn to sort of build up as much as it has.
Yeah, and I think it all depends when the Rookie Monsters team stop, because
there they go.
I'm not sure.
They're just going into the lead now.
Is it about an hour for a stint in the GTs, or is it 45 minutes?
It's about an hour, depending on the fuel tank as well. Anthony Walker's also coming in as well. So Rookie Monsters clearly feel the Porsche can get to the end from here. Ortenzi gets a penalty. Ortenzi gets a penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
This is pretty much. This is potentially fallen completely into the hands of Rookie Monsters then.
Oh, you got to feel for Virtual Drivers Alliance. It's going to be a case of second again if they can't recover from that penalty in the last hour here. So this is a really tense moment for the Italian squad here, because they've gone from a comfortable leading position to all of a sudden in one fell swoop. Maybe they won't be able to get to the end, but they've also got that drive-through anyway.
Yeah, and with the drive-through, I mean, they'll lose 20 seconds, will it be, for the drive-through?
They're 15 behind at the moment. De Bruyn will have to do a longer stop, of course, but it could be quite close once that drive-through is served. And De Bruyn has served his fuel stop, as we see. Selleck having a big moment at the final corner. He just about arrest the slider.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Finn behind, 43 seconds. That's possibly going to be bring him into some sort of maybe.
If it's just a driver, he should come out ahead of Finn. But
then if the Ferrari team have to do a splash and dash later on into the race, because if it's an hour stint and we're at an hour and 17 at the moment.
Amir, what do you think? Can that fuel tank last? and how much has with one mistake has Amanda Ortenzi blown this win here?
Oh, tell you what. Yeah, I mean, if we were at Spa using the endurance pit lane, like I was doing a race earlier, commentary for 6 hours around Spa, where it's on ACC, long pit lane. A drive through there is detrimental, but here the pit lane at Istanbul is only about 24-25 seconds, so it may not be so much. But you gotta remember, in terms of overall delta, as we now see them go into the pits, you can see the timer on the right just increasing ever more. It might just be about half a minute, so at least they can recover something, but it will take a miracle to get back toe-to-toe with the leaders with Rookie Monsters back up in front.
And this is exactly what Wittidebrun was hoping would happen. But all of a sudden, he's got clear road in front of him, and potentially he just needs to worry about his own fuel now, rather than whatever Virtual Drivers Alliance are doing. And certainly, I think it's a similar position for Daniel Scott, because Rookie Monsters decide to do their driver change at this point as well. So the 63 Porsche is going to have a tough job of getting to the end, and it's the same for it's really the same for Amanda Ortenzi as well.
Indeed, and about half a minute behind, maybe just a glimmer of hope if we have a Code 80 or Rookie Monsters have a setback. But whatever it is, it's just enough for them to be within contention, only just.
Yep, so 1 hour and 16 minutes left to go. And Larry Alpes has entered lap 168. He is a lap ahead of Stanislas Pajad at the present moment. It is all going to plan for Grand Effect. They just need to stay out of trouble for the final phase of the race then. And hopefully in about 15 minutes time, our Italian commentators Matteo Petaccio and company will all return to take you through all the excitement then. Although I think we've got to see some we've done most of the race, to be fair, so we have seen more excitement than them statistically. But yeah, certainly big retirements, big drama there, and Ortenzi speeding in the pit lane. That one error could have huge consequences, not just on Rookie Monsters or Virtual Drivers winning the race, but also on who ends up winning this championship as well in GT3 AM, as Suave goes into the pits from a dominant lead in LMP2 Pro Am. Simfrim 47, while the big boys made one error that destroyed the engine. Suave and the 47 team have not put a foot wrong, have they? They've been immaculate today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I mean, go ahead. Yeah, we'll agree to that one. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, they're gonna pretty much do this pit stop when they're still gonna come out in the lead. Such is the commanding lead that they have over the rest of the field. So pretty faultless, unlike the sister team.
Yeah, and we also see just behind them, I think trying to get back on the same lap of them, is Emir Karademir in the Sunset Motorsport 83. Of course, I think they were champions of LMP2 Pro Am last season. Had some very dominant performances. This season in the Pro Championship, it's not really gone their own way, have they? Sunset Motorsport, I think, were 6th and 7th, weren't they, in the first 2 races of the season. They are ahead of Hyperion 45, who were, of course, second last time out, but didn't score after being disconnected in Bahrain. So it could be worse for Sunset 83. They're equal on points with Carloni Racing Black, but Sunset have had a much stronger performance today, and they're looking good to get back into the top 5 in the LMP2 Pro Championship, which is exactly what the Turkish squad needs. We know, of course, their home race, lots of support for Karademir and, of course, the entire crew at Sunset.
Yeah, they will love to. Again, sometimes you will have home jitters, but I think the Caspian guys are doing all right for themselves in the top class of
That's
GT3
the other
here.
Turkish team, isn't it? Are Sunset and Caspian related in any way? Or they seem to swap drivers now and again. But
Oh yeah, they do. But you will see Erdem Ekil somewhere in there because he's the most constant among the Turkish drivers.
yeah, Ekil was really fantastic in the LMP2 Pro Am Championship last season. Was often a linchpin of a lot of their victories, not their comebacks through the field as well. As we look at Paolo Penimpede, one of the most satisfying names to say at high speed, driving for Armsubra, running in looking like their best result of the season so far. In second, of course. And of course, they are the championship leaders. They did win last time out in Imola and was second in Bahrain. So actually, this wouldn't be their best result of the season for Armsubra. Armsubra are putting together quite the championship challenge so far. It'd be interesting to see if the likes of Simfrim Esports can beat them, because they are only a point behind, of course, going into this race. But those two, I think that's going to run as this season goes along. And we cut back to Selic, just about to be lapped by the race leader Alpius, by the Carloni Racing LMP2, and a whole bunch of other people, but he's still 2.5 seconds behind the driver in sixth in class, which is the Virtual Drivers Alliance of Carlo Deanda. Deanda has just been very, very consistent, and Selleck has really been having to let a lot of this traffic through, has prevented him from really putting Deanda under too much pressure here.
Yeah, it's only about 2 seconds behind the next car in front, which is the VDA car involved in the early skirmishes with the armed server number 41 car. He's about 14 seconds behind right now, so let's see if Selleck can actually get up to the back of him after this, as this is Salvatore Zitiello, the third driver inside that armed server number 41 car. A second and a half, incidentally, behind the Team Shiba car, so 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, relatively close to each other at this point.
Yeah, and we saw Nicola Pastore do a great defensive job early in the race. Now the task falls to his brother and teammate Giuseppe Pastore to hold off Salvatore Zitello then in these closing stages for fourth. No, it's fifth, isn't it? In the no, it is fourth in the GD3 Pro class. Sorry, it's Michael Favreau that's holding on to the final slot on the podium at the moment, slowly catching Andrea Gandosi, but not quite quickly enough. 12 seconds the gap there. Rabiti also not really being caught anymore in the junior team car by Andrea Gandosi at the present moment. So it's still a bit of a deadlock for the podium positions. But yes, Pastore is going to have to soak up a lot of pressure. Do you think he would have gotten any tips from his brother, Nicola Pastore? Or do you think Giuseppe is sort of like, I know what I'm doing here. I just got to keep it steady and keep that armed Supra car at bay? It seems to be the Team Super 13 and armed Supra have never been further apart than about 2 seconds the entire race, either way.
Yeah, it's almost as if that they were almost magnetically attached together. How it's been like this, and
That
for the
traffic
people,
can't
yeah,
separate them.
yeah, even prototypes coming through. It's just that they're almost inseparable. It just needs something spectacular for them to be split apart.
Stefano Zanrosso and Emanuele Battista make their penultimate pit stops, I believe, in LMP2 Pro-Am for HG Sports Blue Bolt and NAR Racing Italia, respectively. So that drops them out of the podium position. So Paolo Perez through, and Matthias Pruzak also is crucially through as well. Let's look at Zitello just about letting the prototypes through, flashing his lights, and has that almost, not to let the prototypes know that he wasn't happy, but to let Pastore in front of him know that he's coming.
And I was actually quite surprised, really. Obviously, the ground effects team has said something to Agpo to calm things down, because he was fairly reserved whilst lapping these two at the start of this lap.
Yeah, he lost about 2 seconds to Stanislas Pajard, which by Alpius standards is unacceptable, but it seems to have lowered his standards somewhat, given that he's in the lead by a whole lap as he starts lap 173 with 1 hour 8 minutes left on the clock. We are very, very close to the handover. No sign of Matteo Petaccio just yet. Hopefully he'll be coming along before too long then. Some light relief. But also, I've agreed to go out tonight, so if I stay until 6, I'm going to miss dinner to some friends. But let's see, what else is there to really talk about? I think Zitello still within 1.2 seconds of Pastore as we look at Selleck has actually got a little bit closer to Deanda. So all the action really is in GD3 Pro, isn't it? Although Ilaria Finn's still a big threat to Armando Ortenzi for second place in GD3 AM as well.
Yeah, and well, as you said, the drama and the action being in the GT3 classes, well, it pretty much has, well, as for the second half of the race that I've been commentating on, it pretty much has been. And generally it always seems that GT3 tends to drum something up.
I guess it's harder to break away from the GT3 battle, as we've seen with every single driver on board the ARM Supra 41 and the Team Super 13. All of them has been so evenly matched that they've not really been able to escape one another. It's really come down to strategy between those two teams, hasn't it? As well as a bit of good defensive racecraft from all their drivers, pretty much. As we see Go Team, I think this must be Christopher Kianik's penultimate stop. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get to the end from here.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm a bit taken off. It seems like the Rotary Club have brought Santa Claus up the road where I am. So they're blasting out Christmas bangers outside.
It's the season.
Yeah. So so it's down to 3/10 now between Dandia and Selic. So something's definitely brewing up, as we've said.
Oh, here's a battle. Tim Houck making a move on Massimo Giordano and the Naha Racing Italia white. Giordano is hung out to dry, ran the outside, and Tim Houck gets the power down the Boyd Transport, gets through into 7th position in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. Fantastic move.
I was going to say, it wasn't quite all done and dusted. You could still see the headlights to the side of the onboard, but no, job done, and that's 8th position. Sorry, 7th position.
And the entire Boyd Transport team will be seeing their spirits lifted after that, because a tough start to the race with a hypercar having to be withdrawn. They really needed a strong finish in the Pro-Am class. They have finished, I think, in the top 4 in Pro-Am at a couple of points this season. Let me have a look. They are, of course, they finished 4th last time out at Imola, and they are 4th in the actual championship as well. So, and the Naha Racing Italia is the team immediately behind them in the points, to the tune of 6 points. So that's a crucial move for them as they try and keep the pace with Simfrum eSports number 47, who of course are looking to take maximum points at the end of this one. Max Schneider getting back on board, I think, for Blackhawk Racing number 30, or was he already on board? I think he's making his penultimate stop there with an hour to go, as we see Selic closing in on the Team Shiba car, or the rear hanging out through turn 10 there for Semir Selic. He is absolutely hustling to try and chase down Carlo Deander in the Virtual Drivers Alliance car.
Yeah, you could see he was trying to make something of the fact that it was one of the Rookie Monsters cars that they were stuck up behind, and I think he was trying to make light of what was turning into a bad situation for the Ferrari ahead, but to no avail. And that is the amount of times I've had to talk through gritted teeth during this commentary. Some really moments that make you sit back, jump out of your seat between some of the back markers and the lap traffic.
Yeah, Pajard really, knowing he's a lap down on Alpius, really wants to take risks to try and catch back up at this phase, and that very nearly ended in disaster between himself and Carlo Deander there. Giuseppe Pastore, sorry, isn't it? Not Carlo Deander. That's the battle 16 seconds behind them, of course. But yeah, Zitello now within 8/10. In fact, he's got the 115 of Ortenzi that they've just lapped, I believe. That's the other Virtual Drivers Alliance car as well. So that shouldn't have any stake in this battle at all, because it's Team Shiba that's ahead of Zitello. It's a Team Shiba and Virtual Drivers Alliance. I get a little bit mixed up because they're sort of blacky-orangey cars, and they're both Ferraris. No, one's a McLaren.
One's a McLaren, yeah.
That's the way you tell apart.
Yeah, but from afar, it's the tail lights,
and in the darkness,
but from afar, it's a bit hard to judge until you see them. But Zitello stuck behind the McLaren now, so the Ferrari of Indicacio is going to be licking his chops once more, because he's allowed to close back in again.
Yeah, look at Giuseppe Pastore really under pressure now from Salvatore Zitello as the Armstead 41 closer than it's ever been before. You see the Casatria Sim Racing BMW ahead of them. That's about to be lapped. That's, of course, the car from the GT3 AM class that's down 37th overall in the race. It's about 2 laps down on Daniel Scott in the Rookie Monsters number 63, of course. Is looking to try and get to the end. You see yellow in the middle sector ahead of all 3 of these drivers, but it clears very, very quickly, so it clearly wasn't anything too serious. Or a little bit of a squirrely moment there for the number 13 as Pastore picks his moment to lap Revian Gumila. Now you can see the iTubers logo on the back of the Team Sheba car. That's what Salvatore Zitello and most of the crew of Arm Super number 41 have had to get used to seeing that logo, because they've been never more than a couple of meters behind it. So let's hope this ends cleaner than the last time these two decided to fight each other for positions, because those two cars ended up trying to squeeze each other into the wall into turn 12, which was not what anybody wanted to see particularly, but it was certainly dramatic. We're getting closer and closer to the changeover. Amir, you got something to say?
Yeah, I think Zitello now will feel how it feels like to be Michele Rizzo when he's stuck behind his very car by now trying to find an overtaking maneuver across McLaren. So let's see then the difference between McLaren and the Aston. It looks as though evenly matched on the corners and the straights, but let's see under braking whether or not Zitello can try to outbrake the McLaren Sheba up in front. Pastore will be driving with his mirrors even to prevent Zitello from coming by, and he didn't have to do much that time.
Yeah, there we go. So, Salvatore Zitello, almost pushing Giuseppe Pastore through that final corner there. And you can tell Pastore is just sort of sizing up that Aston Martin, figuring out where its strengths and weaknesses are. The Aston Martin, as you pointed out earlier, Amir, very good on traction, on exits through some of these corners, but the McLaren has just got that slight edge when it comes to straight line speed, and occasionally through some of the corners, with some clever defending, Pastore can maintain position here. But Giuseppe, in that number 13, needs to hope the luck stays on his side here, because one little trip up, one lapped car in the wrong position, and Arm Cerber could be through in an instant.
Yep, only 5/10s in it between the both of them. It's very close there. Pastore didn't have to open up the back of tricks that Luca Fabro did, but he knows full well that if he places the car the right direction, something that you can see the prototype behind trying to overtake the Ferrari, the VDA car, and it's caused a spin, I think, because the prototype has actually spun it around, but not much histrionics after that. We can continue the fight between Zitello and Pastore, but clearly Pastore is really up this chuff now.
Look at that on the timing screen. gRFactor showing us DNF in the lead of Hypercar. 1 hour to go. I'm looking at my timing screen. It's still showing Alpi is going a lap ahead of Peugeot, but something has gone very, very wrong here in the final hour. And if we only got one Hypercar running, that is an absolute disaster. And in fact, there we go. It's showing Peugeot gaining now on Ilari Alpius. So clearly there's been a connection drop here.
Oh, just we were talking about ground effect and luck, and once again, the luck deserted them.
We did everything not to curse them, and it happened anyway. That is bitter disappointment, and they've got to hope they can get back into the race now and at least limit the damage here. But surely that is handed the win on a plate to Team Iron. There they are, stationary in the garage. So they must have been disconnected. I can't believe that they would have, Alpius would have had a crash there. That must have been a disconnection.
It's just so close to the end, because we've entered into the last hour now, and such a bitter pill to swallow this close to the end.
If they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck whatsoever. So it is another tale of woe for gRFactor, a race that they did everything to win. Seems like somehow it's going to be handed to Team Iris instead as they continue to accelerate. And Stanislas Bajad will be told over the radio that you're the only hypercar still running on track now. So we also see Matthias Dabrowski is within 3/10 of Maximilian Scheider. So Blackhawk, after making their final pit stop, starting to struggle to hold on to what is now going to be fourth in the overall order. Potentially we're going to see 2 LMP2s on the podium here if Ilari Alpius cannot get back into the race, because I think it's only him and Santa Callis in that team, as we see, look at this, Peugeot going through. He's only got to do another 20 seconds more up the road, just needs to make sure he doesn't get taken out as well, and he can take the lead. As we see, there's Matthias Dabrowski all over the back of Maximilian Scheider here, and Scheider really starting to struggle here.
Yellow's out in sector 1 briefly as we go side by side, and it's Zitello on the inside of the McLaren, but the McLaren's got the outer line and is going to have the inside for the next corner. And Zitello's been trying to sell the dummy all night long, but the McLaren's not been buying it. He's going to force his way around the outside, and he does so. So he's going to have the inside for the second to last corner, and through goes Zitello into 4th position, but can the McLaren of Pastor fight back. He's going to have a better drive out of this final corner, and he's going to have the slipstream into turn 1. Can he do something? And so we cut to a replay.
Let's see what happened. This is the move then. We're just going to see exactly what we just saw of Zitello going up the inside. That gave him the outside, of course, for turn 12. As you said, it'd be nice to see what happened to Alpius, because that's clearly a significant moment in this season and the championship. They were still side by side. So lucky he didn't get punted round, actually, there by Giuseppe Pastore. Pastore defended as well as he could, but Zitello just placed his car absolutely perfectly, and that gives him that crucial position. Armstrong back into 4th for the first time in a long time in this race, as we see Simone Rabiti making his final stop of the race for the Simfroom Junior team. So then, Team Iris, the only car still running in hypercar. They have inherited the lead, and it's certainly not the way they would have wanted to win, but regardless, that is going to give them the lead in the championship. I don't think Stanislas Bajard or anybody at Team Iris would say no to that, but your heart absolutely has to go out for ground effect then. So, as we see the final hour rapidly elapsing here, let's go through the final order, wrap up very quickly our final thoughts, and hand over to the Italian commentary. So, race leader, Stanislas Bajard for Team Iris 77 with that late retirement of Ilaria Alpius. Hopefully, ground effect can get back into the server. They should at least get the points for 2nd position, but what could have been a win, what promised to be their first victory, has slipped out of their fingers, as there's Dabrowski trying to go around the outside of Maximilian Scheider. And Maximilian Scheider defends very, very well, very, very stoutly into turn 10 there. So Dabrowski desperately trying to get onto the LMP2 Pro podium, which could well become the overall podium, with Go Team and Hyperion only about 2 laps behind Alpius now, as Dabrowski is thwarted once again by the Black Hawk car of Max Scheider into turn 12. There's a load of traffic coming up for them to lap, but it's Christopher Kianek that leads Patrick Sapkowski by 14 seconds, with the two a little bit out of sequence when it comes to pit stop. Go Team will have to make their final stop first. Then there's this fight for the podium that we're seeing at the moment between Dabrowski and Scheider. Hyperion versus Black Hawk. LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Federico Suave that leads at the moment by a lap and 10 seconds over Paolo Penimpede. It's a huge lead for the number 47, with Arm Sobra looking to finish 2nd. That championship fight will rumble on. Round the Caspian 75 goes Maximilian Scheider, and Dabrowski has to follow immediately, has to get physical with that Mercedes to get through, but Dabrowski still hanging on the coattails of that Black Hawk then.
Yeah, and really starting to lighten the car up out of those last couple of corners. You see the tyre lines coming from the back of the car, and still harassing for that 3rd place in what could potentially be, as you said, a place on the overall podium.
Yep. Sorry, I'm being prompted to hand over now, so I'll just quickly go through the GT3 order. It's Andrea Gandosi leading Michael Favreau in the GR Simfres by 20 seconds. Don't forget Riccardo Corazzari is 23 seconds behind as well. So I think all 3 of those cars in the mix, with Salvatore Zitello holding on to 4th, 39 seconds in arrears. GT3 Am, it's Walter De Bruyn that leads Armando Ortenzi with that late drive-through and the early final pit stop for Ortenzi, putting them 47 seconds in arrears, with Ilaria Finn for Simfrom Esports Pink 19 seconds behind. So I'll get the last thoughts to you then, Amir, then. With 1 hour to go, obviously heartbreak for Ground Effect, with them, I think, just about trying to get back into the race as we speak, and all very off track actually for Peugeot as he tries to lap the 4th place battle in LMP2 Pro, but just about surviving, and Peugeot surely is going to be handed a very straightforward win now.
Oh no, you just said it, Ed, you've said it, you probably jinxed him.
Out comes from the pits.
Yep, but 3 laps down,
yeah.
And that's the gap he's got to make up. Surely it's going to rely on something going horribly wrong for Team Iris for Ground Effect to salvage the win here, but we're going to have to find out in the Italian commentary for the final. So my thanks to Ewan O'Leary, Amir Haziq, and Ryan Ferris for joining me. I've been Edwin. Thank you, of course, to Mario Nacala for running broadcast direction. Less than 52 minutes to go then in our 3rd round in EES. Anybody could win it, but at the moment it's Peugeot leading in hypercar, with Ground Effect looking to try and recover from all that late bad luck that they've just had inflicted on them. Thank you very much for watching. We're in for an exciting finish here in Istanbul.
Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom over. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
E ritorniamo in diretta dall'Istanbul Park per il terzo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series 2024-2025, un'ultima ora, anzi qualche minuto in meno, 48 per la precisione, veramente inattesi per quanto riguarda la classifica. Sicuramente ci aspettavamo tutt'altra gara per le hypercar, specialmente in realtà abbiamo avuto anche un ultimo colpo di scena raccontato da Edward e dal team inglese, ossia la disconnessione di Ground Effect con la numero 27 all'area Algpeus, che è sceso al sesto posto e che ormai ha 4 giri di ritardo e che è quindi costretto a deporre l'arma e a cedere la prima posizione a Stanislas Payaud con il team Iris, che vincendo questa gara, ma è ancora evidentemente presto per dirlo, sarebbe virtualmente leader del campionato Hypercar, della classifica Hypercar. Buonasera da Matteo Pittaccio, un ritorno quindi al commento italiano dopo un grande stint raccontato dai nostri colleghi, dai miei colleghi inglesi nella notte, nelle tenebre di Istanbul. Abbiamo quindi il team Iris con la situazione sotto controllo, però sotto controllo forse È relativo, perché ne è successo di tutto al plotone, è successo di tutto al plotone delle hypercar, a partire dagli incidenti, dalla rottura del motore della Sinfrim eSports numero 1, che era lì in gestione e invece ha dovuto alzare bandiera bianca e quindi ritirarsi dalla gara. Battaglia che però potrebbe illuminarsi e incendiare gli ultimi 3/4 d'ora, perché Christopher Kianek e Patrick Siakowski stanno correndo con ritmi non troppo diversi e il distacco è di 15 secondi e mezzo, pertanto potremmo vedere prima dell'ultimo pit stop e poi successivamente all'ultima sosta una battaglia per la vittoria tra Go Team e Hyperion nella classe LMP2 Pro. Quindi c'è ancora tanto da raccontare e ho visto anche in chat qualcuno che ha addirittura menzionato una vittoria assoluta delle LMP2, cosa che tra l'altro si è rischiata nella realtà nella 24 ore di Le Mans del 2017. Alpeus dovrebbe essere tornato in pista con 4 giri di ritardo, la classifica me lo segna in movimento, quindi ha percorso il primo settore o comunque è ai box, sembra che si sia ripresa la connessione di Alpeus e di Ground Effect, mentre c'è Federico Soave al comando della LMP2 Pro M, lui guida per Sinfrim Sports, la numero 47 è davanti all'Arms Sirba di Paolo Pennimpede, Stefano Zarrosso in terza posizione con Blue Bolt, passando invece alla categoria GT, GT3 Pro con Jarsin Trust e RT, la numero 08 Michael Favero a comandare la classifica, Riccardo Carazzari non è troppo distante, 16 secondi e 8, Nicola Pagani invece con Tomelli e RT è in terza posizione. Ci sono più piloti all'interno dello stesso giro, quindi non c'è stata troppa differenza nei ritmi gara nei passi gara. Pensate che tecnicamente sono dal primo della GT3 Pro fino al sesto tutti nello stesso giro, anzi mi devo correggere, no, esattamente fino al sesto sono tutti nello stesso passaggio e c'è speranza di vittoria per ciascuno degli equipaggi che compongono la parte alta e il nucleo della classifica della GT3 Pro. In GT3M invece si è fermato De Bruyne con i Rookie Monster la 62 che ha ceduto il comando ad Armando Ortenzi, che proverà con Virtual Drivers Alliance e la numero 115 a ottenere quei punti necessari per avvicinare alla testa della classifica, equipaggio che ha iniziato questa 6 ore di Istanbul in quarta posizione a 18 punti di ritardo da Rookie Monster, appunto la Porsche numero 62 che è appena rientrata ai box con Wouter De Bruyne in seconda posizione attualmente. Ilaria Finn sta portando avanti un'ottima gara da parte delle veloci ragazze del Team Pink di Sinfrim, con Bruno Raigno di Grow Racing Team al quarto posto e Boyd Transport che con Simon Kingsbury sta girando e sta percorrendo la pista di Istanbul in quinta posizione. Però anche qui c'è una battaglia particolarmente aperta, soprattutto tra Ortenzi e De Bruyne per il primo posto e per la vittoria. Una gara che, come dicevo, è stata costellata da problemi, da difficoltà, che siano contatti, che siano incomprensioni con i doppiaggi o appunto problemi tecnici come quello che è successo all'equipaggio numero 1 di Sinfrim Sports con Danilo Smeriglio che in quel momento era al volante, o per l'appunto per un'ennesima dimostrazione di quanto sia difficile a volte dover fronteggiare questi episodi frustranti nell'endurance, nelle gare online, la disconnessione di Ground Effect. Qui siamo con Maximilian Scheider che è in terza posizione davanti a Mateusz Dabrowski. La categoria inquadrata è la LMP2 Pro, attenzione perché è una lotta che interessa, come detto, la terza posizione, ma assoluta se non vedo male, perché sono in terza e quarta si piazza, però il riferimento dovrebbe essere quello della classifica assoluta. In realtà parliamo della terza posizione di categoria e poco più avanti dovrebbe esserci, esatto, Patrick Siakowski, quindi sì, terza posizione di classe LMP2 Pro per Schieder e Dabrowski subito dietro, staccato di 776 millesimi, prova a portare l'altra Hyperion in zona podio. Attenzione perché il podio assoluto, come dicevo, è caratterizzato da 2 LMP2 con l'unica hypercar, una delle gare più difficili per la classe regina, che si conferma essere molto difficile. Abbiamo visto all'opera anche 2 team con la Ferrari 499P in questa gara, sono stati decisamente sfortunati, problematica e ricca di sfide la gara per Level 1 Esports e per Project 91 Racing, però abbiamo comunque finalmente, dopo l'esperienza dei Rookie Monsters l'anno scorso, rivisto la Ferrari, l'auto di Maranello, nella griglia della categoria regina. Eccolo qui all'area Alpeus che, come dicevo, è ritornato in pista, una disconnessione che ha comportato una perdita di 5 giri. 5 giri persi, un ritardo ovviamente incolmabile. In 42 minuti forse si potrebbe andare a riprendere il podio assoluto, tuttavia però, mentre qui va a passare la Ferrari 488 di Virtual Drivers Alliance, dicevo, la seconda posizione di categoria è già tra le mani, quindi per ground effect sarebbero già buoni punti, però questa vittoria sembra quasi un miraggio per loro. Ci sono andati vicini in Bahrain e Imola, però non sono mai riusciti a mettere insieme tutti i pezzi, a costruire quel mosaico e a disegnare quel quadro in ogni singolo appuntamento che gli permettesse di vincere le tappe, che sono state conquistate entrambe da Sinfree Sports, sia Bahrain sia Imola. Sinfree però questa volta dovrà piegarsi. Attenzione però, perché come detto la battaglia è intensa e in classe LMP2 Schieder è stato superato da Mateusz Dabrowski, che sembra aver avuto l'occasione giusta per passarlo. Vediamo all'altezza di curva 8 un rischio evidente per Schieder, che ha dovuto rallentare per evitare il contatto con un'auto GT3, e allora subito Dabrowski, che non ha mancato l'occasione, prende la posizione, cerca di allungare, per ora ci sta riuscendo, ha già messo 2 secondi e 7 tra sé e Schieder di Black Hawk Racing, che ha avuto in Mark Veit la punta nella parte iniziale di gara, con un Veit scatenato, tantissimi sorpassi, e poi vediamo proprio Hyperion fermarsi. Ecco qua l'ultimo giro di sosta, l'ultima girandola di pit stop con l'Hyperion, però la 45 che si ferma, sì esatto, quella di Dabrowski, che ha completato il sorpasso e dopo ha virato verso i box per fermarsi l'ultima sosta, gli ultimi 40 minuti di gara, nel tentativo di artigliare la terza posizione, confermarsi in terza posizione. Distacchi invece un po' più nutriti tra Swiatkowski e Christopher Kianek, con i Go Team che hanno 74 secondi, più di un minuto di vantaggio, quasi un minuto e mezzo, ecco, di vantaggio nei confronti della Hyperion 44. La classifica, se dovesse così finire la gara, ma utilizzo sempre il condizionale considerando la quantità di sorprese che si sono verificate quest'oggi in classe LMP2, ecco, vedrebbe la 44 degli Hyperion cedere il passo ai Go Team, perché sono arrivati in Turchia con soli 3 punti di differenza, e prima e seconda posizione, sì, essendo la seconda vittoria provvisoria dei Go Team, dovrebbero ritornare davanti, però magari per i calcoli potremmo affidarci direttamente ai risultati finali e senza andare un po' troppo avanti, perché le sorprese sono sempre dietro l'angolo. Siamo con Alaria Alpeus, che quantomeno ha il giro veloce per quel che può contare in 1.35.105, la delusione di una vittoria che sicuramente probabilmente non arriverà, e uno Stanislas Payout che invece proprio lì davanti ha iniziato il giro 189 in Turchia. Beh, comunque bisogna dire, ragazzi, e saluto tutti coloro che ci sono sempre presenti in chat e ci stanno seguendo, è un circuito che ha sempre dato prova di grandi sfide, offrire un numero inquantificabile di sfide. È perfetto per l'endurance, a parer mio. Sarebbe interessante magari avere anche i pareri del pilota, sicuramente ci saranno nelle post gara in chat e su Discord. È un tracciato che mi piacerebbe vedere nel calendario del mondiale endurance, anche se purtroppo ultimamente è stato, in realtà negli ultimi anni, utilizzato solo dalla Formula 1, ma per motivi legati alla pandemia. Credo che potrebbe invece essere un circuito perfetto per le gare di resistenza, e tutte le edizioni corse della eSport Endurance Series nelle varie stagioni, siamo arrivati alla 7ª quest'anno, danno la dimostrazione di quanto sia efficace, quanto sia divertente e spettacolare una gara di resistenza multiclass con più categorie in questo circuito. Alpeus si fa largo nel mezzo del traffico e penso che rientrerà ai box invece lì dietro. C'è un'altra auto che rientra ai box e dovrebbe essere quella di Christopher Kianek, se non vado errato, perché Kianek dovrebbe aver virato e messo la freccia a sinistra per entrare in pit lane. Ecco qui anche l'ultimo pit stop per i leader della corsa, i Go Team con la numero 7, che dovrebbero a questo punto anche conquistare il titolo. E alle spalle di Alpeus c'era il leader assoluto Payout con il team Iris, e infatti anche Payout ha inserito il pit limiter ed è entrato in box per il pit stop. E siamo sempre con Alpeus, le inquadrature ci fanno vedere quanto sia buio nella parte centrale della pista. Sì, ci sono dei riflettori, però l'illuminazione viene prevalentemente dai LED, dai fari delle hypercar, delle LMP2 e delle varie GT3. questo rende tutto ancora più complicato. Vedete la differenza di velocità tra un hypercar e una GT, qui il carico aerodinamico crea un bel divario prestazionale. Alkpeus va a sverniciare la BMW M4 e poi allunga subito. Ci sarà sicuramente un clima di frustrazione, di rabbia per una vittoria sfumata con più di 70 secondi di vantaggio. Questa disconnessione ha gambizzato di fatto il team Ground Effect, mentre Payaud, vediamo il suo ultimo pit stop, è alle spalle della Mercedes numero 75 di classe GT3 Pro, quella preparata da Caspian Motorsport con Semi Celik. Riparte Stanislav Payaud, che non deve far altro che incrociare le dita innanzitutto e poi arrivare fino al termine della gara senza prendere ulteriori rischi, perché ha veramente tantissimo vantaggio, 2 giri su Ziakowski e soprattutto in riferimento al diretto avversario 4 giri, scusate, mi stavo confondendo, 4 giri. Ricordo che c'è una partnership con Engine Radio, quindi ci sarà modo anche di aggiornare chi ci segue in radio sulla piattaforma che è stata creata con il supporto della voce del WEC Nicola Villani, quindi ci sarà modo anche di collegarsi in diretta per approfondire anche su Engine Radio, radio dedicata ai motori, non solo al motorsport, l'andamento di questa corsa. Mateusz Dabrowski sta spingendo, ha fatto il pit stop prima di Schieder, che però in questo momento è davanti perché deve ancora fermarsi, se non ho visto male. 7 pit stop addirittura per Blackhawk Racing con la numero 30, 52 secondi e 6 di divario, con Dabrowski che ha stampato un 41,2, 45 invece per Maximilian Schieder, mentre qui siamo con Michael Favero di GR Sim Trust, la Porsche che comanda nella categoria principale delle GT3, che ricordo sono differenziate in GT3 Pro e GT3 AM. In base ai risultati, alle prestazioni, vengono messi dei valori indicativi che vanno a identificare il pilota, e quando vengono creati gli equipaggi, un po' come succede nella realtà con la classificazione, la categorizzazione della FIA, ci sono queste differenze. Nella GT3 Pro, come dice il nome stesso, ci sono i piloti professionisti, mentre nella GT3M, come detto, riferendosi ai risultati precedenti, ci sono dei piloti meno esperti, affiancati però dai veterani, come accade ad esempio nella GT3 del WEC attuale o nella GTAM o addirittura nella Bronze, per passare dall'altra parte della barricata, quindi lasciare il campo ACO in SRO nella Bronze del GT World Challenge o dell'Intercontinental GT Challenge. Siamo in procinto di raccontare questa ultima parte di gara e anche di collegarci con Engine Radio, e dunque un saluto a tutte le amiche, gli amici, gli appassionati che ci stanno seguendo su Engine Radio. 34 minuti e 22 secondi alla fine della 6 ore di Istanbul, terzo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series. Abbiamo aggiornato tutti voi nella prima parte di gara, dopo la partenza e dopo la prima ora, quindi 1 ora e un quarto dal via, e ci siamo lasciati con Sinfrim al comando delle operazioni. In realtà per Sinfrim il sogno si è spezzato nel momento in cui Danilo Smeriglio ha riscontrato un'avaria, un problema al motore KO sulla Porsche numero 1 di leader del campionato, e quindi ritiro per Danilo Smeriglio e per tutto il team Sinfrim. E allora sembrava che il Ground Effect potesse prendere il centro delle attenzioni e tutte le attenzioni. In realtà però proprio recentemente, una mezz'oretta fa, problema tecnico, una disconnessione sulla 27 di Ground Effect mentre guidava Alari Alpeus, ha obbligato il team a una sosta ai box che ha fatto perdere 4 giri agli ormai ex leader della corsa, e ceduto il comando a Stanislas Payaud del team Iris, che adesso è il leader con un margine abbastanza rassicurante. Una gara ricca di colpi di scena, l'abbiamo raccontata e la stiamo raccontando su Pitlane TV, quindi se volete su YouTube siamo in diretta, interagite, venite a seguirci per questa ultima mezz'ora di gara e poco più. I colpi di scena sono garantiti, mancano ancora gli ultimi pit stop dell'LMP2 con Hyperion, la 44 davanti a Gotima, ma perché Kianek si è fermato ai box ed sono tutte da incastrare le strategie. LMP2 Pro M con Federico Soave, Sinfrimi Sports che comanda, ma anche per Soave tra poco arriverà il pit stop, anzi si sta fermando proprio adesso. In GT3 invece situazione un pochino più stabile, per modo di dire, con Sim Trust e Sinfrimi Sports che sono separati da 11 secondi per chiudere la GT3M. Armando Ortensi e Wouter De Brugin, Virtual Drivers Alliance e Rookie Monsters in prima e seconda piazza con un delta, una differenza di 15 secondi e 2. La gara è apertissima a Istanbul, 32 minuti alla fine, tante emozioni ancora nella notte della Turchia, del circuito turco, e vi aspettiamo amiche e amici di Engine Radio e vi ringraziamo ovviamente per l'ascolto, nonché un ringraziamento a tutto lo staff, a tutti i membri, a partire da Nicola Villani di Engine Radio stessa. A tra poco, vi aspettiamo su YouTube, canale Pitlane TV. E dunque ritorniamo in diretta, questa breve parentesi per il lancio su Engine Radio. C'è un Edward Hunter che in chat su YouTube commenta e dice bello vedere, e saluto ancora Edward e lo ringrazio per il commento in inglese e per il supporto, bello vedere Alari che non l'ha data su e nonostante tutto è ancora in pista. Se riuscisse a battere le LMP2 sarebbe comunque una rimonta degna di nota, una rimonta incredibile a 2 giri di ritardo dall'LMP2, posto che comunque i punti del secondo posto attualmente li porterebbe a casa. Danno limitato, ecco, il rientro permetterebbe a Ground Effect di essere classificati. Chicco Galbiati, bellissimo vedere Chicco Galbiati che ha preso il posto di Federico Soave, a lui il compito di chiudere la gara, a lui il compito di completare questa 6 ore di Istanbul e di arrivare direttamente al prossimo round in una situazione in campionato decisamente migliore che potrebbe far sperare. Sinfrimi Sports con la 47 arrivati a Istanbul con 13 lunghezze di ritardo da Arms Sirba con la 42, che è l'equipaggio che con Paolo Penimpede segue proprio Chicco Galbiati, un pilota dall'esperienza abbastanza corposa, avendo corso in varie categorie, principalmente nella GT3 con molti marchi, uno dei piloti italiani sicuramente più veraci, più mi verrebbe da dire incisivi alla guida, e fa piacere vederlo alternarsi tra il reale quando corre, e nel reale ha partecipato anche alla 24 ore di Spa-Francorchamps, nel GT World Challenge, ma anche nel campionato italiano Gran Turismo, dove ha fatto comunque vedere ottime prestazioni, e lo ritroviamo in pista proprio grazie al coinvolgimento di Sinfrimi Sports. Paolo Penimpede però non ci sta, i suoi tempi sono abbastanza buoni, vediamo con quale gap si ritroverà Penimpede, che ha 3 pit stop e il Livetiming dice una gomma dura montata, un treno di gomme dure montate, e la situazione potrebbe comunque aprirsi a vari scenari. Pit stop anche per Stefano Zarrosso, qui siamo con Wouter De Brugin che occupa la seconda posizione a 16 secondi da Armando Ortensi. E allora, siccome il sound della Porsche 911 GT3R è sicuramente molto piacevole, beh, devo dire che forse è arrivato il caso di calarsi nell'abitacolo di De Brugin e arrivare nel tratto centrale della pista con il volume sempre più alto per ascoltare il Flat 6 della Porsche sul volume. Ed eccoci, ritornati, abbiamo avuto il piacere, perché questo è un piacere, di ascoltare la musica del motore Flat Six che spinge la Porsche di De Broglie. Attenzione però, perché non può stare troppo tranquillo, dietro non ha una pressione diretta perché non è in bagarre l'Audi del team Carloni, però insomma è sempre giusto evitare i rischi in questa fase della gara, anche perché si deve recuperare e lo sta facendo. Nell'ultimo giro ha guadagnato qualcosa, 3 decimi nei confronti di Ortensi, però sembra che la Carloni possa impensierirlo. Parliamo del numero 82 che in questo momento si trova indietro di un giro con al volante Lorenzo Maggiolo, che vuole strada libera, vuole evitare le turbolenze della Porsche della 911 del pilota che compete, che corre con i Rookie Monster, la 62. Bel confronto, si ritrovano proprio questi due team in lotta per la vittoria, perché con un distacco così risicato effettivamente c'è ancora la possibilità di vedere le squadre in lotta. Virtual Drivers Alliance farebbe un bel salto in classifica, i Rookie Monsters potrebbero rimanere invece leader del campionato. La Carloni 82 è arrivata a Istanbul, è sbarcata a Istanbul con 12 punti di ritardo dai Rookie Monsters, quindi questo risultato per loro forse non sarebbe all'altezza delle aspettative, questa sesta posizione di categoria, però potrebbero benissimo portare a casa dei punti e concentrarsi sul prossimo appuntamento. Attenzione intanto a Riccardo Corazzari con l'Aston Martin di Sinframe Sports, il junior team che ha scelto per gareggiare nella stagione 2024-2025 dell'eSport Endurance Series con l'Advantage GT3, motore vuoto biturbo per l'Aston Martin, un marchio che nel mondo dell'endurance è assolutamente legato a questo tipo di competizioni. Attenzione perché Corazzari sta spingendo e il distacco nei confronti di Michael Favero si sta assottigliando, 8 secondi e 1, e subito dietro a Corazzari, ricordo in seconda posizione, sì, c'è Nicola Pagani a 31 secondi, però come dicevo sono bene o male quasi tutti a pari giri, tutti nel giro del leader fino alla quarta posizione almeno, senza alcun tipo di dubbio. Direi anche di includere Giuseppe Pastore con il team Shiba e la numero 13. E poi invece alle spalle in pista di Corazzari stesso dovrebbe esserci la Mercedes, che però non compete per la posizione, credo che sia la Mercedes che compete nella classe GT3M. Ora bisogna vedere bene magari il numero di gara, perché di notte si fa un pochino di fatica. Attenzione ai doppiaggi con l'LMP2 che si infilano, è quella del Caspian, la 75, esatto, che però appunto in un'altra posizione, in un altro contesto, in un altro scenario, lui sì che è doppiato, è il primo doppiato, mi verrebbe da dire, della classe GT3 Pro. Però occhio ai tempi di Riccardo Corazzari, che nel primo settore perde nei confronti di Favero un decimino, nel secondo guadagna 4 decimi, il distacco scende a 7 secondi e 6, però è stato un giro un po' turbolento per lui perché ha avuto un bel po' di traffico e si è dovuto curare delle posizioni delle LMP2 che sono tante in questo punto della pista, tutte racchiuse qui nell'ultimo settore, tanta azione nonostante dei ritiri. Abbiamo in gara ancora 39 macchine in gara sulle 45 partite per la 6 ore di Istanbul. Io non so se Mariano ha a disposizione anche qualche grafica con il calendario, però lo andrei a ricordare per fare una sorta di recap. Eccolo qui, grandissimo Mariano, sempre pronto con la regia. 6 ore di Istanbul, tra poco verrà archiviata. 12 ore di Daytona, l'11 gennaio 2025, un appuntamento imperdibile che poi potrebbe fare anche da antipasto alla 24 ore vere e proprie che si svolgerà a fine gennaio, l'appuntamento che probabilmente insieme alla Asian Le Mans Series va a iniziare a riaccendere i motori della stagione sportiva. Quindi 12 ore di Daytona, eSport Endurance Series, poi 6 ore di Interlagos, 1000 miglia di Sebring. Si correrà in Florida, un appuntamento che non c'è più nel WEC vero e proprio, però lo potete trovare su ERS, sul portale di racingseries.com. 8 ore di Spa-Francorchamps, l'antipasto perfetto per la 24 ore di Le Mans. E poi io nei giorni scorsi ho visto sui social un'immagine un po' particolare. Ora Mariano non credo che possa parlare, non lo so, però dalla regia credo che possa arrivare qualche assist. Un'immagine, io dico solo Class 1, ho visto quello, dico solo DTM, però aspettiamo, io non voglio lanciare troppe cose perché poi appunto non mi prendo questa responsabilità, ma mi ha fatto molto piacere rivedere quella categoria di auto associata a ERS, perché appunto si ritorna sempre nei posti in cui si è stati bene, no? E penso che faccia un po' piacere a tutti. Però vi dico, rimanete aggiornati sui social di Racing Series e sul sito, perché potrebbero esserci delle novità. Intanto Alessandro Manfredi appunto dice speriamo per questa gara perché siamo stati sfortunatissimi in Bahrain e a Imola e sta un po' fremendo, Manfredi sta decisamente fremendo, spera che possa concludersi al meglio questa gara. Mariano non mi dice nulla su questo spoiler, questo dettaglio che ho lanciato un po' a tutti quanti e vedremo. Io vi dico comunque che potrebbe tornare una categoria che su Ers e su Pitlane TV è stata molto seguita e ha regalato grandissime gare, però io aspetto sempre la 500 miglia di Indianapolis. Adesso siamo sempre con le immagini sulla GT3, il distacco, aggiornamento dopo questo excursus tra Corazzari e Favero, 5 secondi, tutto il team GR Sim Trust sta spingendo Favero per evitare il rientro di Corazzari, eccola, e vedi Mariano l'ha lanciata, neanche un secondo, no, adesso ritorna. Questi spoiler tipo alla Marvel, al Marvel Cinematic Universe, che ci fanno capire un po' il segnale, no? O comunque vanno a riassumere quel che ho detto, e anche per chi ascolta in inglese, tutti gli appassionati di tutto il mondo che stanno ascoltando questa telecronaca, qualcosa dal passato sta per tornare, sta tornando. Quelle macchine lì mi fanno scendere una lacrimuccia perché non ci sono neanche più in pista, adesso il DTM è diventato un'altra cosa, non che manchi la spettacolarità, il dinamismo nel DTM, che probabilmente è la serie GT3 più animata e più spettacolare attualmente nel motorsport vero e proprio, però quando mi parlate e mi viene fatta vedere la Class 1, che sia Audi, che sia Mercedes, che sia BMW, ecco, vengono in mente bei ricordi nella realtà ma anche nel virtuale appunto con Ers. Dicevo, attenzione perché Corazzari sta guadagnando, anche se in questo giro forse per il traffico ha perso qualcosa. 6 decimi guadagnati nel primo settore. Favero ai box, Michael Favero ai box per il pit stop. Gomme soft, il Livetiming indica le gomme soft, aspettiamo quindi di capire un po' a livello strategico come siamo messi. Riccardo Corazzari diventa leader della corsa, lui che fa da ingegnere a un bel ruolo, un bel compito, ingegnere nel mondo reale, e che ci ha parlato anche a Imola nell'ultima fase della telecronaca, nell'ultima fase della diretta del suo compito e del passaggio. Intanto andiamo in radiocronaca? Sì, andiamo in radiocronaca. Dicevo, Corazzari ci ha descritto il passaggio tra reale e virtuale anche per quanto riguarda allenamento, scambio di dati, informazioni e tutto il resto, quindi è un pilota preparato che sa anche lavorare dietro le quinte. Favero però non è da meno, adesso vi aggiorniamo appena ritorneranno le immagini, appena ritornerà il feed in diretta, capiremo un po' la situazione. C'è il Livetiming per aggiornarvi sulla situazione con Favero che ha lasciato la corsia box in terza piazza a 14 secondi e 9 da Nicola Pagani, 3 pit stop completati da pit stop molto veloce nell'ordine del minuto. Il Livetiming indica 3 pit stop, ma è logicamente impossibile in una gara da 6 ore. Dicevo, a gomma soft, quindi confermata la gomma morbida per quanto indica il monitor dei tempi. E attenzione perché questo potrebbe essere un pit stop veloce che però potrebbe mettere un po' in crisi la posizione di Favero, in attesa che anche gli altri vadano un po' a capire le loro strategie, come andranno a culminare le loro strategie. Mi sono un attimo impicciato perché stavo leggendo la chat. Sì, Davide Arduini, che saluto, potrebbe essere proprio quella, potrebbe essere proprio la prima classe, ecco, che tanto gli appassionati hanno amato. Purtroppo è crashato rFactor 2, ma è una consuetudine, e per di più ci sono stati anche degli aggiornamenti riguardo le Man Ultimate, un aggiornamento abbastanza corposo, però le Man Ultimate è ancora in fase di early access, e ricordo peraltro che la base di partenza sia la stessa, perché è proprio nato sulle fondamenta di rFactor, soprattutto a livello fisico, come motore fisico. Adesso aspettiamo che si riprenda il simulatore, si riprenda rFactor 2 per ritornare in pista con le immagini. Vi aggiorno nel momento in cui Alpeus sale al quarto posto assoluto. Potrebbe anche essere questo un motivo, un po' uno stimolo per Alpeus, andare ad artigliare almeno la seconda posizione di categoria, la seconda posizione assoluta in Hypercar, mentre Payaud è a 17 minuti dalla conquista diciamolo piano piano, della vittoria per il team Iris, e Kianek invece a 3 secondi e 7 da Ziakowski. Go Team e Hyperion si stanno contendendo la vittoria della classe LMP2 Pro, e in questo momento tutto può succedere, tutto può accadere a Istanbul, una pista che ha sempre regalato gare emozionanti. Direi che forse ci siamo con le immagini che ritornano, il feed si riapre e siamo proprio con il team Iris che rischia in questo doppiaggio un momento da brividi per Payaud, che va a superare la BMW GT3. Uno splash and go per quanto riguarda, non so se l'informazione arriva in riferimento alla GT3 che si è fermata prima, o quella di Michael Favero, perché il pit stop è stato veramente molto molto veloce, e chiediamo magari aggiornamenti anche direttamente da chi è in chat per farci un attimo capire qual è la situazione. Il ritmo è comunque buono e potrebbe avere un po' di margine Favero per andare a riprendere Nicola Pagani, anche se il distacco è di 11 secondi e 6, solamente 15 minuti alla fine della corsa, 15 e 57, e siamo con lo stesso Favero che da leader della corsa ha lasciato la prima posizione a Riccardo Corazzari ormai qualche minuto fa, ha montato la mescola più morbida, però potrebbe essere davvero difficile per GR Simfast Racing Team, la Porsche, recuperare terreno. Adesso si trova alle spalle di una BMW, sfanala, fa capire la sua posizione, si avvicina, però ha tutt'altri obiettivi il team GR. Vediamo se il doppiaggio va per il meglio. Sì, esatto, sta spingendo, perde per un attimo il posteriore, fa girare di sovrasterzo la sua 911 GT3R. I tempi sembrano sì interessanti, ha stabilito il miglior giro dell'equipaggio in 1.51.607, 1.53 e 504 invece per Nicola Pagani, quindi sì, sta recuperando, sarà però molto molto difficile. Curva 8 per Favero, Kianek invece al secondo posto con 2 secondi e 6 di ritardo da Ziakowski. Hyperion prova il colpaccio, ma Go Team non ci sta. Chi vince questa gara arriverà a Daytona da leader della classe LMP2 Pro. E adesso l'allungo per Algpeus, secondo di categoria. Direi di ascoltare il motore Porsche della Porsche 963 LMDH con Algpeus che sta spingendo tantissimo, gira in 36,422. Sarà tantissima la delusione e l'amarezza provata nel box di Ground Effect. Per Algpeus invece sì, un secondo posto che potrebbe comunque regalare buoni punti, ma la vittoria è impossibile da raggiungere, impossibile. Adesso arriva sulla McLaren di categoria GT3 Pro, McLaren del team Shiba guidata da Giuseppe Pastore in sesta posizione di categoria. Favero nell'ultimo giro ha stampato un 52,7 sulla Porsche di GR Sim Trust, 54 netto invece per Nicola Pagani. Kianek è a 1 secondo e 6, Kianek è a 1 secondo e 6, si è fermato prima, Ziakowski invece ha allungato, ha continuato, 1 secondo e 7 di differenza, 1.40.299 per Patrick Ziakowski, 1.39.7 invece per Kianek, che prova a ricucire lo strappo, a riprendersi la posizione in pista per vincere ufficialmente questa gara. E per Hyperion, se dovesse andare bene, basse le possibilità, le probabilità, per Hyperion si tratterebbe della seconda vittoria consecutiva, mentre per Go Team la seconda dopo i 22 punti conquistati a Imola, quindi sarebbero entrambi a quota 2 vittorie nel caso in cui dovessero vincere. Dipende, poi il primo posto è uno solo e non c'è modo di condividerlo, però entrambe le squadre hanno una vittoria in tasca dall'inizio del campionato. Tra Bahrain e Imola 644 millesimi, Ziakowski prova a tenere duro, però fa fatica, peraltro credo che sia in gestione del carburante, perché ha recuperato tantissimo il rettilino Christopher Kianek, che a quanto pare invece, ma questa è una mia teoria, ha la libertà di spingere senza doversi preoccupare dell'amministrazione del carburante a bordo. Qui siamo con Nicola Pagani e Michael Favero, 6 secondi 8, anche Favero sta spingendo, mentre per Corazzari lì davanti la situazione è piuttosto tranquilla, anche se è solo e soltanto vista da fuori. Siamo con Kianek, ritorniamo su Christopher Kianek e la Oreca 07 targata Go Team Racing, CMT Go Team, con Swiatkowski che viene rallentato dalla Ferrari, prende l'interno, trova questo pertugio, questo varco che potrebbe risultare in un grande alleato nei confronti di Kianek, che invece si deve liberare all'altezza di curva 6 della Ferrari 488 GT3, ce la fa e perde qualcosa. Però Kianek ha perso un decimino con Swiatkowski, che invece ha un po' di inerzia a suo favore e può allungare. Sarà difficile per lui, vedete come scoda l'Oreca del team polacco, del team campione. Curva 8, difficilissima da affrontare quando hai una GT davanti, e quella GT è proprio la vettura del team Rookie Monsters. All'interno protegge la traiettoria, Swiatkowski non vuole cedere il primo posto in pista a un Christopher Kianek che insiste all'esterno. Credo che la soluzione sia l'incrocio di traiettoria, che infatti diventa la prima arma a favore di Christopher Kianek, che taglia secco sul cordolo esterno, sembra aver già la prima posizione tra le mani, ma non molla assolutamente. Patrick e Swiatkowski sono insieme, devono passare la McLaren di Pagani, uno a destra l'altro a sinistra. Fase davvero spettacolare della gara, con Kianek che cerca di tirare la zampata, sembra farcela, ma Swiatkowski non molla, finisce però sullo sporco, sui marbles, e non ha più energia per resistere a un Christopher Kianek che diventa di nuovo leader della corsa. Si è ripreso la prima posizione con fermezza e decisione e adesso allunga già 6 decimi, quasi 7 di vantaggio su Patrick Swiatkowski. Go Team di nuovo davanti in LMP2 Pro, da specificare che si tratti della categoria Pro. E adesso invece credo che la nostra attenzione possa, mentre Alpeus si ferma, ritornare sulla GT3 Pro, perché Favero non ha più guadagnato in questo giro. Sì, in realtà 52,2, 54,4, però il distacco è sui 7 secondi e 6. Sì, nel giro precedente ha continuato a guadagnare, adesso si è invece un po' fermato, con Pagani che ha stampato il miglior tempo personale, sta spingendo Pagani sulla Tomelli RT numero 69, e 29,523 nell'ultimo settore, sta provando il tutto per tutto, recupera 2 decimi nell'ultimo intertempo Michael Favero, ma non basterebbe attualmente, non basterebbe questa differenza di tempo a chiudere il gap. Quindi attualmente Team Iris davanti in Hypercar, Go Team in testa all'LMP2 Pro, Sinframe che invece potrebbe portare a casa le vittorie in LMP2 Pro M e in GT3 Pro, nella classe regina delle GT3, con Riccardo Corazzari e il Junior Team. Dall'altra parte invece i Rookie Monsters con la 62 sono in testa. De Bruyne ha passato Armando Ortensi, che si è dovuto fermare. Ecco, mentre battagliavano i piloti della LMP2, penso che si sia fermato Armando Ortensi con Virtual Drivers Alliance, che ha optato per le gomme morbide per l'ultima parte di gara, e infatti le posizioni si sono invertite e ci sono 22 secondi di ritardo, di distacco tra la Porsche dei Rookie Monsters, che è stata anche un po' inserita nella battaglia per la vetta della LMP2 tra Swiatkowski e Christopher Kianek, e poi appunto Armando Ortensi sulla Ferrari di VDA. Eccolo qui, peraltro il team Hyperion con la 45 di Dabrowski, che aveva passato in pista Schieder tuttavia è ancora al terzo posto di categoria e porterebbe Black Hawk sul podio, una gara in risalita per Black Hawk Racing. Davvero spettacolare questi ultimi momenti di gara a Istanbul, con Favero che a 5 secondi e mezzo prosegue alla caccia di Nicola Pagani. Potrebbe essere sì alla portata del suo secondo posto, però non deve perdere tempo con i doppiati, e davanti a lui c'è la 911 preparata dai Rookie Monsters. Sfanale lampeggia, passaggio sul traguardo per Michael Favero. In questo momento 52,164, ha guadagnato 1 secondo e 1 a Nicola Pagani, 1 secondo e 1 preso a Nicola Pagani, prende l'interno e la 63 si fa da parte, la 63 si fa assolutamente da parte. Parliamo appunto della Porsche che ha lasciato strada, ha lasciato spazio. Adesso per Pagani non c'è altra soluzione, anche se nel primo settore ha perso terreno, che comunque riprende tra la curva 6 e probabilmente la 7. Però i tentativi saranno pochi, se non nulli, dipende da quanto guadagnerà in questo giro. Fa impressione vedere la categoria Hypercar lì nella torre a sinistra della classifica, avere solo 2 macchine in pista, tutte ritirate tranne il Team Iris e Ground Effect. quindi una gara che ha decimato le auto della classe regina. 2 secondi e 3. Quanto tempo ha perso Pagani? Quanto tempo ha perso nel secondo settore Pagani? Non so se per un errore o se per traffico, ma la BMW numero 69 del team Tomelli ha perso tantissimo tempo. Guardando i settori, il T2 addirittura ha messo Pagani in vantaggio, il T1 scusate, il T2 invece è un 45,5 a fronte del 41,2 di Michael Favero. Vediamo adesso cos'è successo. Curva 8, arrivava una LMP2, quinta posizione di categoria, la toccata, che rischio, ma si sono salvati, hanno subito ripreso la via della pista. Questo è un grande assist, imperdibile per Michael Favero, con Pagani che adesso ha solamente 2 secondi di vantaggio su Favero stesso, ex leader della corsa. Non ci voleva assolutamente, perché con quei 5 secondi di margine forse avrebbero potuto farcela. Adesso invece è alquanto complicato chiudere la pratica. In tutto ciò Kianek non ha allungato su Ziakowski, è rimasto lì a 477 millesimi Patrick Ziakowski, che evidentemente ha gestito. Adesso ripone e riposa il mirino sulla LMP2 dei Go Team, cerca di far ruotare con un pizzico di sovrasterzo la sua Oreca del team Hyperion con il numero 44, rimane lì vicino. Una gara che non accenna a placarsi in termini di emozioni, sono sempre vicinissimi, con Kianek che ha un doppiaggio da sbrigare. Non solo questo, non solo la LMP2 davanti, ci sono altre vetture che potrebbero fare da arbitri a questa battaglia per la vittoria. Sembrava un po' ormai chiuso questo duello per il successo, ma Ziakowski con stoicità e con carattere è rimasto vicinissimo a Kianek e sta utilizzando le ultime carte per resistere. Occhio però, io rimango sempre con un minimo di attenzione su Pagani Favero. 1 secondo e 7. 1 secondo e 7 tra Nicola Pagani e Michael Favero, che ormai si vedono. Pagani vede Favero nello specchietto, negli specchietti e nella telecamera interna. Favero invece riesce a seguire le traiettorie, a sentire anche un pizzico di scia nell'allungo che porta in curva 12. Le gomme soft sono l'arma migliore per Favero, che ha dovuto fare uno splash and go. Evidentemente hanno capito di non farcela, un po' largo fuori dalla pista all'ultimo settore, nell'ultima curva, la curva 14, e poi passaggio sul traguardo con Pagani che stampa un ottimo 53,334. Favero invece non arriva il tempo nel Livetiming, dovrebbe essere lì, però in questo ultimo tratto del circuito sì, ha perso perché era a 1 secondo e 7, adesso è a 2,2. Non vorrei che la soft, sì, prima arma migliore, adesso sia un po' crollata in termini prestazionali per Michael Favero, che adesso viene passato anche dalla LMP2 di casa Hyperion. Sembra invece che Ziakowski abbia mollato la presa, perché il distacco è salito a 2 secondi e 2 da Christopher Kianek. Forse solo qualche doppiaggio ha messo a repentaglio il primo posto per Kianek, perché Ziakowski si è staccato definitivamente in questo che per la LMP2 è il 207esimo giro di gara, 210° per Stanislav Payaud del team Iris. 1 secondo e 4, Favero ritorna vicino. La sua Porsche però è nervosissima, si sbacchetta, si scompone a fronte invece di una linearità che potrebbe diventare alleata di Nicola Pagani del team Tomelli RT con la numero 69. Finale di questa 6 ore di Istanbul ad alta tensione. Code Brown intanto segnala Luca Martino in chat, penso in riferimento al contatto che ha visto prima lo stesso Pagani tamponato dalla LMP2 per quella sbavatura, quell'errore di valutazione in riferimento allo spazio disponibile, ma Pagani è stato bravissimo a controllarla. Qui invece, come vi dicevo, Kianek ha avuto modo di prendere le distanze su Patrick Ziakowski. C'è questa finestra temporale di 2 secondi che non dà più chance a Ziakowski, almeno tempi alla mano, per vincere questa 6 ore di Istanbul. Hanno cercato di attuare una strategia diversa. Kianek ha recuperato in pista il primo posto e sembra avviato verso la seconda vittoria stagionale per lui e per i piloti del team Go Team. Scusate per la non voluta ripetizione del termine. Passaggio sul traguardo, siamo credo nel penultimo giro della corsa e ci sarà sicuramente modo di osservare magari un primo e unico attacco da parte di Michael Favero, che adesso è 1 secondo ma nell'ultimo settore perde tantissimo, era 1 secondo e 6. Anche in questo caso Pagani è stato eccezionale nell'ultima parte della pista, 29.467, mentre Favero perde. È il punto in cui Favero con la Porsche perde, si avvicina a 1,5, 1,6, poi nell'ultimo settore regala quei decimi che non gli consentono poi di avvicinarsi a un Pagani che fin qui è stato inossidabile, non si è lasciato prendere dalla tensione del momento e potrebbe regalare al team Tomelli con la 69 la seconda posizione. Sarebbe sicuramente un grande risultato in classe GT3 Pro per il team Tomelli, che ha ottenuto sì dei buoni risultati, però non è ancora salito sul podio in questa stagione della eSport Endurance Series. 1 minuto e 20 alla fine, eccolo qui Pagani, 2 secondi e 3, sembra che per Favero le possibilità si riducano all'omicino, anzi si avvicinano allo zero. Ha guadagnato terreno con il contatto tra Pagani e la LMP2, però adesso il distacco si alza, sembra che abbia proprio difficoltà in rettilineo. Intanto drive-thru per Michael Favero, stavo leggendo la comunicazione inviatami da Mariano Calò per track limits, per aver violato più volte i limiti della pista. Michael Favero deve rientrare ai box, passaggio drive-thru, e quindi possiamo archiviare ufficialmente la battaglia per la seconda posizione. Ha il margine per restare davanti a Zitiello e a Sirba con la 41, che era in ritardo di 55 secondi prima dell'ingresso ai box di Favero, che adesso lascerà la pit lane. Devo dire che nel frattempo siamo già entrati nell'ultimo giro della corsa e dunque un duello che sembrava già molto difficile finisce così per il secondo posto della GT3 Pro. Ringrazio Mariano Calò per l'informazione e adesso non resta che raccontare quella che per il team Iris potrebbe diventare una serata dolcissima, una vittoria tanto attesa, un piazzamento sul podio in Bahrain per la 77. A Imola si sono dovuti accontentare dei 20 punti, sono arrivati a Istanbul in Turchia con un distacco comunque non preoccupante nei confronti di Sinfreem eSports in una stagione che potrebbe essere apertissima in hypercar. Hanno approfittato del problema tecnico al motore per Sinfreem, per i capoclassifica, poi erano in ritardo di una settantina di secondi da ground effect, ma la sorte li ha aiutati. Ha aiutato Stanislav Pajaud, che è salito al comando della corsa nel momento in cui ground effect si è dovuta fermare ai box, e adesso quindi l'ultima curva con la bandiera a scacchi che li attende. Stanislav Pajaud è il primo a tagliare il traguardo e il team Iris vince la 6 ore di Istanbul, terzo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series 2024-2025. Sono punti pesantissimi per loro, veramente fondamentali nell'artigliare la vetta del campionato e della classifica Hypercar. Chiane che invece va a conquistare il successo nella LMP2 Pro con un sorpasso arrivato nell'ultima fase della gara su Patrick Ziakowski e sulla Hyperion numero 44. Successo invece doppio peraltro per Sinfreem, che ha la meglio con Chicco Galbiati che trascina il team verso la chiusura della gara in prima posizione. LMP2 Pro M e Chicco Galbiati a vincere e a tagliare per primo la bandiera a scacchi, con Sinfreem eSports che si impone anche nella GT3 Pro grazie a un Riccardo Corazzari che, unito alla strategia, ha guidato veramente molto bene insieme ai suoi compagni di squadra. Un Corazzari che è in cima alla classifica, deve ancora completare l'ultimo settore. Eccola qui l'Aston Martin per Sinfreem e per il Junior Team. È un risultato d'oro, è un risultato importantissimo perché appunto arrivavano con la necessità di dover artigliare punti dopo la delusione di Imola e ce la stanno facendo. Dovrebbe peraltro arrivare sul traguardo qualche secondo prima dei Rookie Monsters, che in GT3M con la 62 stanno per portare a casa 30 punti fondamentali, cruciali nella lotta per il titolo e per chiudere il 2024 sportivo e pensare al meglio in riferimento al 2025. Eccolo qui Riccardo Corazzari e De Brugin, con Corazzari che è all'ultima curva, l'ultima piega a sinistra, lo zig zag destra-sinistra e poi un modo per celebrare così, avvicinando il muretto, la vittoria a Istanbul per Sinfreem eSports con il Junior Team in classe GT3 Pro, mentre nella GT3 AM è Rookie Monsters a comandare la classifica, a imporsi. Qui invece vediamo cos'è successo, un replay che ci mostra la LMP2 di Hyperion con Dabrowski, che in questo momento è dato quinto assoluto. Non so cos'è successo in particolare per Dabrowski. Ha passato Schieder all'ultima curva, incredibile, nell'ultimo settore ce l'ha fatta, ha recuperato e l'ha passato, e adesso vediamo nel replay cos'è successo. Una battaglia a suon di toccate, agganci, fiancate, e alla fine, in una sorta di incontro di box, è riuscito a prevalere Dabrowski per non so quanti millesimi. Ce l'ha fatta con Schieder, che invece si è dovuto piegare. Incredibile finale di gara in LMP2 Pro, e dunque sul podio va Hyperion con la 45, con Schieder che invece viene relegato al quarto posto. Incredibile finale di gara, ne sono successe di tutti i colori a Istanbul, e adesso direi di partire anche con un ultimo collegamento con Engine Radio. Siamo in collegamento con Engine Radio, appena può poi Mariano Calò con la regia. Direi che possiamo anche fare un recap proprio per i nostri appassionati che ci stanno seguendo, ascoltatori che ci stanno seguendo sulla radio dedicata ai motori. E dunque la 6 ore di Istanbul si chiude con Stanislav Payaud e il Team Iris vincitori. Il Team Iris diventa quindi, calcoli alla mano, leader del campionato Hypercar, approfittando dei KO di Ground Effect, che in realtà non è un KO perché arriva in seconda posizione di categoria, e soprattutto del ritiro per problemi al motore di Sinfrim. Quindi Ground Effect è sul podio, in teoria identificata e posizionata la Project 91, la Ferrari, tuttavia non è classificata perché si è ritirata ormai parecchi giri fa. Poi Sinfrim, come detto, out, anche Sweet Force, così come Level 1 eSports. Nella classe LMP2 la chiusura di questa 6 ore turca vede Go Team primeggiare nei confronti di Hyperion, sia con la 44 sia con la 45 sul podio. Un finale pazzesco con Dabrowski, che è riuscito a battere proprio all'ultimo Maximilian Scheider. Poi Sunset Motorsport e Carloni Racing Prototype Black. Ritirato invece il team Shiba per un contatto con Black Hawk Racing e con la BMW LMDH di Sweet Force. In LMP2 Pro AM vince Sinfrim eSports con il prototipo guidato da Chicco Galbiati nelle fasi finali, che ha preceduto Arms Sirba e Hyperion con la 46. Blue Bolt eSports, HG eSports Blue Bolt in quarta posizione, poi Naya Racing Italia, Shiba e ancora Naya Racing White con Boeing Transport, KSR, e in chiusura in decima posizione Flying Goat. Passando alla categoria GT3 Pro è Riccardo Corazzari a regalare la gioia, il sorriso e la felicità per la vittoria. Sinfrim Sports Junior Team, un lavoro davvero eccezionale da parte di tutta la squadra, ma bravissimi anche i piloti del team Tomelli, che con Nicola Pagani hanno resistito a GR Sim Trust, che con Favero stava ritornando sotto, però una penalità drive-thru ha portato Favero a non avere più possibilità di conquistare il successo, o di conquistare meglio il secondo posto. Passando invece alla GT3 AM, chiudiamo con la categoria dedicata agli equipaggi misti tra professionisti e amatori. La vittoria, quindi la prima pagina, va ai Rookie Monsters con la 62. Virtual Drivers Alliance deve accontentarsi del secondo posto. Chiude il podio l'equipaggio al femminile Sinfrim Pink, con Ilaria Fenn che si è occupata di portare al traguardo la macchina. E dunque un saluto a tutti coloro che hanno seguito gli aggiornamenti su Engine Radio, e un ringraziamento da parte mia, Matteo Pittaccio, anche ovviamente a Renato Vigliotti che mi ha accompagnato all'inizio della corsa. Un ringraziamento anche a chi ha seguito poi la gara in live su Pitlane TV. E per Engine Radio è tutto. Il prossimo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series l'11 gennaio con la 12 ore di Daytona. Andiamo in chiusura dopo aver salutato gli amici di Engine Radio. È stato veramente un piacere, un'ultima ora di gara fantastica, piena di movimento, piena di dinamicità in pista, e non mi resta che appunto ricordare che Daytona sarà il teatro della 12 ore l'11 gennaio e ci aspettiamo una gara veramente spettacolare con tutte le sfide del caso nel circuito della Florida. E è stata una gara piena di colpi di scena, quasi come se fossimo a Hollywood. Sempre un caldo e un caloroso abbraccio e un ringraziamento a Mariano Calò, che si occupa non solo della regia ma anche di tutto ciò che c'è nel dietro le quinte di iracingseries.com e della eSport Endurance Series. Ricordo di rimanere aggiornati sui social, perché quel logo che è apparso, quella locandina che è apparsa, che ritrae il Class 1, potrebbe essere un bel incipit e un bel assist per un 2025 succoso, ricco di gare, ricco di competizioni, non solo endurance. E poi appunto vorrei salutare ancora una volta tutti coloro che ci hanno seguito su Pitlane TV. Iscrivetevi, lasciate un like, lasciate un mi piace, sostenete questo progetto perché è fatto di tanta passione e di tanta dedizione. Un saluto e un abbraccio da parte di Matteo Pittaccio. La eSport Endurance Series ritorna a Daytona. E quale luogo migliore, quale pista migliore per iniziare il 2025? Ne approfitto anche per, a questo punto, farvi gli auguri di buon Natale e di buon anno nuovo. Un saluto da Matteo, ciao!